All right, everybody, we are going to get set up here. I'm going to do something a little different. It's going to be the same as per usual when we get into the particulars of doing the actual game, where I have the complete coverage and play-by-play and all that. This is usually on a Colorcast. This will also be on YouTube, per usual, and Twitter Spaces. So even if you're not a member on Twitter, if you go onto your phone and you look on your Android device or anything else and you type in MLB or John Ryan Ott, you should see my name. It's Rays Guardians Wildcard Game 2 coverage on there as well. So we're just trying to get to another avenue just to see if that will change anything or get more eyeballs and ears onto a particular situation. So that's how we're going to do this one. So as we get settled, I'll get my lineups and everything else all good to go. So John out here with you. It is Saturday, October 8th, 2022. We did the game one coverage yesterday. I got my football picks in. We did some extracurriculars there with Cooper Hopkins to test out a Twitter Spaces. So this is going to be a Twitter Spaces debut because we're going to try to do a little bit of everything here as far as trying to get ears and eyeballs on things. So Tristan Mckenzie, 191 and a third innings, a 2.96 ERA, and a .95 WHIP, which was fifth in MLB. He's going to get set to take the mound. The wild card is now best of three. So this puts you in a situation where Guardians win one more game. This is done. So Yanni Diaz, Franco, Rosarina, Ramirez, Choi, Paredes, Margot, Bethancourt, and Siri. So the only thing I really have to change, it looks like, is the number 6 spot. So it'll be Isaac Paredes in that sense of it. And I'll change that stuff as we go along. And then for the Rays and Guardians, when that comes up, I'm sure I will throw that as well. So I will throw in the RotoWire baseball lineups here and get this settled and squared away. So if anyone else does join in, I appreciate it. But we're just going to do this test here for Twitter Spaces as we do our normal game here. So I'm excited to see what happens here, and then Sunday will be a much needed day off for football and everything else like that has to get done. So Tristan Mckenzie, first pitch, down and out of the strike zone at below the knees past Hedges, and Yanni Diaz takes ball one as we are underway. So Yanni Diaz in game one was 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts, and a lot of the Tampa hitters, just like a lot of the Cleveland hitters, didn't have much to do about nothing. It was just a handful of hits. I can pull up that box and everything else because we did the story there. It was 1 run on 3 hits for Tampa. It was a Jose Siri bomb in the top of the 6th. And then once Ahmed Rosario got on, it was Jose Ramirez that hit a 2-run shot, and it was a 2-1 game. All the runs scored in the 6th inning. Tristan Mckenzie, last 4 starts, 31 strikeouts and 4 walks. So he's been absolutely elite. He's thin as a rail when he's probably about 130 pounds with a wet towel here. But man, he is an exceptional pitcher. Been able to watch this guy last couple seasons there within the AL Central, the Detroit Tigers. Going to go over the signs again with Austin Hedges. And I hope what I don't see on the TV right now on the ESPN feed is those little gnats that buzz around in the postseason there for the Indians. Yanni going to put this one deep toward the warning track, and it's going to be caught in the medium right center field by Miles Straw, former come over there from the Houston Astros. So Yanni Diaz had a bid. That would have been a welcome sight for sore eyes for Kevin Cash's squad, but it's nothing more than a loud out as Mckenzie gets the first. So as we go along here, again, I'll have the baseball lineups and everything else probably fixed by the bottom of the first inning. This is going to bring up Wander Franco, the shortstop here for Tampa. Sorry if I sounded like Kermit the Frog a little bit here, just trying to get bearings and everything else. And hopefully the hard stuff, non-alcoholic, won't have to be used until probably another hour. So Wander Franco 0 for 4 with a strikeout as well. Again, Wander, he's been the top prospect in the Tampa Bay organization for more than a minute. It's been about 3 years, but the only problem for Wander was he only played 83 games last year. The 21-year-old slams this one to lazy pop fly, and it's going to get picked up by Miles Straw. Just a little bit past the shortstop line, and Tristan Mckenzie goes 2 up and 2 down. He's just 7 pitches into his day. So Snell and Degrom for the Padres and the Mets. And again, you can talk about a couple things that might shock you within the Cardinals giving up the massive amount of runs against the Phillies in the ninth, in the game right after the one that we just did with the Rays and Guardians with McClanahan and Bieber. But nothing shocked me more than seeing Max Scherzer give up a trio of bombs and be down 7-0 to the Padres for all the things that weren't going their way since the trade for Josh Hader and Josh Bell and Juan Soto and things like that. Boy, did they really come out and put a killing on Max Scherzer, and DeGrom's going to have to come save their bacon a little bit later today. And the Mariners absolutely destroyed the Blue Jays the other day. So when I thought about who had the best pitching matchup, and last night I kind of joked and I said, I think Shane McClanahan and Shane Bieber, this is going to be a quick, eccentric game. It's going to get done quickly, and it's not going to be a lot of stress. And I was right on that end. But we'll see what happens in game 2. Rosarena, same spot. Is Miles Straw going to make 3 catches in 1 inning? He is. So 3 up and 3 down for Tristan Mckenzie, about as cool as you like, usually around a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Pops them all up. And Cleveland going to get set at the top of their order, the bottom of the first. Come right back.
Measuring your REM sleep down to the minute, and it can detect serious car crash and call for help. So yeah, these are new things.
If you struggle to sleep now, you should check out Inspire. No mask, no pumps, just sleep. Learn more of the important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Next in market watch, hamburgers. Boring. For more delicious news, Rose Jr. and Hardee's are offering chocolate double deals starting at $2.99 each. Right into these double deals starting at $2.99.
Okay, I'm just making sure all this stuff is up and running here. So we are good. I will be here for the whole game. Like you said, it's hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com as far as the lineup and everything else is going to be for the game story. We're going to get this together here with the batting lineup. So Yandy Diaz, Wander Franco, Randy Arozarena, Harold Ramirez, G-Man Choi. So Isaac Paredes, I will throw him in there. Manuel Margot, Christian Bethencourt, and Jose Siri. So no Taylor Walls. So it's going to be second base for Isaac Paredes. Got it. So we're going to move that over. So Juan, Rosario, and Ramirez are going to lead off here. So I will make some adjustments there for the Guardians, as well as we're going to move up Josh Naylor to the 4 spot. Oscar Gonzalez, 5. Okay. So back into the official action here. It is a pitch for Tyler Glasnow that is called a strike near the left side corner. Now here's the interesting part for me. Tyler Glasnow, when you think about him with the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Tampa Bay Rays, you know about it last year with an absolutely electric arm. Dude can throw about 96 to 98, 99 miles an hour. The only problem for Tampa is this year. He's pitched 6 innings. So what is Kevin Cash going to get? He's just coming back from a devastating, I think it was Tommy John injury here. So He's going to have a big, tall task in front of him. Yandy Diaz, nice throw over to G-Man Choi, get Stephen Kwan out. He had him reaching on a thin air, which is not something you usually see from Kwan, and that is going to bring up Ahmed Rosario. It was Ahmed Rosario's big hit in the 6th inning that was a labeled pitch from Shane McClanahan that was lucky to just be a single, and then J-Ram came up in the following recording and hit the 2-run bomb, and that's pretty much all she wrote throughout that contest. It was as quick and easy as you like, as it's 3 pitches here for Glasnow as he took care of Kwan. So Ahmed Rosario at the dish as Glasnow just swan dives this thing into the dirt, and it's ball 1. So for Ahmed Rosario, as we've talked about from last game, it was 283, 11 bombs, 71 RBI, 86 runs scored, 18 stolen bases. 26-year-old coming over from the Mets has been solid. Kind of plays everywhere. He's got a lot of speed to actually play in the outfield as well, but he's usually in the shortstop spot nowadays, and that's where he is today. Glasnow, they show 5 pitchers throw under 90 miles an hour, 29 pitchers used in 4 games, and so far in this game on postseason. So you get outs any way you can, but again, you have the minimum 3 batter rule here instituted this year. So when you have those situations that you thought about yesterday, like I did, why the hell are the Cardinals not changing some of these things? Minimum 3 batters. You're going to struggle through. And Ahmed Rosario, it was a curveball that just disappeared from the plate. And Glasnow is 2 up, 2 down with a strikeout here. That was a devastating 12-6 curveball there on Ahmed Rosario, and he punches out. So the hero of game 1, Jose Ramirez, digs into the plate. As we talked about, it was a 7-year extension for J-Ram. Just under $150 million to be able to get somebody like Ramirez for that kind of discount. You happen to think about Discount Tire or anything else, and then you wonder, how the hell am I getting a price so cheap? Well, that's Jose Ramirez there. So nasty pitch on the bottom of the belt, and Jose Ramirez takes that one for a strike. It was 280, 29 bombs. He's 39, I believe, was his career high. 29 bombs, 126 RBI was the most he's ever had. And this isn't the first time that Jose Ramirez has had a mark of over 100. He's usually one of those guys that drives in. He's an absolute machine. And when you're thinking about some of these other guys on Cleveland, and Terry Francona's pretty happy about it, in the sense of we got guys that make contact and don't strike out a lot. Well, when you're doing that and you're giving Jose Ramirez time to drive guys in because you got guys on base, that's just music to everybody's ears. And as I always say, I really think that Jose Ramirez is a top 10 superstar. If people don't consider him that, then I don't know, because I really think he is that good. Being able to play corner, outfield, and anywhere in the infield, usually designated at third base as he is today. He does everything, and he does it for a price now. For some of these players doing it for a price now that is unbegrudgingly crazy. So he almost goes too far on the swing and does. It's 1-2, and this one gets bounced in now. So it's dose and dose on the count. It's been a fastball, slider, and 2 curves. As I noticed that, Sean, what's going on, buddy? Have him join in here for this Twitter Spaces. We're just trying to test this out here. Not many people on Colorcast anymore. I see them kind of moving to this Twitter side. So I figured I would do so as well, just to see how this works, although we're still on YouTube and doing the normal recording for the site. Jose Ramirez pops this one up, and this is going to get picked up by Isaac Paredes. So a 1-2-3 for both pitchers, and Glasnow feels pretty comfortable after 1. Come right back, call the second inning action moment. 0-0.
Get all the channels you want, with all the entertainment you love, for the price that you can't beat. Try free at FuboTV.com.
So stupidly forgot to do the recording here. It was Tyler Glasnow 3 up, 3 down. After just his 6 innings of work, being able to get Kwan, Rosario, and Ramirez. So when we come back, we're going to call the second inning action in a moment.
Step 1, what's your why? More epic energy, better sleep, go off skiing. Step 2, what benefits from $1 down, $10 a month? Cancel anytime and get moving. Go Welcome to Stormy Heights, where the windows are always metal. Palace fiberglass is the strongest material for windows and patio doors. Fiberglass frames even stretch and dent resistant. Pella Windows, tested for extremes, designed for your home. It's the Subway Synergy, 12 irresistible subs. Like number 6, the rolls. Pepperoni gets it on, with meatball smothered in rich marinara. Don't get the fresh mozzarella. Don't you forget the real bosses around here. It's Subway's biggest refresh yet. Alive with delicious Mexican flavors. Daily Mix.
All right. So Verlander is good to go for Tuesday's contest, and that's going to be between the winner of the Mariners and the Blue Jays. And for Cooper Hopkins, who's been doing the testing for Twitter Spaces yesterday, got to feel pretty good for his Mariners here, see if they can close it out against the Blue Jays. I think that starts a little after 4 Eastern. So back into the call here. It is the second inning action, top of the second, as Tristan Mckenzie is back out there. So this is going to be, let's look at it, Harold Ramirez. He is going to be at the dish right now. I want to have both of my lineups actually sit up here and get some time to change. The rest of it I will do so. So Harold Ramirez, 300 average. He was really good throughout the season, as we said, through game 1, 6 bombs, 58 RBI. 46 runs scored, 3 stolen bases, 120 games played. He was 1 for 3 with a single. He had one of the 3 Tampa hits from game 1. Second pitch is up and out of the zone. So it's a 2-1 count now, I should say. 14 pitches here for Tristan Mckenzie. Again, he is one of those guys that is thin as a rail, but he can absolutely, I wouldn't say bring it with the velocities. He's going between 91 and 95. That's going back at least another 20 years, but still, he is very efficient. He's starting to be able to pitch innings, and I absolutely love what I see on the mound with the confidence with this guy. He will throw strikes just like he did there. Harold Ramirez was buckled toward the bottom right corner of the zone, and the towels are already waving here for Tristan Mckenzie, and you got to feel good because the pitching staff has only given up 1 run in the 2 games so far, although we're just early into this second inning part of the contest. Again, it's a 16-mile-an-hour wind, about a 42-degree temperature out there. The rain was a little bit yesterday in the morning, around 4 a.m. to 9 a.m., and that closed off. So it should hold again today, so everything will make me happy because, again, we're not doing this commentary in a dome. So if the weather happens, I will be on a delay just like everyone else. This brings up G-Man Choi. Nasty curveball, and G-Man just watched it go by. It's a 77-mile-an-hour dot from the middle of the zone. 0 for 2 with the walk was G-Man Choi. The only problem that I see with G-Man is not the defense as it usually is, because he's great on that end of it. It's the sense of 11 bombs. They want that probably more toward 25 and 30 does Kevin Cash. And when you don't have that, when you're losing Kevin Kiermaier as well, when you don't have Mike Zunino at the catching spot, you got to bring Christian Bethancourt in because Francisco Mejia hasn't worked out the way that he wanted it so far. But you got time. My point is that they're missing a lot of home runs and a lot of opportunity to do some damage. And when you think about Bieber and you think about McKenzie and some of these other things that are going on there, it is not what you would expect as far as what could be in a Tampa Bay lineup and a Ray lineup as far as getting the job done. They still need to do what the Guardians similarly do, is just put contact on the ball and keep the line moving. But how are they going to be able to do that when they have so many significant injuries? It's one of those instances where you look at Kevin Cash as the 2-2 pitch is down and out blocked by Hedges, that you say he's done a damn good job because the AL East is always so competitive, and that would be accurate. But at the same time, if Wander Franco gets his full work in, if Randy Rosarena doesn't have the power outage, you don't have to deal with some of these injuries, this could be a lot different looking Tampa lineup here, and we'll see what they can do. McKenzie. 94-mile-an-hour fastball gets fouled off by G-Man Choi. Again, I will be here with you on Tuesday. This might be a Twitter Spaces or a Colorcast. I'm going to kind of move around a little bit on all that stuff. 2 o'clock is the second game in the Prague and Czech Republic of the Predators and Sharks. And folks, even though the NHL season doesn't officially kick off till Tuesday, those are 2 official regular season contests where the Predators are looking to go 2-0. G-Man swings through. It was a curveball high in the zone, and he bit too far. Tristan Mckenzie already got 2 strikeouts on the day, 23 pitches in. And that's going to bring up Isaac Paredes. The man here from the Detroit Tigers with Ella Vila before Scott Harris became the president of operations now couldn't find a spot on this team because he wasn't hitting too much. And he comes over from the big-time trade that was supposed to be for Austin Meadows. Austin Meadows gets vertigo, can't play. Things are getting a little crazy. Isaac Paredes comes in, gets player of the month at one point, hits nothing but bombs, got over 20-something on the season. So he digs in after falling off the first pitch there, 0-1 count on Paredes. And down around the zone there with a fastball, a little low. Hedges gets the block there. So Rays 2020 World Series cash takes out Snell. That's what the line is right there. You're going to have a little ways to go to get to that point. Isaac Paredes will slam this one down the left field line, but it goes just foul. That had the distance on a slider. He was just a little bit out in front of that one, and it's nothing more than a long strike. Paredes was hotter than a firecracker, I believe, during June. He was over about 300 average. He went down to 205 and kind of plateaued a little bit. It's 1-2 against Isaac here. Fastball upstairs trying to get Paredes to chase. Nothing doing here. So one thing to note, and again, this is just to note for personal preference, that Mckenzie is going to throw his 28th pitch. We'll see if Terry Francona has Mckenzie on any kind of pitch count. I doubt it, though. He's been one of the better workhorses here for the Guardians. Another fastball was a ball, but it got fouled up out of place, so Paredes will do it again. It's been a fastball slider sequence here for Isaac Paredes. And I will say one thing about Isaac here is he's good on the defensive side of things. He plays second, third, short. He can kind of move around there when Wander Franco wasn't playing some time. It's just if you get more consistent to the bat on the ball, this guy's got pop. He can do some damage here, and we'll see how that ends up working out. Mckenzie. That was a slider that just missed that left side high corner. And the Cleveland crowd doesn't like it, but I think that's a good call by the blue back there. And this is going to be pitch number 30 here to try to set down Paredes. So just about where you would want to be, 15 pitches through each inning here if you can get it. Full count pitch to Isaac Paredes. Fouls this one off the fingertips. And we'll do this again. So I'm going to check this YouTube side just in case anyone shows up on the Twitter side. I'll check that in case anyone shows up as well. John out here with you for Game 2 of the American League Wildcard Series. Tampa Bay Rays, Cleveland Guardians. It's best of 3 now. And the home team gets the sight of all 3 games if it goes that far as Paredes slams another fastball down the first base line and up and out of play. So keep that in mind as it's best of 3 when you're watching some of this other stuff tonight. I know college football will be mixed in. There should be a lot of stuff going on here on Saturday. So once I get this typed up, once this game is done, and my football picks are already in, I should be able to get some sleep and stuff for tomorrow before we prepare for the NFL season. Again, that is just picks against the spread like we did yesterday and game recaps. And then, boy, oh boy, after the Red Wings Monday season preview, it's going to be full systems go. The third 3-2 pitch, and great at bat there by Isaac Paredes, draws the walk, and this is going to keep the top of the second alive for Manuel Margot. So we're good on the Tampa side as far as the lineup, so I don't have to keep the RotoWire thing up here right now, so we'll keep the YouTube side up here. CC Sabathia up in attendance here, former Cleveland Indian, now Cleveland Guardians, New York Yankees. Good to see CC there. Always loved watching the man pitch. You get a definite courtesy to be able to do so in this AL Central. That's an absolutely perfect. It said fastball there, but I doubt it. That's a little bit more of a change up there for Tristan Mckenzie at 85 from the bottom right corner. Absolute dot there. As Margot looks on, they're showing CC as well. You kind of wonder what's going through his mind right now. I always thought he was one of the absolute best that we had in the league during his time. When you think about his time in Cleveland, which I got to see him a lot, that trade over there with the Greinke and the Brewers, and then on the Yankees getting the World Series there, I can't think of many better pitchers there than CC, one that I enjoyed watching more than anyone, I should say, for sure. 0-2 for Tristan Mckenzie here, trying to get rid of Manuel Margot. As he Socrates with an incredible walk there. They keep it going. Lollipop curveball could have been swung on 4 times, and Margot punches out. Tristan Mckenzie with his 3rd strikeout. He's scoreless through 2. We come back in the bottom of the second. We'll see what Tyler Glasnow can do for his performance. So I want to make sure that I check this on this side here for Cleveland. So again, we got this correct with Juan Rosario Ramirez. That's done through the first. It'll be Josh Naylor, 4th. Oscar Gonzalez. And then Andres Jimenez. So Naylor, Gonzalez, Jimenez, and then it will be Will Brennan at DH. Austin Hedges and Miles Straw. So we're good there as far as the lineup. So I will leave that as is. I can leave the Tampa one as is here. So we should be all good. This is not hard liquor here either. This is just a kickstart to get this little bit of energy up. Don't need the hard liquor yet in this series. I can definitely tell you that for sure. So back into the official action right now. It's Jesse Rogers on the sideline reporting for ESPN. I'm still with Boog Sciambi and Doug Glanville. And this one is blasted by Naylor and served past Jose Siri in center field, but it's just going to be a long single as Naylor gets the Guardians' first hit. And I said this in game 1, and I can say this again. Josh Naylor is probably the most mild-mannered guy that you have off of the baseball field. But when you get him on the field, he is absolutely electric, and he can absolutely bring the passion and intensity here for Cleveland as far as getting the job done on the field. And I don't think there's a price that you can put on that, and it doesn't hurt when you can slam some home runs as well. For Naylor's got immaculate power. He was one of those guys last year with the Franmil, Framil Reyes, that was doing heavy damage. So this is going to bring up the young and exciting Oscar Gonzalez. He was 296 last year with 11 bombs, 43 RBI, 39 runs scored, 24 years of age. He's usually in right field. He plays the outfield. He can kind of play everywhere, and he just swung right through a 97. He got spun around like a turnstile as Glasnow was bringing in the cheese there. So 15 pitches for Glasnow. And Tristan McKenzie's probably, again, as we talked about in the last half of the inning, in that same spot around that 15 per. Gonzalez slams a fastball down the first base line. We're going to do this one again. It's a 1-2 count there for Gonzalez. So Glasnow, I didn't say this for Tristan McKenzie, but again, I'll say it for Glasnow with 6 innings pitched on the season coming back from injury. How long does Kevin Cash give the lease here for Tyler to be able to get the job done? I think it should still be as long as you need it to be, because when we went over the extent of Tampa's injuries, Colin Poche, Ryan Yarborough, Jalen Beeks, Andrew Kittredge, Shane Boz, as Gonzalez punches out, and JP Feyereisen, all of those guys are injured for Tampa in the rotation. So I would have to believe in a winner-go-home situation here for Tampa, now down 1-0 in this wild card best of 3, and the first game opener of the day, just like it was yesterday. If Kevin Cash doesn't get 6 innings here for Tyler Glasnow, maybe 1 run or less, you're not feeling good, and you're feeling just like you did yesterday when J-Ram hit the 2-run shot. So this is going to bring up Andres Jimenez. Quick throw over there by Christian Betancourt trying to catch Josh Naylor napping at first. So it's strike 1 and a throw over, but Naylor is back. So Betancourt, again, hadn't played in MLB since, I believe, 2018. He missed some significant time. Or again, you're playing over in the Dominican leagues and things like that. You have Mike Zunino. Can't find his way into the lineup. Pretty good for Christian Betancourt, and he will be up in the 3rd inning when we get to that point. But on Betancourt, who just threw over, it was 252, 11 bombs, 34 RBI, 39 runs scored, and 5 bags. Again, it hasn't been in the league since 2017, and was Zunino out 33 bombs last year. He's been pretty good for what he can take. So Andres Jimenez, fastball, foul down the third base line. And we're going to do this one again. 0-2 count on Jimenez. One of those rare cases and situations when you think about everything that's been going on with Cleveland, thought about the possibility again of they're the youngest team in baseball right now. Maybe they shouldn't be where they are because they're 20th out of 30 in payroll. And then you swap Francisco Lindor to the Mets. You get Jimenez in exchange. And man, that just seemed to work on both sides as far as getting the job done. And you got to feel good on that if you're Cleveland. We talked about it yesterday a little bit. Jose Ramirez making $7 million, Shane Bieber at $6 million, and nobody else close. They're all in the 700,000 mark. You have a good team going forward, not a lot in payroll, and if you decide, Cleveland, to not be so cheap on certain situations, you want to bring people in, you're in a good situation. And who's to say going into the 2023 season that Cleveland certainly couldn't do this again? So 2-2 count. It's been 3 fastballs and 2 curves here for Glasnow, about a 98-mile-an-hour differential to an 84 is what he's working with. Glasnow sits in on the 2-1-2. Fastball right down the middle. But Jimenez a little late on it. Naylor a little upset. He was going on contact there. He was going to be able to get that one clean. He's going to put the helmet on with the nice little wave that he's got going, that nice little bucket of salad that Naylor has, kind of like that. He would be absolutely somebody, and Josh Naylor, I would go to bat for. And yes, no pun intended here for baseball, but that kind of team with that kind of passion, I like that. And he's drawn some smiles there from some of the Tampa crowd and some of the other players there as well, I would imagine too, even though you're in a desperate situation. Glasnow, he gets Jimenez on the slider there, his 3rd strikeout. So Tyler Glasnow looks pretty good. And this is going to bring up Will Brennan, the DH now. He is going to be a little bit different situation than Owen Miller yesterday. So I don't have any stats in particular here for Will Brennan, but when that pops up on the ESPN side, I will relay that to you, because try to find, before we get into the first game of the wild card yesterday, some other stats to bring in, who's going to be on the 40-man roster, who gets moved. So we know Brennan's the lefty against the righty now. So Francona's obviously going to take that matchup as he can. He's batting .357 this season. And I believe the Chiron's going to pop up here. So he played just 11 games, home run and RBI with a .357 batting average. So in the limited time that he had, pretty good on that end of it. But this is postseason baseball, and this is Tyler Glasnow, who early, I will say, is certainly still bringing that same kind of velocity. 2 pitches, 2 fastballs, 1 high and 1 to the right corner, way out of the zone. It's going to be a 2-0 count on Brennan. Terry Francona looks on. And I can't help but think about every time I see Terry Francona, that chicken and beer incident for the Red Sox there several years ago now. We're almost getting to the point where if you have some younger viewers here on the Twitter Spaces side or anyone else, you wouldn't know what the hell I'm talking about. So there's some rambunctiousness in the clubhouse there with Josh Beckett, Manny Ramirez, David Ortiz, and things like that. They throw it down there on Terry Francona because he didn't win the World Series one of the years. But everywhere that Terry goes, and now being back home in Cleveland, but every time, every team, anywhere he goes, I think this team just gets significantly better. And he's always been one of the best managers in all of baseball. That's just me. I got to see Francona a lot in the AL, at least with the Red Sox, and now a lot in the AL Central, and I think they're absolutely deserving of where they get. This is a strikeout anyway, so it's not going to matter. Brennan punches out his glass now. Looks pretty good. And scoreless through 2, so a microcosm of what we've seen through game 1. And hey, I'm not complaining. When we come back, it's going to be top of the 3rd as the Rays try to get something going. They're down 1-0 in this series, and if they don't win this one, it's going to be over. Come right back, 3rd inning action in a moment.
That's work. I heard you scream like that before. Yeah, it's not good. You don't scare spiders. I know it's not good.
All right.
I see. You didn't scream. So that's why it's not a big deal. Think like that?
So we're trying this here. I appreciate Sean Jarrett checking in with me as we're going through this Twitter Spaces side of it. I haven't seen anyone pop up on this side, although it's tagged and has stuff in there. I can throw this there for small flux, I guess. You know, Dan Leach is probably trying to keep abreast of everything on Twitter, working for 97.1 The Ticket. I saw him check up on there for about 15 seconds. I know I followed him probably several years ago when he was working on the ticket there with Dennis 50, and so even just to have him show in there, it's kind of funny. A little bit of a local celebrity throughout this part of it. So I appreciate that as well, even if it's by accident, happenstance. So I think for sure, from what I'm noticing now, unless we get a massive flood of people, that I will definitely need to do this. If I can do this.
Mckenzie is 25 years old. His final 11 starts with 2.27 ERA.
So we're getting to the official action here again as Tristan Mckenzie got the 0-1 count. I'm going to see if I can copy this link that we're going to share. And we're going to bring this back in to the Instagram side and just throw this across, see if we get anyone. So my apologies here as we do this very quickly.
And this guy, whenever you're facing someone up in the zone, that chase looks so good.
Okay, so we're good on this side. I'm going to go back into the Twitter Spaces, just trying to see if we can get anything else across, see if anyone else pumps in here. So anyone else that hasn't followed along on the Colorcast side, if they're wondering what I was doing today, again, I have the all schedule stuff put out there, and then Tuesday I think we'll probably go back into Colorcast just to be able to kind of change and use as many venues and avenues as we can. So Christian Bethencourt back in the action now. Tristan Mckenzie got him at the 0-2. And that is a wave and a miss of epic proportions here for Tristan Mckenzie. 4th strikeout today. 40 pitches in through his day right now, and he's got 7 up and 7 down. So this is a curveball, this 12-6 that just falls right off the table. And Mckenzie has looked good. Glass now has looked good early. This has been a series that only has, again, this is game 2, but only has 3 runs through 2 games. And we'll see if this trend continues. Is now digging in is Jose Siri. So Siri's still batting 9th. Siri was the one yesterday that had his first career postseason home run. It gave the Rays the lead ever so briefly in the 6th inning until Jose Ramirez and Ahmed Rosario teamed up. It was Ramirez that hit the 2-run bomb that was a definitive 2-1 win. Shane Bieber went 7 2/3, and Siri just swings right through a slider. The Rays hitters between Bieber and Mckenzie right now have their timing all screwed up, and Mckenzie just stone-faced there, getting the sign, feeling confident. You have to if you're these guys right now. This is what you want at this point in the season. Swing it right through the fastball. And Tristan Mckenzie has 5 strikeouts as he's gone through the side already. So this is very auspicious start here for the Rays, probably one that we talked about in through game 1. That was one of the situations where you didn't expect much else. Maybe Tristan Mckenzie slightly, a little bit less than Bieber, and again, because of the Cy Young and things like that. But Mckenzie really just getting his feet wet. Slider, paint. Bottom right corner is Yandy Diaz just to dig in. And Tampa 0 for 12 with the 1 for 3 hitters today, 0 for 3. So when you want the production at the top to set the table and then kind of drive them in, just don't have any of that. And I think Yandy went too far. He bit there on a curveball. And 0-2 here. The towels are waving at Progressive Field. John out here with you on the call. It's been all about pitching here for the Guardians. And they have a chance right now with Tristan Mckenzie. Again, he's right at the 15-pitch mark between his first 3 innings. And Yandy is going to smartly, I would think at this point, take a step out of the box and try to dig back in here. So Tristan Mckenzie trying to get this done with pitch numero 46. Fastball banged up and on a plate on the first base line. And we'll do this again. So 0 for 15 is a no-no here as far as production in game 1 and the top of the order right now already 0 for 3. Tampa's got to find a way. It doesn't matter between a duck snort, blue bunt, base hit, whatever you want to call it, and you can't swing and miss. Mckenzie punches out the side. He's scoreless through 3. He's not giving up a hit. Come right back. Bottom 3 next. So I'm just going to make mention here now that the lineup and everything else is all set up. I'll throw Taylor Walls in the reserves because some of the speed stuff you think you would use it, and I'll throw Vidal Brujan in there as well. Okay. I hope you guys are enjoying the contest so far. I think from the pace of everything else, I could not ask for a better series to do, regardless of who listens and who doesn't, because I just love the pace, the pitching, the defense, but basically it's not been defense, it's been pitching to be able to get all this stuff done here. Lots and lots and lots of pitching.
You should check out Inspire. No mask, no host, just sleep. Learn more of the important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Welcome back to the 2022 Wild Card Series on ESPN 75. Book Tire. Busy day of baseball. We starting for you right here in Cleveland. Still to come. Mariners, Blue Jays. Mariners with a one-game tonight lead. The Padres beat Scherzer the Mets last night, and then the Phillies and the Cardinals. Like what you make of it.
So only on the first cough drop here, so we're doing good. I'm trying to pace everything else as I always like to do. Try not to go too overboard until we actually need to. So back into the official action. Tyler Glasnow will check in. Tristan Mckenzie's been absolutely electric. And it's up to Tyler Glasnow again, as I've said. He's only pitched 6 innings in the regular season. He's going to have to try to do much of the same here to match what McKenzie's doing, to match what Bieber did, along with Shane McClanahan in the first game, when I was with you yesterday. So if this does go to a decisive game 3, I will not be on the call for tomorrow due to the other football obligations. As Hedges deep in the hole, nice play there by Paredes. Detroit throws him out. Due to the football obligations, I'll not be able to be on the call, but I'll do a little bit of a write-up at the hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com to throw that on there just so we can get this complete series covered for finality purposes. But Monday will be a Detroit Red Wings season preview there with Michael Swart out. And then Tuesday, I'll be back on the call to start the official regular season for Rangers Lightning, the Eastern Conference Finals rematch here in the NHL. And then we'll be back. And with Cooper Hopkins, going to try to get a Flames game in on Thursday or Saturday with the Avalanche or the Oilers. Maybe a Tuesday game of the Vegas Golden Knights, depending on where that's going to be. So I'll be around between Colorcast, Twitter Spaces, YouTube, Facebook, broadcasts, and wherever I can, getting the write-ups as it is. So it'll be a good time, and I hope that you stick with me throughout all of this stuff. So I guess Paredes did not get Austin Hedges here, as they have him sitting at first. I thought he threw it over there. Must have been a chance for it to go a little wide. So this gives an opportunity here for Miles Straw, 1 for 3 in game 1. And if you kind of average that out at 333, it was 221 on the season here, where Straw, you don't always have the power numbers, and this is going to be okay. So I was correct on the Chiron. It wasn't at first. So he did throw Hedges out and then threw Straw out. Wanted to make sure I didn't deceive myself because ESPN had that one wrong. So it is 2 up, 2 down here for Glasnow. So again, I'll just go with my initial gut from what I saw, my 4 eyes saw. You'd think with glasses you would have all that stuff squared away there. So Stephen Kwan reverts there with the top of the order. Kind of in the same spot for both of these teams right now. Just a walk on the side of it for both sides. A hit there for Josh Naylor, and I think a walk for Tampa. And that's pretty much it. And that's why we've only spun around with the extra batter instead of going all the way through to the 4th. So Stephen Kwan, he kind of grounded out to Yandy Diaz 3rd shortly as Boog Sciambi was going through, and we'll see how he approaches this at-bat. He's always one of those guys that's very optimal of putting contact on the ball and not striking out too much. In just his first season, in 147 games, 62 walks, and 60 strikeouts, Jose Siri will go over, make the catch. And Glasnow, scoreless through 3. We'll see what Tristan Mckenzie can do for an encore. It's been pitching just like it was in game 1. John out here with you. Come back. Let's call 4th inning action in a moment.
So get a new plan, 5 deals for everything. Switch today to Fiscal.com.
If we get any leaf blower grass cutting sounds, I apologize on any of that side. I don't think this is going to get picked up on the phone. It may get picked up on the Logitech camera there. And if I had any really sensitive recording equipment like a boom mic, like I wanted to do, I think that would probably really pick up at that point. So that'll probably be better at this point where I'm at. I don't have to worry about hearing any outside distractions and noises as we get through. But life is life. And it's just what you got to go through sometimes.
Get inside every matchup with exclusive stats, analysis, and personal information. Stay informed with personalized real-time updates.
So through college football, you have one NHL regular season game. Anything else? I appreciate anyone that's kind of stuck around, followed through. If you don't have anyone, it doesn't matter either. I'm just getting this game in as I did. And then again, I will be back Monday with the season preview with Mike Sword out. Tuesday, back on the official call per usual. And then the following Tuesday on the 18th is the start of the NBA season. So it'll be busy on that time of the channel for me as far as trying to get the job done of everything. So I'll be here, and we'll be doing as much of the commentary as we can. All right. So in the fourth inning, due up here for Tampa, it's Wander Franco, Randy Arozarena, and Harold Ramirez taking on Tristan Mckenzie. He has been solid through three, just like Tyler Glass now, but a few more strikeouts here for Tristan Mckenzie to add to that plate. Absolute dot, top right corner. Wander Franco takes that one for a strike. Mckenzie just pounding the zone right now, feeling confident with whatever he throws down, I think, which is featured basically a fastball, changeup, curveball combination. That's pretty much what he throws. It doesn't matter how many types of pitches if you throw, if all of them are effective. And he's kind of more of a 3-4 pitch mix more than a 5-6 like some of these other guys. But man, he just feels pretty good. And did I just see that? And let's get back in the action here for a moment as Miles Straw makes the catch. His glove, Tristan Mckenzie, says Dr. Sticks. I love that. So absolutely trying to poke fun at the small frame there, but Tristan Mckenzie's small frame, big kind of power and absolute velocity and pitching ability, I should say, there for Tristan Mckenzie. Even though it's a rival there for me, and you're listening to someone broadcast from Michigan on a Cleveland game, Tristan Mckenzie and Shane Bieber, boy, oh boy, Cleveland fans, you got to love that. So 3 1/3 scoreless right now for Tristan Mckenzie at 52 pitches. Randy Arozarena digs in. They talked about it in game one. The OPS numbers for Randy Arozarena would make Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig blush, as he's almost in the 1,200 parts of it. But they're going to need the wildness, the wild horse, if you will, the Yasiel Puig part of it. Remember when he was on the Dodgers? They're going to need Randy Arozarena to activate that kind of mode if they want to get back into this right now. They got to win 2 straight games. Cleveland wins this one. They're going to be taking on the New York Yankees on Tuesday. Slider up way out of the zone, but nobody on base, and Austin Hedges will throw it back to Tristan Mckenzie. Career postseason for Arozarena, 340, 11 bombs in 30 games. So the small sample size has been good. This one's served. Miles Straw going to run. He's going to get over there in shallow left center field and call off the left fielder there for the Guardians. I want to make sure that I get this correct as well. I'm going to go back to this RotorWire side just to make sure who's checking in again. Stephen Kwan. I want to make sure I got that one right there. So Miles Straw turning on the Jets, being able to get to that ball, and it's 2 up, 2 down for Tristan Mckenzie in the fourth. Brings up Harold Ramirez, the lone 300 hitter here for Tampa. I know when I talk about with Nick and Nolan playing some of those games, whether it's baseball or NBA 2K and things like that, they're big time Kansas City Royals fans. I know Nolan asked me a question, I think it was a couple days ago. I said, do you ever think there's going to be another hitter that can hit 400? I don't know if we'll ever see another type of Tony Gwynn guy that always makes a bunch of contact and doesn't strike out. But when you think about Steven Kwan and you think about Andres Jimenez, when they get on a run, I would say maybe that they could hit 400 for a month. I could definitely leave it at that. A lot of contact, bat on ball. And Harold Ramirez punches out. Tristan Mckenzie scoreless through 4. Not giving up a hit yet. And when we come back, it'll be the bottom of the 4th. We'll see if Cleveland can draw first blood. Stay tuned. This has been a barn burner so far on the mound.
My relationship with my credit card wasn't good. I got into that in college, no matter how much I paid, and it followed me everywhere. Between the high interest, the fees, no trap. So I broke up with my credit card debt and consolidated it into a low-rate personal loan from SoFi. And finally
Hurry, get the right credit card loan. Get a personal loan with no fees, low plus rates. Borrow, whatever you go to SoFi.com. SoFi, get your money right. This is not a drill. For a limited time at Domino's, get 20% off everything at menu price when you order online. Pizza, 20% off. Specialty pizza, 20% off. Anything that's not pizza, yeah, you know, it's not a drill. It's 20% off everything. Only at Domino's.
So Boog Shiambi, I know he said this in game 1, I have the sound a little bit low, trying to not overpower everything else like that. You're going to need Jose Ramirez to swing it if Cleveland's going to go on a run, and an immediate bomb there for Jose Ramirez in game 1. I'll turn this up here just a smidge. So Jose Ramirez got the donut on the bat. He's going to be due up following. So Ahmed Rosario will dig in the bottom of the 4th. We're still scoreless here. Drawn out here with you from Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. It's a chance for the Guardians to win the definitive second game, win the series, and a right to take on the Yankees on Tuesday. And boy, did Glasnow get the call with a fastball a little bit below the belt there. That was a chorus of boos there from the Cleveland fans, and honestly, I don't blame them. That one was extremely low, and Rosario will punch this one down the third base line, and we'll do this again. So 1-2 count on Rosario. Again, he's been very good throughout the year. Glasnow at 42 pitches. Rosario at the 283 mark with 11 bombs, 71 RBI, 86 runs scored, 18 stolen bases, doing a little bit of everything. Checking with the first base umpire, he did not go on the curveball, so Rosario stays alive. And again, it was in the 6th inning that Rosario got a single that was fortunate to stay in the yard for Shane McClanahan. It brought up Jose Ramirez, and that was the damage that was done in game 1 as he hit a 2-run shot. Q shots this one down the postseason line of the marker there on the edge of the field and down the batting dugout there of Tampa. So 2-2 count still on Rosario. So it's been a series right now, just 3 runs scored in totality. Right now we're scoreless to start the bottom of the 4th. And a fastball, sweet chin music there from Glasnow as Rosario takes several exaggerated steps out of the way, and Miles Straw loves it there as Rosario will get set to dig back in. The Phillies Cardinals game is going to be at 8:37 Eastern. So after being a 4 o'clock start in Friday's contest, it'll be late here in the NL, where the Cardinals were absolutely shocked, giving up 6 runs in the ninth inning as the Philadelphia Phillies rallied back from a 2-run deficit to take that one. They lead 1-0, and now they have Nola on the hill and Nola and Nicholas for the Cardinals there. So that could be really, really tough because Zach Wheeler went 6 scoreless, and now you have Aaron Nola. I think the favorite is going to be the Phillies in that pitching matchup. And if the Cardinals can somehow find a way to beat Nola, he had 235 strikeouts this season. It's first postseason start for Aaron. If they can get to game 3, then we'll see what happens. So Franco throws over to Choi. 1 up, 1 down as Ahmed Rosario is retired. And that's going to bring up the hero of game 1, the man with the dreads, Jose Ramirez, J-Ram, will step to the dish. He's someone that I've antiquated and called a top 10 superstar. Well, he was the reason. I know baseball, just like any other sport, is a team game, but his shot, the 2-run shot, was the one that did it there for Cleveland. And there was a lot of talk, and it wasn't Jeff Passan on ESPN, but maybe around some of the other circles there in medias, wherever you digest things nowadays, asking why Kevin Cash pitched to Jose Ramirez. He's the one guy in your lineup that can hurt you. But I don't disagree with Kevin Cash in that situation. When you have Andres Jimenez, Steven Kwan, Jose Ramirez, all these guys can do damage. Long, late try, but I don't blame him. Because when you have Shane McClanahan rolling as much as he did, I think the situation and where you pitch was correct, but the pitching execution was poor. There was a changeup that hung up high in the zone that got pounded out, and that was why it was sent out of there. And that was what the problem was. So, yes, any of these guys can hurt you. You're an MLB if you make the wrong pitch there, but you can't leave a pitch hanging up high in the zone. Most of these guys are going to make you pay anyway. So Jose Ramirez kind of just not too pleased with himself as he digs back into the dugout. And Gonzalez, or Naylor, I should say, right into the shift. And 3 up, 3 down for Glass now. Scoreless through 4. We'll see what Tristan Mckenzie will do in the top of the 5th. John out here with you for maybe a decisive game 2. We'll see what happens. Stick with me. We're going to get the fifth inning action in a moment. So the nice thing that I'm noticing right now is, I guess what I could do.
I was but a child eating hundreds on spaghetti. I hoped and wished that I could be grown up already. Adulting sucks. Adulting sucks. You have to eat healthy all the time. But fortunately, it can be much better at a time.
If you struggle with CPAP, you should check out Inspire. Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
It's a Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible subs. Play number 11, Subway Club. Powered turkey ham and roast beef. That sub is going down anytime soon.
I'll give it a 1 for its 20.
I'm on his own sub. It's Subway's biggest refresh yet.
Top of the 5th, back here in Cleveland, John Shelby and Doug Levelins in it downstairs, Jesse Rogers.
with Kevin Cash. I wonder if it's a little bit of deja vu all over again. Watching Mckenzie after Bieber. What are you seeing out of him and your hitters?
Okay, I just want to check there's some settings and stuff. So Tristan Mckenzie back out there to start the fifth. 60 pitches here for Mckenzie. He's been absolutely terrific. Tyler Glasnow's been absolutely terrific. And the narrative, again, I don't hate to push repeat on the Simon Says here as far as what we've seen. It's been pitching and pitching and pitching, and I'm all here for it right now. So this is a fast-moving contest. And Jesse Rogers talking with Kevin Cash. They're saying the same thing, talking about the deja vu. It's an hour and 5 minutes on the YouTube side of things, and we're just starting the fifth. So I feel pretty good about where we're at, feeling pretty comfortable. So Ji-Man Choi, it is a 2-0 count as two fastballs missed for Mckenzie into the zone. We'll see if pitch number 63 can find the marker. He's down again. So 3-0 count there for Choi, and I would imagine, if this is just me, if I'm Kevin Cash, if I find something I like, I'm going to give Choi the green light. I know his power numbers are at 11 right now. They're probably more in the 25 range usually. I want him to swing. So did they say that Choi did not pull the bat back in time, or did they just give Mckenzie the benefit of the doubt on the strike? They gave Mckenzie benefit of the doubt on the strike, and that was not even close. Oh, boy. All right, so now 3-1 count. Will that change what I want it to do? No, I want Choi to swing if he finds something he likes, and he does. So now it's a full count. Probably should be on first base, and I guess it's one of those situations where I don't want to say I take that too lightly or what could have been, because who knows what Tampa's going to do more at that point, right? But still, that was an extremely blown call, and now it's a full count. We'll see what ends up happening in this at-bat. Mckenzie taking a long time to dig in. Now he's ready to throw. Choi hits this one to medium deep center field. Miles Straw gets all the way over, makes the catch. So 1 up, 1 down here in the fifth for Tristan Mckenzie. I love that stone-faced demeanor that he has. He just looks like a calm and cool customer. Cool as a cucumber, if you will. 7 strikeouts for Tristan Mckenzie. He's used the curveball, the four-seam, and the slider. That's pretty much what he features. So just 3 pitches, but really what I notice from Mckenzie a lot of times when I watch him, even though it's an 11-11 record in the regular season, his numbers have been immaculate. Doesn't matter that you're only throwing 3 pitches when you can locate every single one of them for a strike. And I think that that's probably one of those things that you have to remember. Just be efficient with what you got and do the best with what you have. I think that's probably more of a metaphor for life, and probably sometimes where I should take my own advice. But you don't need to throw 7, 8 different types of pitches if you can't locate them. You got 3 really good ones. It's working really good here for Mckenzie, and I think he needs to keep at it. 0-2 count now. Isaac Paredes. This one is cued down the first base line. And we're going to do it again, still 0-2 on Isaac. He started with a walk. He was 1 for 1 on a pinch hit with a single. 20 bombs, 205 batting average. So after the early success from the Austin Meadows trade, really cooled off at the end of it. And Hedges and Mckenzie try to get Paredes to go way out of the zone toward the left side of the box. He just spits on that one, and we'll dig back in. So Isaac Paredes batting 6th in the order. It's going to be followed by Manuel Margot, and see what goes up after this here. So Paredes, nice, solid single. And I can say this for certain, not a lot of offense here for Tampa, just like not a lot of offense here for Cleveland, not only in this game because it's scoreless, but 2-1 in game 1. Isaac Paredes is 2 for 2 with a walk. And in that point of it, it's high priority, good at-bats there for Paredes. Yeah, did he swing early on a couple? He sure did. Able to make contact with the ball and get it past Andres Jimenez. That's a good job there. So who knows? With that walk that should have been with Ji-Man Choi and Paredes, at first that could be 2 on and nobody out for Mckenzie. But instead it's 1 on, 1 out with Manuel Margot getting set to dig in. Manuel Margot, .274 batting average, 4 bombs, 47 RBI, 36 runs scored, and 7 stolen bases, 28 years of age. So here's the issue with Margot. I didn't get to this in game 1. His OPS going into the start of the year, 788. 2-month knee injury, now down to 700, and then got into the low 600s. So it went from 788 to low 600s with the knee injury, then around back to 700 with that average there. So because it fell so far, it went from 788 to 6 with the injury, and it met at 7. So wonder if the knee is still bothering Manuel Margot here, but he's a guy that had 10 home runs in 2021, only has 4 this year. Slider missed high on the left side of the box. 1-2 the count on Margot as he sets to dig back in. 0 for 1 in this contest. I feel like I can rinse and repeat that narrative for a lot of these batters throughout this entire shortened series in the wild card that is best of 3 nowadays, or regardless of how you feel about that. Lollipop slider hangs up and out of the zone, and that didn't have a lot of movement on it. Something maybe to keep an eye on, but that is probably on purpose up and high to see if Margot would chase. Terry Francona looks on. He's going to go 76 pitches now as Mckenzie. This one's going to get flubbed. Is it going to drop? The answer is no. Ramirez, shielding his eyes from the sun, makes the catch on the curveball. 2 down here for Mckenzie, trying to go scoreless through 5. That's going to bring up Christian Bethancourt, batter number 8. Again, we talked about it with Bethancourt, been on a baseball since 2017. And then I keep going back to this. 252, 11 bombs, 34 RBI, 39 runs scored. Pretty good for the 31-year-old considering where he was, maybe in the Dominican leagues and things like that. Now he comes back in, they need him, and he's giving production. Good swing there, but I thought he just missed the front of the bat. This gets popped up to Ramirez, and 5 up, 5 down. Tristan Mckenzie, the beat goes on for Cleveland pitching and Tampa pitching at that. We'll see what Glasnow can do. And when the Guardians come back up in the 5th. So, to follow this game, it'll be a 4:07 start, not a 2:07 start. So we should get time accordingly for the first 2 games in the American League. The 2 NL games are going to intersect. So 4:07 start between Seattle Mariners and Toronto. It's Robbie Ray on the mound for the Mariners, Kevin Gausman here for the Blue Jays. And I would just say this. If I'm Toronto, whether or not people want to hear this or not, there's only so many years you get as far as service time, because in year 5, that's when people have to start to get paid. That you will get before you have to start paying players. That includes Vlad Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette, Kevin Biggio, Alejandro Kirk, Santiago Espinal. Don't waste all the lottery tickets that you get, because at some point when you have to pay everybody, you just don't have the type of team around you that you once did. I understand there's no salary cap in baseball, but still, you cannot waste the opportunities that are in front of you. They brought in Kevin Gausman for a reason. He's got to be the stopper today for the Jays. Otherwise, the Mariners will be playing the Astros on Tuesday. It's Blake Snell and Jacob Degrom. Jacob Degrom, it's all hands on deck right now as the Titanic is sinking here for the Mets. They won 101 games. The Braves stormed back. 12 games, won the division. Jacob Degrom's going to have to go deep. And Aaron Nola and Miles Mikolas. I think Nola's got the advantage of that pitching matchup there. So the Mets are down a game, the Cardinals are down a game, and the Blue Jays are down a game. And maybe the Blue Jays come back they tie this one, but I don't feel too confident if I'm the Cardinals to beat Nola. I would leave it at that. If I had to pick one that I think is going to end the day, that might be the one. So what's going to hang in the balance right now? Is Tampa going to be able to tie this series at a game apiece and force a decisive finale in Game 3 of the wild card? Again, the host site will be Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. The home team that gets designated gets all of them in the wild card right now, as it's Friday, Saturday, and if needed, Sunday, before the teams will then play in the first round, if you want to call it that, in terms of Tuesday matchups. That's why we're all playing in the same place to get the off day Monday for travel and then play on Tuesday. So Oscar Gonzalez will get set to dig in here. It'll be Gonzalez, Jimenez, and Will Brennan for the Guardians. And Gonzalez will swing right through that one. It's a 2-2 count. It's 19 balls, 35 strikes, and 54 total pitches here for Glasnow. Been very efficient for a man that has not pitched a lot in this particular regular season. He's usually an innings eater throughout the year, having to go through Tommy Johns. He has been absolutely spectacular. And to be able to see the 98-mile-an-hour velocity is still a welcome sight, and one of those situations where Tommy John might have been a death sentence from before, having core muscle injuries, having to deal with Dr. Andrews and things like that could normally be a death sentence. Now it just seems to be no big deal. Glasnow with the curve. They got Gonzalez out in front of us. It's going to be a tough play for Yanni Diaz. Did he get it in time? Yes, he did. G-Man Choi makes the stretch. And one up, one down here for Glasnow. Through the fifth, he's going to try to match Tristan Mckenzie. Scoreless through 5. And if we do get scoreless through 5, I will be able to still tell you this. Just like Game 1, it was a carbon copy of what we saw because both the Flying Shanes, Bieber and McClanahan, were scoreless through 5. And that's what Tristan Mckenzie and Tyler Glasnow are attempting to do in game number 2 here. So this will bring in Andres Jimenez. We'll see if he can get the Guardians jump started here. He is 0 for 1. So let me pull back up in my Guardian stats. So Jimenez was 297 with 17 bombs, 69 RBI, 66 runs scored, 20 stolen bases. The 24-year-old is absolutely dynamic. And in his first starting season, he was the starting second baseman in the All-Star game with Jose Ramirez at third. So one of those situations where, again, a trade when you're getting rid of Francisco Lindor, and a lot of the fans would be shocked, and a lot of the fans would be wondering, are we going to be as good as we used to be when you had Ramirez and Lindor, and you have Carlos Santana and some of his other pieces as he strikes out, Glasnow 2 up, 2 down to the 5th. Are we going to be as good as we used to be? Well, then when you draft Stephen Kwan in the 5th round, you bring in Ahmed Rosario, who's absolutely been terrific. Naylor can give you some pop. Your payroll is 28th out of 30th. Will give you a lot of flexibility as far as what you want to do going forward. You're able to get Jose Ramirez on a 7-year extension at less than $150 million. I think Cleveland's in a really good spot, and as I've said, although I expect Chicago to bounce back from some of those injuries, especially with Dylan Cease and Lucas Giolito. We'll see what happens with Tim Anderson in the offseason. You still got Luis Robert, Yohan Moncada, some of these other pieces. And then Minnesota, you have Luis Ariz that won the batting title in the American League with the top average. Carlos Correa, as this one gets served, Will Brennan gets Cleveland with a base runner here at first. Naylor loves it. And this is going to bring up Austin Hedges. So just his really 12th game of action, 11 games in the regular season, did not play in Game 1, plays in Game 2, and he serves this one right to Randy Arozarena, who can do nothing but watch it go by for a solid single. So I don't think Cleveland's going anywhere in the 2023 season. And yes, when we did the preview show with the Tigers and Mike Swartout and myself, we just wanted to see the Tigers play competitive baseball. I know I got my face chewed off last week when people were saying, wrong, Tigers are supposed to do this and that. And I had to laugh at some of that. But you know how people can be. But one of these situations where I said don't sleep on Minnesota and Chicago, and Cleveland will probably be second or third. Well, they finished first, so we weren't too far off. I did give Cleveland Guardians some credit, but in this situation where I expected them to go maybe 12 or 13 games to win the division, no. But will I look past what they did this year in 2022? No. They're going to be my division favorite going into 2023, and not just because of making the playoffs. I think that with Quan, with Rosario, with Still, with Ramirez, more improvement there from Jimenez. And as young as this team is, they still got other pieces coming in there, especially with James Karinchak and Emmanuel Clase in the back end. Can't take them lightly. Doesn't matter what division you play in. Jose Siri makes the catch, and Glasnow, Mckenzie, just like in Game 1 between Shane McClanahan and Shane Bieber. Scoreless through 5. Your announcer loves it right now as the tension continues to build. Let's get back into the action. Top 6 in a moment. So we're probably going to get to the 6, and then I'll get a Nutri-Grain bar down there a little bit, get a little bit of action. So we got some water, got some caffeine here, a little mix of everything.
His work-life balance is anything but balanced. But when he gets on the bike, he becomes Zen-Zach. Zen-Zach exists outside of time. His heartbeat sounds like a balloon from a circle. The only notification he hears is the sound of the ocean. So if you want to reach him, talk to the ocean. Zen-Zach aligns with God.
So I'll throw this out there really quickly. The EA Sports simulation here for NHL season when NHL 23 comes out probably around sometime next week, because I think it comes out just maybe the week after or just a few games in the regular season, has the Pittsburgh Penguins winning the Stanley Cup. So we'll see how that one goes and fills out. I'm going to grab my charger really quick here for the phone.
Visit MLBshop.com for your favorite team near the end of today's special offer. Want to keep up with the postseason? Just go Siri. Show the MLB postseason scores.
Back here in Cleveland, Jose Siri. Siri recorded series overview yesterday. Thank you. 403 people. Take a look. No score. And after deep to the track. His previous at-bat Siri.
So Oklahoma gets slapped with football in Texas 21-0. That is a surprise. Checking back into the official action, just as it was through 5, we are scoreless. Jose Siri digs into the 6. This is kind of interesting here, right? Because Jose Siri was the one in Game 1 that knocked the solo shot that gave Tampa the lead before Ahmed Rosario and Jose Ramirez teamed up to make it a 2-1 game with a J-Ram shot. So Tristan Mckenzie trying to go through 6 scoreless here. And we'll see if he can do it. He's through 5, just like Glasnow is. And again, that is an exact carbon copy repeat of Game 1, but I'm all here for right now. 1-1 on Siri. And this is going to be a slider just high and toward the right side of the edge of the box. 4:07 start from the Mariners and the Blue Jays in Game 2. It was all Mariners in Game 1. It was a 4-0 shutout win. And now they're going to have Robbie Ray on the mound, who is a former Cy Young, against Kevin Gausman. They brought in Gausman from the Giants to be able to kind of do some holds. And the Blue Jays need to do that right now. The over-under on runs is at 7.5. Blue Jays are the heavy favorite with Seattle at plus 150. But from what I saw, man, I don't know. I like the Mariners there. And Mckenzie, another strikeout. Bottom right corner, his 8th of the day. Both of these pitchers are absolutely dealing. And Jose Siri, that was the hero a little bit momentarily for the Rays in Game 1, that got the solo shot in the 6th, does not get that same fortune there as Mckenzie gets his 8th strikeout. So now this is going to bring up the top of the order again in Yandy Diaz. We can go over the regular season numbers as much as you like. Again, 296, 9 home runs, 57 RBI, 71 runs scored. But at this point in time, the top of the order, once this rolls around again, as it did before, they are 0-18 in this series. It's 0-4 with 2 strikeouts in game 1. They've got to get something going. Yandy Diaz is 0-6 right now, and he doesn't want to go 0-7 as Mckenzie is at a 2-1 count. He's at 85 pitches, trying to get through 6. I know he's going to be able to safely do that, and we'll see how far Francona is going to let that leash go. This one bounces right back to Tristan, throws over. No problem there as Naylor steps on the bag. 2 up, 2 down for Tristan Mckenzie. And little sticks there, I believe. I forgot what it said on his glove. But, man, he is the reaper of death. When you look at Tristan McKenzie's eyes, 8 flyouts, 1 ground out, 8 strikeouts. He is the Slim Reaper, if you want to call him that. Again, if you want to give it to Kevin Durant, whatever you want to do. Tristan McKenzie is good. Shane Bieber is very good. I don't know what else you would want to do. Look, I understand between Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola and things like that. And I don't want to be disingenuous to Tampa Bay as Pete Fairbanks getting set up in the bullpen right now. Maybe that's something to watch for Glass now because it's been limited innings of work this year, just 6 innings. I don't want to be disingenuous to some of the other pitching staffs that we have between, even though I know Scherzer got lit up with Degrom and all that, but Tristan McKenzie and Shane Bieber is a very underrated, low-key, excellent one. I'm not trying to just blow smoke there just because you're watching a lot of the AL Central there with the Tigers on my side for myself. This is a damn good part of the pitching rotation. And then you have Kel Control, some other guys that you can throw in there as well. You might be doing pretty good here if you're Cleveland, and we'll see what they'll end up doing as far as the Tuesday side of it. If they move on to play against the New York Yankees. 3-1. Wander Franco will serve this one down the third base line. And we're going to do this again. There's clouds in the sky at Progressive Field, but the crowd is getting loud as the towels are waving as Tristan McKenzie trying to get through 6 with 92 pitches. Wander Franco down 0-2. CC Sabathia looking on. He's got that right smile. Curveball, cue shot. Foul down the third base line. That would have been at least a double there for Wander Franco. But let's get set to do this again. Again, Wander Franco has been Baseball America's top prospect over the last 3 seasons. And Wander Franco is very good. 277, 6 home runs, 33 RBI, but it's been limited time. It was just 83 games played. He digs in. 3-2, takes it high. Good at bat there for Wander Franco, doing anything, trying to keep Tampa alive. Remember, they scored their lone run with a solo shot in the 6th. The camera's panning on ESPN and Terry Francona as Tristan McKenzie is at 93 pitches. And they want to just keep in mind of everything else that's going. It looks like Cleveland is trying to get settled in the bullpen now. They're just getting started. Pete Fairbanks has already been throwing here in the Tampa bullpen for Kevin Cash and courtesy of Tyler Glasnow. This brings in Randy Arozarena in the meat of the order. He just decides to take pitch 1, and that would have been a 90-mile-an-hour fastball right in a happy zone, and he watched it go by. So McKenzie, 0-1 count. Got Randy Arozarena at the dish. Wander Franco's at first. 2 outs and the man on first. This is a slider up high, and Hedges will throw this one back calmly to McKenzie, and we'll do this again. A 773 regular season OPS, and Randy Arozarena is probably more toward the 900 mark with a lot more power. Tampa's had that surge of power that has just been depleted. The batteries have run out, and they need something big here from a postseason performer there in Randy Arozarena. He committed to that swing. And this goes for Ahmed Rosario, and everybody's going to be safe. He couldn't get rid of the ball in time. So Arozarena, that's going to count as a hit. This moves Wander Franco to second, and Tampa has 2 on, 2 out. So will the sixth inning, much like game one, although it was just one run for Tampa and just two for Cleveland, but will the sixth inning be the inning once again in game two that teams can draw first blood? And we'll see once again if Terry Francona will go to the bullpen. They're looking right now and talking with Tristan Mckenzie as the pitching coach comes out there. And up next is Harold Ramirez. He is the man with the 300 batting average in the regular season. He is a good contact guy on the side of it. And this is going to bring up James Karinchak. Wild thing here for Major League. Remember, as Charlie Sheen, he comes out to the same thing as James Karinchak. He can be wild, but he can also throw a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. As pitching coach gets back in there for the Guardians, they're going to let Tristan Mckenzie. I see some Chief Wahoo jerseys still. There's a lot of Indian stuff with the Guardians gear, and I absolutely love that logo, and I will miss that one for Cleveland, but it is what it is. Harold Ramirez is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Golden opportunity for Ramirez here to put contact to the bat of the ball, maybe give Tampa their first run on a possible single. And he swung late on a four-seamer. Just at 91, Harold Ramirez tried to gear up for something, but maybe he was looking for the slider or the curve, and he was a little late on that fastball. So 97 pitches as Mckenzie is nearing that century mark. Critical at bat here for Tampa. Harold Ramirez puts this one to left field. Stephen Kwan catches it just before the warning track, and 2 guys on first and second. Tampa lets a golden opportunity go. Tristan Mckenzie wants to hear it more from the crowd, and the crowd is showing him with a chorus of cheers. He's through 6 scoreless. His day might be done. When we come back in the bottom of the 6th, we'll see what's going on with Tyler Glass now. Still nothing. Who gets the first run?
On the ground, in the air, overseas, T-Mobile gives fans coverage beyond expected.
With DirecTV, you get live TV and on demand together. Football, Housewives. Football, Housewives. Football, Housewives.
The housewives on the field. Let her keep the housewives on the field.
So once we get into and through 6 here, I'm going to take a short bathroom break, come back, and then we're going to just pound this Nutrigram bar out here just to get a little bit more energy. This feels like a game right now that could go into extra innings. I will say that. So maybe I'll be in here with you through the entire long haul. I'm going to be here till this game's over anyway, and then get the story written up just like always, hopefulsportsguide.wordpress.com. But this feels like one of those games right now. And if you love pitching and defense, and basically I've said this before, if you love pitching, you're getting everything you want to see right now.
Time to take a look at today's moment to remember, brought to you by the Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card. Making just his 3rd start at the major league level this year, coming back from Tommy John surgery.
So John Sciambi and Doug Glenville just saw this is 3rd start this year after coming back from Tommy John's. He's done through 5 innings. So 5 innings, 5 strikeouts, 2 hits. I believe this is going to bring up Peter Fairbanks. And from what I know about Fairbanks is he throws extremely hard. And one of those situations too where it was a 1.13 ERA in 24 games, 44% strikeout rate in 24 innings of work. But again, no Colin Poche, Ryan Yarbrough, Jalen Beeks, Andrew Kittredge, Shane Boz, and JP Fireeisen to work with. So how long is Fairbanks going to go is the question. He delivers over the head. And wow, that looked like one of those situations in Bull Durham. Hit the bull, win a prize. Therefore, Fairbanks, as Miles Straw saw that one whistle right over his head. And that is not good. But we'll see if Fairbanks can reset there, as everybody seems to have a little bit of chuckle there in the Guardians dugout. Is question 2, Tristan Mckenzie done after going scoreless through 6? Everybody chorus of boos and a little bit of laughing there for Cleveland and Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Fairbanks still trying to throw his second pitch. Maybe he's trying to rattle out that nerves a little bit because, again, Tampa doesn't win this one. That's it. So, slider for a strike there is Miles Straw. 0 for 1. I thought Miles Straw actually was the one that got the hit. I don't know if that's actually correct. He was 1 for 3 with a single, but I will double check the box scores when we get in the official story. So Straw, we know, has a ton of speed as the slider misses just outside to the right side of the inside part of it, pushes Straw out of the way. Had a ton of speed coming over from the Houston Astros in that trade, and his batting average was down considerably, down about 70, 80 points. They're going to want to get that up there, especially now. You got Straw at 9. He gets on here at the top of the order as that moves over. You get speed on base, and that can make something happen here for Cleveland. It's a 3-1 count here for Straw. The crowd is at its feet right now. They're sensing what's in front of them. Again, it was the 6th inning was the one that drew first blood for both teams. And right now, this could be the 6th inning that draws first blood just for the Cleveland Guardians here in Game 2, as it's still scoreless. John out here with you on the play-by-play. Glad to be able to do a couple baseball games here. I'm doing a couple games into this series before we fully get into the Red Wings season preview Monday and then the NHL opener on Tuesday. So it's nice to be able to spend some time with all of you guys to be able to just get some of that in there. Appreciate anyone else that joins in. Jesus, how are you doing, buddy? Are you enjoying this game? Are you kind of just, swimming through college football, baseball, everything else? This has been scoreless here. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Miles Straw got a 3-1 count, and Fairbanks misses high with a fastball, and that gives the Guardians their first base runner in the 6th, and it's going to bring up Stephen Kwan. So he's one of those ones that loves to bring contact to the baseball, and you have Miles Straw in a situation where he can definitely put on a hit and run. You feel comfortable as pitching coach comes out here for Tampa, but you feel comfortable at that point. And they're not bringing in, but they're warming up Jason Adam right now for the closer for Tampa and Kevin Cash's squad. Again, this is a wild card that is best of 3. So you're putting yourself in a situation where Tampa's already lost game 1, 2-1. I don't care if you're burning your closer, whatever inning you want to do at the 7th inning. You need outs right now, and you need to find, if you're Tampa, a way to just put a run across the board. Because you do have James Karinchak and Emmanuel Clase going to be staring you in the face. So it's Rayleigh and Adam getting set to warm up here. Brooks Rayleigh, the lefty, and Jason Adam, the righty, who's normally the closer here for Tampa, getting set to go in the bottom of the 6th. So it's 1 on, Miles Straw, nobody out. As Stephen Kwan gets set to check in here. 298 batting average here for Stephen Kwan. He gets set to check back for the bunt. It's going to be a strike anyway at the top of the zone. So in 147 games played here for Kwan, 62 walks, 60 strikeouts. It took him about 135 pitches in the major league before he even struck out one time with this combination of plate appearances. It is a 2-0 count now on Stephen Kwan. The first pitch could have been a strike. Fairbanks did not get the benefit of the doubt, and that's maybe because the first pitch almost hit Miles Straw in the head. It looked more like Bull Durham hit the ball, win a prize, as we've said. So Tampa has got to win to force Game 3 on Sunday. I will not be on the call here for you for that. Runner takes off, and Straw's safe. So the double play could be taken out of it in an accordingly situation here. Terry Francona, as I've just said, he knows he's got that speed. He knows he's got Stephen Kwan at the dish that can make contact with the ball. He was smart. He took the pitch outside. Bethencourt threw it with all he had. So it's a 3-0 count here for Kwan. A single could score the first run of this contest here in the bottom of the 6th. Straw at second, 3-0 count for Kwan. Fairbanks brings it down the middle of the zone. Kwan's just going to take a deep breath as he watched the pitch go by. Again, will be due up after be Ahmed Rosario and Jose Ramirez. So, big time point in this game as far as what's available to you. And as far as putting contact on, that is a great pitch there by Fairbanks. Just nips the right side corner of the box. So maybe one pitch at the top of the zone that he could have had for a strike was the right side of the box called a ball. This one called a strike. The full count here for Quan. The hands are getting a little clammy here for some of these fans, I bet. Ball outside. Did he go? No, he didn't. So Quan and Straw at first and second base respectively. Cleveland fans to their feet. Fairbanks through 11. Kevin Cash said, I thought he went. I don't think he did myself. And I'm going to make sure when we get to the next point of this, I will plug it into the phone. We need to get to this 3-batter minimum. This is another opportunity for Kevin Cash to go back out on the mound, check on Fairbanks. And I know exactly what they're doing right now, whether you think it might be a finger injury or the previous game where J-Ram hit the 2-run shot where Ahmed Rosario, they wanted to make sure he did or did not touch that second base bag. They're doing that same kind of stall tactic, I would say, here for Fairbanks. They're taking Fairbanks out. 11 pitches. He's going to be responsible for runners on first and second. It's still scoreless, but it feels like it won't be scoreless for much longer. Commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be Ahmed Rosario with 2 on, nobody out, then followed by J-Ram. Cleveland might get the definitive runs that they're looking for. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Stormy Heights, where the windows are always color. Colorless fiberglass is the strongest material for windows and patio doors. Fiberglass frames even stretch and dent resistant. Power windows, tested for extremes, designed for your home.
I was but a child eating crumbs on spaghetti. I hoped and wished that I could be grown up already. Don't think sucks. I don't think you have to eat healthy all the time. But fortunately, I got to convenience store at a time.
What will you do? What will you change? Will you make something better? Will you create something entirely new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with the tools and expertise you need to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us.
You ready for the Wild Cup Series? Swing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the big point of the game right now. If anyone's following along, Twitter Spaces, YouTube side of things, I humbly appreciate it. Cleveland starting to feel pretty good right now. It was Fairbanks that came in there. Tyler Glasnow was terrific, scoreless through 5. Probably was going to be on a little bit of a pitch count, making this his 3rd start of the year. When 5 scoreless, gave up 2 hits, had 5 strikeouts. Tristan Mckenzie, terrific as well. 6 innings pitched, 2 hits. I believe 8 strikeouts for Tristan Mckenzie when we'll get the official numbers. In that story there, Kevin Cash just came out for Fairbanks, got him pulled. He said he's going through some kind of finger issue. So this is going to bring up another one. This is the closer, Jason Adam here. So all hands on deck. And as we said, between Pache, Yarbo, Beeks, Kittredge, Boz, and Fireheisen, I keep going back to this because you have to. Who's available in the Tampa bullpen to be able to pitch? So the closer is out right now. This is a situation where we are in the Bottom of the 6th, that was where the damage was done in game 1 for both teams. Tampa could not score, so it's still scoreless here, but Ahmed Rosario has Stephen Kwan and a chance at second there for Miles Straw to be able for Rosario to punch in the first run of this contest and give Tristan Mckenzie a win. So Ahmed Rosario 0 for 2 with a strikeout. 2 on, nobody out. It's Rosario now and Ramirez next. And he hit him! He hit Ahmed Rosario! The bases are loaded with Guardians! My goodness, Tampa is not finding the relief out of their bullpen. And this could be an absolutely nasty situation here for Tampa. And this could be time where they go home. This feels like a situation, unless a miracle happens, Cleveland's gonna scratch or run on the board. They have bases loaded, nowhere to put them, and Jose Ramirez coming up at the dish. My goodness, what a development that we have right now, folks. Wave the towels, that's the message across Progressive Field. 2 for 4 with a 2-run bomb and a single as Jose chants are being serenaded in Cleveland, Ohio. Adam Ramirez, first pitch high and up and out of the zone. It's a 1-0 count here for Jose Ramirez. It's Choi, Paredes, Franco, and Diaz. They're all shifted toward that second base side, meaning shortstop hole is open. Ramirez, 26 out of 80, 325 with the bases loaded, 4 bombs, and 82 RBI. That is production, folks. 1-0 pitch. Out of the zone with a fastball. It's 2-0. And all Kevin Cash can do is look on. Tristan Mckenzie, first time I seen him with a smile. Everybody in the Cleveland Guardian dugout standing on that railing, looking on. They're sensing the moment, just like your broadcaster is. Can Adam get out of this? Even if it's just a double play, you would think you'd take it if you get out of this with only 1 run scored. Ramirez, he went after ball 3 there. He swung through a changeup, and now it's 2-1. This is a crazy turn of events, and if anyone does join on the YouTube side, you'll be joining in at the correct time to join in, at the spot where the tension is the most highest. So a slider, fastball, changeup has been the sequence. 79 to 95 is the mix, and that was a gorgeous changeup that Ramirez could do nothing at. But look, so if he didn't swing at the other one, it would have been 3-1, and you'd probably think he'd be in the driver's seat. We'll see if Adam goes back to his most particular effective pitch at this point right now, which is early on, 5 pitches in, I think would be the changeup. We'll see if Ramirez sits on it. 2-2 count, bases loaded, nowhere to put him. Ramirez. He swings and just gets a piece of it as the bat goes flying out of the hand. And it's still 2-2. Adam with his 6th pitch. Again, it's the closer right now out there for Kevin Cash because we've gone over it. The amount of injuries that are facing Tampa in this bullpen, not just to mention in this lineup, no excuse it is this time of year, but you really have to go with who's left. And that's the closer right now. And this is the most pivotal point of this game. Bases loaded, nobody out in the 6th. Jose Ramirez at the dish. What's going to happen with this 2-2 count? Let's find out together. Adam delivers. Slam down the first base line. This bounces in between the mesh that's put in there. We're going to do this again. So Jose Ramirez with a good at-bat right now, trying to keep things alive. It's not just up to Ramirez right now. It seems like Cleveland's going to have many other opportunities to score, but will this be none bigger in the entire contest with the bases loaded and nobody out? And a scoreless game in the bottom of the 6th. 2-2 count on J-Ram. Adam gets set to deliver. Swings through it. Adam gets a big-time strikeout there on Jose Ramirez. And Cleveland squanders an opportunity with their best bat, as maybe you can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, but you still have the power-hitting Josh Naylor due up. And if Naylor hits into a double play, well, then we're going to be talking about this situation in the story and all things particular because it's not often that you see Jose Ramirez not deliver in some sort of fashion, especially with bases loaded and nobody out. So he's going to be thinking about that one, but that is why you have teammates. So Naylor, big time power here, and a changeup just brought right through the zone that Naylor watched go by. I thought that seemed to be a hittable pitch, but the changeup for the Guardians here, that's kind of froze them there. As the closer is out there right now for Tampa and Jason Adam. And he's been good from what I've heard throughout the regular season. Again, not a chance to cover a lot of baseball games this year. So it's one of those situations where I'm seeing it just like a lot of you, if you're just on the casual side. 7-16 with the bases loaded for Naylor. Curveball, foul back. 0-2 now for Naylor. Wouldn't that be something if Jason Adam could actually get out of this? He inherited a bases loaded jam with nobody out. He struck out Jose Ramirez. He's got Naylor on an 0-2. Tension with every pitch right now in the bottom of the sixth inning. Cleveland trying to draw first blood in this contest, have a golden opportunity in front of them. It's up to them to not waste it. Naylor going to do this one again as he fouls off the changeup. So, as I expected, within the last 4 or 5 pitches, the closer is feeling confident in his changeup as maybe a pitch that he can even locate, maybe a pitch that he can get people in front of. They're expecting the fastball. They're getting a heavy dose of the off-speed stuff, and a 91 used to be a good power fastball for pitchers here, but he's going with what he can locate and try to get out. It's trying to induce that ground ball. That's specifically more what it looks like and what I should have said earlier within the last about 45 seconds of this diatribe. So Straw, Kwan, and Ahmed Rosario. Those are your base runners from third to first, respectively. Naylor trying to be the hero here early in the bottom of the sixth in a scoreless game. Is this going to be a double play? They get the double play. Jason Adam, the closer, what a job out of the bullpen. He inherited a bases loaded, nobody out situation. And through 6, we are still scoreless. What a job by the closer. When we come back, it's 7-inning action. Who's going to draw first blood? Boy, was that an opportunity missed there for Cleveland. We'll be thinking about that one if the fortunes do change. Come right back. We'll call 7th-inning action in a moment.
The all-day everyday pad by Velvet Greg. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. With the all-day everyday pad, you can choose your waist and leg sizes. Comfort looks good.
Join Planet Fitness today. You get more epic energy and better sleep. With tons of equipment and our clean and spacious clubs. Join for $1 daily, $10 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, October 14th. Archie had sleep apnea, and her struggles with CPAP had me sleeping in the guest room. Now she's got Inspire.
No mask, no hopes, just sleep.
Now I'm back.
And we're back. Inspire. Learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Huge chicken strip basket? I want in on that. House made Hidden Valley Ranch, fries, Texas toast, and DQ chicken strips. Let's go now. Or let's get delivery at DQ.com.
Everybody ready for a Big Ten East collision?
Michigan State today on ABC.
Welcome back to the 2022 Wild Card Series on ESPN, presented by Output Tire. What a job by Jason Adam. He comes in to a huge jam. Hits the first guy. So it's bases loaded, nobody out. And Adam able to hit Ramirez.
What a pitch. It starts at the hip with a changeup, and then he tries to sneak a fastball by Naylor, which is tough to do. It's hit hard, but they were located that position perfectly for the double play. Could not have
And Naylor could have stayed at first after that double play, just had someone bring out his glove and half, but he took a long walk back to the dugout, guys. Got his own glove.
What a development that we had. It was bases loaded in the bottom of the sixth there for the Cleveland Guardians. And Kevin Cash, he had to go to his closer because who else was available for Tampa to pitch? He inherited a bases loaded situation with nobody out, Jason Adam, and he got out of it. And we are still scoreless here heading into the seventh. So it's the wild thing. James Karinchak checking in right now. 208 ERA, 39 innings of work, a 39% strikeout rate, 13% walk rate. So he'll strike you out. He'll walk you a little bit wild there. And G-Man Choi, he takes note of that right there as two fastballs near the dome as he has to bend out of the way. So James Karinchak, we know that he's got the velocity. Was an absolutely brilliant pitching performance for both Tyler Glasnow. Scoreless through 5. Tristan Mckenzie scoreless through 6. And I guess I got lucky here as far as the pitching matchup is concerned, as it's a 3-1 count now to the dismay of the Cleveland fans. That I thought Game 1 would probably be the best pitching matchup that we would see of the day, and in Game 2 here between Tristan Mckenzie and Tyler Glasnow, it could be the best pitching matchup that you see in Game 2. So very fortunate for myself to be able to watch this type of pitching there on both sides. I've absolutely enjoyed these games before we get into the NHL regular season on Tuesday and a Red Wings season preview on Monday. So I'll be with you all regular season between the NHL and the NBA when that starts the following Tuesday. But right now we got postseason baseball here with Tampa and Cleveland. I want to see which way this goes. And G-Man Choi, did he get a piece of that? No, he swung right through it, so it's a full count. It's been all fastballs here from Karinchak around the 96-mile-an-hour range. So G-Man trying to be the first one here. And again, I like the big swings. In the sense of trying to make something happen here for Tampa. They've scored just 1 run in the series. Cleveland scored just 2. Fastball, Karinchak. And this goes to the right side field. This is going to get picked up there by Oscar Gonzalez just before the warning track. So Karinchak will get his first batter in G-Man Choi. So once this 7th inning gets through, I will get through this Nutri-Grain bar and keep the energy up and all that. I appreciate some of you guys that have come in through Twitter Spaces and try to interact so far. Again, probably just as much as I would get on the Colorcast side of it so far. Nobody on the YouTube side yet, but that's okay. I know that there's a lot of college football and things like that. Being on an ESPN2, maybe this isn't as much of a priority. But again, these are one of the things I already committed to. So Straw, this one gets hit pretty deep, and he catches this before left center field warning track as he sucked. Paredes had a bid, but it's 2 up, 2 down for Karinchak. As we are still scoreless. John out here with you for the American League Wild Card game number 2 between the Cleveland Guardians and the Tampa Bay Rays. Again, now the wild card is best of 3 this year. And the team that has the higher seed gets home field advantage throughout the entire wild card. Do I believe that to be fair? Probably not. I would like this maybe to be a 2-1 situation, or at least a 1-1-1. Maybe push it back a couple of days, but they want to try to get everything else before it hits November. So that's why we're going to get everything else done. It starts Friday, we'll end by Saturday, and begin the other part of the rounds where everyone else plays like the Yankees, the Astros, the Dodgers, the Braves, all on Tuesday. Manuel Margot, 0-1, fouls it off. It's 0-2. As the curveball was fouled off, and Manuel Margot now 0-2. James Karinchak trying to get through a scoreless 7th. Everybody waving the towels right now as they should feel pretty good. Not a lot of runs in this series, just 3 all told, and nothing yet in this game. Trying to get through scoreless 7 for Cleveland. Karinchak. Pitch number 10 getting set on an 0-2 count. Margot takes the fastball way outside on the left side of the box, and we will do this again. Manuel Margot with the 1-2 count. 274 in the regular season. There was an OPS to start the year at 788, down to 6 something with a knee injury that averaged to 700. Wonder if he's still feeling the effects, like I said, but it's a 2-2 count. And really at this point for Tampa, you know that there's not a lot of pitchers left in that bullpen to be able to use. And it's critical at this point that you score a run as quickly as you can within this 9 innings of regulation before we get into the extras, if we do. Karinchak was 0-2. Margot, good job to make this a 3-2 full count. It's 2 outs in the 7th, though, but Manuel Margot, just like he was in the previous sequence, I believe he did the same thing with 2 out and tried to extend the at-bat and get on base. And Karinchak going to take some extra time, flip that baseball, toe the slab, kind of wipe some of the sweat off the hands. Going to get set to deal this 3-2, and Manuel Margot is going to get set to dig back in. I am feeling some of the jitters myself, as I imagine these two teams are. Karinchak, 3-2. Great at bat for Margot. He worked an 0-2 count into a walk. Not the easiest thing to do. We know Karinchak is a little wild. Kevin Cash at the top of the step right now. Christian Bethancourt set to check in here. He is the number 8 batter, the catcher here for the Tampa Bay Rays. Again, this would be a situation where if it was a normal lineup and you had Mike Zunino with the 33 bombs last year and it was scoreless through 7 as it is with 2 on, 1 on, and 2 out, Mike Zunino might pound one out of here, make this a 2-0 game. Now this is Bethancourt. 4 straight misses here for Karinchak. Bethancourt 0-2. 1-0 count here for Christian Bethancourt. Who's going to score the all-important first run in Game 2? Shane Bieber looks on. Karinchak throws over to first. Check in there with Manuel Margot as he throws over to Josh Naylor. 14 pitches here for Karinchak. Wild Thing is living up to his name right now. Couple Ks, but he's also feeling a little wild here. His 5 straight have missed the zone. Margot on the move. He's out. Hedges with the gun gets Margot. And Tampa might be regretting that decision there with Kevin Cash. We're scoreless through 7. Karinchak gets out. It was 5 pitches out of the zone for Karinchak. Would have made that a 6. Hedges with the gun. And we are scoreless through 7. Let's go to the top of the 8th inning. 0-0 our score here in Game 2. Cleveland's got the lead in the series. They need to win one more to play the Yankees on Tuesday.
Looks like Ramirez is there, but he catches the ball. Margot turning his head, doesn't want to get hit in the face. Catches it. Does he get that there? Where is the contact? Looks like the back hip. His left hand is there. So the question is, did the left hand get to the base before he had the tag on that left hip pocket? So you see him turning away. That's he doesn't want to get hit. So he's turning his face, slowing him down, and that slows him down a lot. But the question is, does that left hand get there before the tag on his head?
Sometimes we go too far. I have, and that's why Taco Bell has hired me to make an apology. Go ahead, say you're sorry. Huh? Taco Bell and a big crazy breakfast. It was too much. What you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Fluffy eggs, healthy cheese, sausage, hash browns, maybe wrapped in a warm tortilla.
That's a breakfast crunch wrap.
Well, they should open a restaurant that only serves us breakfast crunch things.
You written or is this part of the commercial?
I don't know. I didn't read the script.
Hi, we're Visible, a different kind of wireless company, running on a big, impressive wireless network. How are we different? Well, we're made for people who do everything on their phone. Like, everything. So we exist only on your phone. Which means you sign up, get help, and pay all right here. Simple. So you get unlimited data and hotspot for $30 a month. Taxes and easy group. So simple. Want 5G ultra wideband and global calling?
We're 2 hours into the broadcast here, ladies and gentlemen, and nothing could be more on the edge of the seat here as we are scoreless going into inning number 8. So starting on Tuesday, TBS, TNT will have coverage. I think it's going to be TBS mostly. And then it'll be Fox, FS1. Does that will move over from the ESPN side? I think ESPN has rights to all the wild card games. That's why we're getting all this stuff here now on this side.
Will take on again Oscar Gonzalez, the rookie outfielder.
So bottom 7 action as we return. I believe before I left, I said 8th inning. We're not quite there yet. I'm a little ahead of myself. So as I return here from the action, I just want to make note that there was a challenge to see whether or not Hedges did gun out his man. I didn't include it in the play-by-play because he was out. So he was out. There is no any kind of other stuff going in there. Deep play in the hole. Tried to get saved there by Isaac Paredes, and Oscar Gonzalez has a base hit here in the bottom of the 7th. It was Cleveland Guardians with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 6th, but they did not score. And now we'll see what happens with the Guardians now if Gonzalez can find a way to make something happen. So this has been a game that has been as good as you like. It's been the pitching matchup as advertised. Again, there might be a little bit of part of my mind that says, how can Shane Bieber and Shane McClanahan be outdueled? Well, they can be outdueled by Tristan Mckenzie and Tyler Glasnow, who didn't even give up a single run. So the closer out there for a second inning for Jason Adam. He got through an inherited situation with the bases loaded in the 6th, so nobody out, got out of it. And now he's got to navigate an Oscar Gonzalez single as Andres Jimenez steps up to the dish. It's 1-0 on the count. 2 strikeouts here today for Andres Jimenez. Andres Jimenez and Stephen Kwan, according to a lot of Guardians fans, I thought this was a nice comp, that in the sense of Jimenez is the same type of player that Kwan is, but with a little more power. So he's not going to strike out a lot, but he's going to be able to drive a little more deep out of Progressive Field. 1-1 count now as he goes after the slider and doesn't find nothing but air. 16 pitches here for Adam. We'll see how far Jason Adam goes. Again, I think it's all hands on deck here for Kevin Cash. You want to know who's available in that bullpen, and you just need outs right now. You just got to find a way to get to game 3. And this one fouled off the umpire. He's okay. I thought it almost hit him in the nether regions, and I hate to be feeling that. Even if you wear a cup, it doesn't matter. So 1-2 count as this one goes back to Jimenez. Terry Francona, he's munching on those sunflower seeds right now. It was a hit and run. Gonzalez had that jump, but Jimenez couldn't put it in play. So 1-2 count, 1 on, nobody out. It's Gonzalez at first. This Jimenez still trying to get set to dig in. It feels like the belt has gone away here for Gonzalez. A little bit of wardrobe malfunction. Not quite Pablo Sandoval level, but the belt came undone as he went to go slide. So they need to give Gonzalez a little bit of time there to dig in. And it gives a chance for Andres Jimenez, really, and Jason Adam to take a deep breath and evaluate the situation that they're in right now, which is a man on first and a scoreless game in the bottom of the 7th. John out here with you. Progressive Field, Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland won the first game. They win one more. They win a date with the Yankees on Tuesday. Adam set to dig in on the 1-2. Jimenez way high. He just watches that one go by. 2-2 now. I will say this, as they mentioned this again from Buxiambe, the Cleveland Guardians are the youngest team, not just in the postseason, but in all of MLB. They were not supposed to be here. But I do wonder with Adam how many pitches he's going to go, how far he'll get extended, and the nerves that he's feeling since having to pitch in a bases loaded jam in the sixth and getting out of it. So fastball changeup, the sequence, in between a differential of 93 miles an hour to 87. 2-2. Again, Cleveland was not favored in this Central. It was supposed to be Chicago and Minnesota battling for first. You know about all the heavy hitters there for Chicago, the signing of Carlos Correa to the Twins. And lo and behold, it's Cleveland that wins it by 13 games because their September and October was glorious. Jimenez, 2-2 count. Adam looking on. It's been fastball changeup. Swing and through the changeup. So 1 on, 1 out. Second strikeout for the closer, Jason Adam here again. And I bring this up because it has to be said with all of the injuries there for Tampa. He is going to get some extended time. He inherited a bases loaded, no 1 out situation. He got out of it. And Kevin Cash continues to have to try to buy some time until what he hopes is Tampa can just scratch a run on the board and win this game 1-0 or possibly win the game 2-1 like Cleveland did just yesterday. Will Brennan digs in, batting 7th. He is the DH today. It's just his 12th game of action. He played 11 regular season games. Pounded through. Choi throws over Wander Franco. Split in a double play. And Adam gets another big-time double play and gets out of any particular damage. We have finished 7. It is scoreless. All pitching and defense now. And I can say defense there for the 6th and 7th as Tampa Bay turns 2 critical double plays. 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. We're scoreless through 7. Tampa due up in the 8th. It's scoreless here in game 2. Can Tampa force a game 3 tomorrow, or will Cleveland win this series? Stay tuned and come right back.
With delicious Mexican flavors, baby mix. Fire to the broken hour.
No mask, no hands, just sleep. Learn more at the important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Where next? Capital One has the travel card for you. Venture X. Earn 10x miles on hotels and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. Find yours where next with Venture X. To your home.
It's the Subway Series menu. 12 irresistible subs. The most epic sandwich pasta ever created. It's always been refreshed yet.
The 2022 Wildcard Series on ESPN is presented by Hankook Tire. Evolutionize for EV fitment. Electrified Hankook. Guardians fans urge their team on to the division series. 1 game tonight, thanks to a great effort yesterday by Shane Bieber and Jose Ramirez. David Peralta again. New pitcher, Trevor Steckman.
That's nothing. See the strikeout rate on many of these Guardian pitches? Very high, still below average walk rate. Features a very good four-seamer splitter.
So as we check back into the action, it's the 8th inning. Trevor Stephan now on the mound. David Peralta is the pinch hitter here, as he will step in with 12 home runs and 59 RBI. So the one thing to note of David Peralta, I've had that in my notes in case you checked in, we'll wait on this 2-0 pitch. The one thing to note on Peralta is his 12 home runs, none of them have come with Tampa. That was all with the Arizona Diamondbacks. So we'll see if the power is going to be there, as Peralta will take the spot of Christian Bethancourt, the catcher. So we'll see who's going to take this spot as far as who's going to do the backup catching in the lineup. Maybe Kevin Cash is hoping Peralta is going to run into one and get his first home run as a member of the Tampa Bay Rays. That does seem like a little bit of a gamble because it wasn't a small sample size, about 50-something games for Peralta, in which he did not hit one for Tampa. 2-2, splitter down out of the zone, so full count here for David, and that is really good for him to actually work this thing because Tampa is at the point right now where 6 outs remaining before going into extra innings if the score holds at 0-0. Find a way to scratch and claw a run. And he fouled off a ball there. It was a four-seam fastball cut on the inside of the hands. And we're going to do this again. So Trevor Stephan has been throwing around 96 miles an hour with the fastball. Got about like an 88 splitter from what I'm seeing right now. Haven't got a chance to see him a lot of the bullpen here for Terry Francona. So they use Karinchak first, and then they use Stephan. So Clase is still available if need be. And he swings right through a 97 cheese toward the bottom right of the box. So 1 up, 1 down here for Trevor Stephan in the 8th. As we get a Capital One ad on ESPN side of it. So this has been a really good contest. And as it was scoreless through 5 in game 1, we are in the 8th right now, and we are still scoreless. So a grand total, folks, of 3 runs scored in this series. I know it's just 2 games. We're not even through 2 games in totality. But a best of 3 is a chance for Jose Siri to show bunt back off. No matter, it's a slider 0-1. The count against Siri. Siri was the lone run scorer for the Tampa Bay Rays with a solo shot. And then it was Ahmed Rosario and Jose Ramirez with a 2-run shot in game 1 to give the Guardians a 2-1 win. But right now, in game 2, as Jose Siri swings and misses on a slider and it's 0-2, right now in game 2, to the top of the 8th, we're scoreless. We're still waiting for our first run. And whoever wins this series will be taking on the New York Yankees on Tuesday. And that's going to be on Fox, FS1 networks, and TBS will also have games on Tuesday, according to what ESPN just showed across the screen. Chance for Siri. This one's fouled down the first base line with a slider. 0-2 count still. It's going to be Stephan's 10th pitch out of the bullpen. And we'll do this again. So for Tampa, I say that we're in this situation, and I really believe this. 1 run is going to have to win the game for them. 1 run probably going to have to win the game for Cleveland at this point. I still feel like with the bats that they have in their lineup, that it's more capable of happening. Jose Siri swings through the slider. Stephan, 2 strikeouts. And then the first 2 batters. And the Cleveland fans are serenading with claps and cheers as they've done throughout the entire pitching staff has been absolutely filthy. They've only given up 1 run. So it doesn't matter who Terry Francona has been throwing out there right now, although I will say everybody's been executing their pitches. Let's be fair here. But he's rolling nothing but 7s at the craps table here. No matter who you throw out, it's working out very well. So we'll flip this lineup back over. Yandy Diaz will step back in. Third base for Yandy. He is 0 for 3 in this contest. He needs a hit. The top of the order, I believe, is 0 for 16 in this series, and that would be Yandy Diaz, Wander Franco, and Randy Arozarena. I think maybe now 1 for 17 as Wander Franco got a hit in his previous plate appearance. They need some work at the top of this order. They will have the meat of it going into the ninth if Yandy Diaz doesn't extend this with 2 outs in the top of the 8th. So Diaz getting settled on the 1-1. This one went through the wickets of Hedges, but there was nobody on base. So 2-1 count for Yandy Diaz to work with 14 pitches that he's thrown so far. And when we get a stoppage here as part of this inning, I will plug this film back in just in case this dies because this is getting pretty close on this side. Quarter side, we are good. So 2-1 on the count. Diaz fouls off to the right, a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and we'll set this up once more as he rearranges the batting gloves. Again, everybody's standing and waving the towels. That has been a common sight at Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio, and as it should be. Their team has played very, very well. I know these games have been tight and low scoring. Maybe against the Yankees, things will open up a little bit. That's what Cleveland's hoping, if they can get through against the Rays and win this game today. If not, Tampa forces a Game 7 tomorrow, or Game 3 tomorrow. It'll feel like a Game 7 because it's best of 3. So best of 3 is where we're at. Cleveland won the first game 2-1. This game scoreless and standing 2 outs in the 8th right now. Tampa must win to extend this series tomorrow and a definitive closeout Game 3. Wander Franco waiting in at the dish. Yandy Diaz trying to make something happen right now. Pitch number 17 for Stefan on the way. Splitter down. And it's a full count with 2 outs. Diaz trying to extend it here for Wander Franco. And then after that, we'll bring up Randy Arozarena. And if not Randy Arozarena, I would think in the 9th, if it gets to that point with Arozarena, you're just going to swing for the fences here when you got Arozarena, Ramirez, and G-Man Choi. So nobody on, 2 outs, full count here for Yandy Diaz. 0 for 3 today. Cued this one in on the hands. Can Cleveland get out of this? Ahmed Rosario makes the call. Stephan gets out of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th, we are headed scoreless. Guardians up to bat.
At Public Rec, Rome mission to be comfortable good. It starts with our best-selling all-day everyday pant. A first-of-its-kind technical pant that's more comfortable than jeans and more stylish than sweats. The secret is in the sizing. With Public Rec, you can choose your waist and length to guarantee a perfect fit. So you can be comfortable and feel confident always. The all-day everyday pant by Public Rec.
At Men's Warehouse, we'll help you look your best for wedding season. We'll help groomsmen look more groomed, proud fathers look more proud, officiants look more efficient, and best friends look better than ever. Men's Warehouse, love the way you look.
Wear My Erin Andrews, my sportswear collection for all women, is now officially licensed with more leagues. Women can support their teams in fashion-forward apparel everywhere, anywhere. Find it at fanatics.com, officially licensed everything.
In 3 seconds, this couple will share a perfect.
Oh, wow! We gotta sell our houses.
Well, almost perfect. Don't worry, just sell directly to Open. Close in a matter of days. Get your free offer at OpenDoor.com.
This is the carry-on closet. The suitcase with the 20-pound active closet system keeps you organized anywhere. Pack what you need 3 to 10 days. Travel without ever unpacking. The comfort of home on the go. Unpack in seconds at Soulguard.com.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Back here in Cleveland, Tyler Glasnow, 5 shutout innings. How about the starting pitchers in this series? You know, Bieber kind of overshadowed McClanahan, who was really good yesterday, 7 innings, just about that one homer, 5 punch-outs. Beaver sensational Mckenzie, excellent as well. Starting pitching here at Progressive Field has been awesome.
It really has. You can tell they're in sync. They feed off of what worked for the previous pitcher. They're attacking the same way until the other team makes adjustments. They keep going.
So Drew Rasmussen will check in now in the bottom of the 8th inning as we're back into the official action right now. Guess what, folks? We are still scoreless. So this is going to bring up the Cleveland batting order, and let's get set up here just to make sure so we know who we got at the dish and at the plate. So I know Drew Rasmussen has a really good fastball. We had just seen that one there in the previous pitch. And this goes back for Austin Hedges. So it'll be 8, 9, and 1 due up here for Cleveland in the bottom of the 8th. We have to go 9 innings anyway. We'll see if we can actually get a score through regulation unless we actually hit extra innings. And who's going to be available for Tampa. And in this situation, I know Kevin Cash has done this before, but let's say we go into the 12th or the 13th or however far we go to, and hopefully my voice can make it that far, in the sense of when would you put a starter on the mound and get things warmed up here? Because I don't care what the protocol would be. If you don't win this game, your season's over. You have to do whatever you can, get the outs wherever you can, find a way to scratch and claw. You use whoever you can in any situation to be able to get outs, find a way, and win the game. So those are just some of the thoughts that I have going on right now. It's a 2-2 count there for the catcher, Austin Hedges, and he follows this one down the first base line, and we will do this again. So Drew Rasmussen is one of those guys, I believe, that does actually start here for Tampa. So they've already used Drew Rasmussen here, as I wonder if he's going to be a little bit extended. They've used their closer. I know Jason Adams already been used, so he's done. He's not going to be able to come back into the game. So probably to the point I was thinking at, that's where Drew Rasmussen's going to be. I don't know how far he usually goes because Tampa uses a litany of different types of pitchers and things like that and can move guys around. And that was a curveball, and that was just looked at for no particular reason, I can imagine. And that punches out the catcher, Austin Hedges, and that'll bring up Miles Straw. So Verlanders have to go for game 1 of the ALDS. That's what they say. So he's going to be awaiting the winner of the Mariners and the Blue Jays. That game is going to start at 4 o'clock. And if the pace of play continues and we get a run here in the 9th, we'll be able to finish it when we get up to that point. If Cleveland doesn't score here with 2 and 1 out the bottom of the 8th, then you'll get that game right on time. But I said this a couple innings ago, and I feel strongly about it. We might be seeing extras. Straw grooves this one. Siri will have a great jump and catch this toward medium deep center field. Straw gave it a bid there. That was a good contact. Siri with the blinding speed. He's got the 99, if you will. He was able to cut that off with a great jump and deny Miles Straw of an easy base hit, I would think. So Stephen Kwan will be up now. And then due up in the 9th, it'll be Ahmed Rosario, Jose Ramirez, and Josh Naylor. So Cleveland might be regretting leaving the bases loaded in the 6th with nobody out. It was Jason Adam that had to inherit it, the closer here for Tampa Bay. He got out of it. He also got a double play in the 7th, as now it's Drew Rasmussen with Emmanuel Clase getting set in the bullpen here for the Cleveland Guardians. So Rasmussen with pitch number 9, and that is a fastball in the upper part of the right box of the corner, and Kwan takes it for a strike. It's now 0-2. He's got a walk. He was 0-4 with a fielder's choice in game numero uno. It's going to be Rodriguez, France, Suarez, Raleigh, and Haniger, and the top 5 for the Mariners starting lineup for game 2. I saw that go across ESPN. Frazier, Santana, Kelnick, and Crawford. Kwan cues this one off the hands right to G-Man Choi, steps on the bag. That is it. So Drew Asmussen gets through 8, and we are headed to the top of the 9th inning, folks, in Progressive Field. Top of the 9th, scoreless. Come right back.
I noticed there weren't any refreshments, so I'm just gonna leave a couple of snacks.
Folks, the line's a shambles. Let's tuck it in, sir.
Come on.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Progressive can protect you from becoming embarrassed, but we can protect you all along when you bundle with us.
We don't need a line monitor.
This is not the drill. For a limited time at Domino's, get 20% off everything at menu price when you order online. Pizza, 20% off. Specialty pizza, 20% off. Anything that's not pizza, yep, you know the drill. Except it's not a drill. It's 20% off everything. Only at Domino's.
Can a button work wonders in the bedroom? No, not the fun button. The other button. Sorry. Marcia has sleep apnea, and her struggles with CPAP had me sleeping in the guest room. Now she's got Inspire. It's a sleep apnea treatment that works inside her body with the click of a remote.
No mask, no hose, just sleep.
Now I'm back.
And we're back.
Inspire Sleep Apnea Innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Wherever we come from, we all have one thing in common. We all want the incredible new iPhone 14 Pro. Now at T-Mobile. T-Mobile gives you Apple TV Plus included. So watch your favorite Apple originals on the most advanced smartphone display and get iPhone 14 Pro on us. Apple TV Plus included now at T-Mobile.
Back here in Cleveland, Emmanuel Clase making his way in.
Before we get into the official action, Emmanuel Clase with no days rest in the regular season, 25 and a third, 1 earned run, a .36 ERA. So it doesn't matter. Emmanuel Clase gets anything rest, no rest, runners, no runners. He's as smooth as you like, being able to get outs. So the over-under, just in case you're wondering, to start the contest was at 6 runs. Well, we hit the under on both of these. It was 7 yesterday. It's 6 now. It's nothing, and Emmanuel Clase gets set in the 9th. So back in the official action here, Emmanuel Clase on the mound to start the top of the 9th. It is nothing. It's Wander Franco, Randy Arozarena, and Harold Ramirez, 2, 3, 4, due up in the top of the 9th. Does Kevin Cash's squad find a way to scratch a run? They just showed the stats on ESPN with no days rest for Emmanuel Clase. He was 25 and a third innings, gave up just 1 run. His ERA was like .36. He is the best closer in all of baseball, not just in the American League, and he led the league in saves. He was 1 ahead of Kenley Jansen, I believe, at 46, and Jansen had 45. So that's where we're at right now. 0-2 on Franco, who was 0-2 in this contest. 100 there for Clase on the cutter, and it's fouled off. It caught the meaty part of the strike zone, but Franco could do nothing more than just foul it off. So in Emmanuel Clase's defense, I will definitely say this. When you're thinking about what you have in front of you, it's a dynamic fastball at 102. It's a cutter. There'll be some change-up stuff, but the main thing with him is he can locate, and that's what makes it a little dangerous. Right? So in the AL Central, from what I know, and I still on a Gregory Soto, because you're listening to a guy from Detroit, Michigan here. On the Tiger side of it, Soto was a couple-time All-Star, but he can throw hard, but he can't necessarily locate all the time. Clase is one of those situations, if you took that golden arm, but you also added the location, and that's what you get with Emmanuel Clase. So Franco able to extend the bat, still 0-2, and he extends it again as he reaches out of the zone to poke away a slider to just keep things going. So if I'm Tampa, not only do I need to score a run to be able to get to it tomorrow, I know it's an NFL Sunday and things like that, but Tampa's not going to be thinking about that at this point. And we'll see how many of the Rays will watch that over the Buccaneers and Tom Brady. But my point being is this. When you think about Clase coming out and pitching 2 straight days, you can extend this at bat. You try to keep things going. If you win this game and try to extend Clase as much as you can, maybe you can get to a point where he's got to pitch 3 straight days and maybe he screws up. That's all you can really hope for if you're Tampa. Because right now, going into the bottom of the 9th, you're going to have Ahmed Rosario, Jose Ramirez, and Josh Naylor due up. And it's still being scoreless. If it is for Tampa, they don't get a run here in the next 2 outs. You can put yourself in a danger territory, or if you're Tampa, you could put the Guardians a little bit of a pickle and overwork Clase. So Randy Arozarena in at the dish, takes a 99 in the upper reaches of the strike zone, and it was called a strike. Randy Arozarena 1 for 3 in this contest. He was 0 for 4. He got 3 punchies on him in the first game. Arozarena digs in. There was a 99-mile-an-hour cutter that got the call. And then another cutter just a little bit higher to see if he can get the call there from the blue, but he did not. So 1-1 now is your count. 8 pitches here for Clase. Again, he was used yesterday. He's pitched on 1 day's rest or no day's rest before with 23 1/3, only giving up 1 earned run throughout the regular season. Nothing but cutters right now, and Randy Arozarena is just cutting through the wind. He's not finding the baseball. 1-2. Everybody up to their feet again is Randy Arozarena. He's probably one of those big bats to get. Tampa is depending on him for some power. 20 bombs this year, normally around 40, and that was a flail if nothing else. But Randy Arozarena stays alive. It's still 1-2 now. So Arozarena is one of those guys in the postseason with limited at-bats and limited games. I think it's at 30 games. And his average was in the high 380s with massive amounts of power. He had OPS numbers that were around Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig. He has been money in the postseason. He has been silenced here in the first 2 games of the wild card. But to be fair, everybody else on Tampa has been silenced at this point. Nothing but cutters. 5 straight at that. It's still a 2-2 count. Clase's 12th pitch getting set. Arozarena. Wow, did he not get the call? Clase on that one. That was blatantly in the left corner of the strike zone. Had to buckle Arozarena, and he had to wonder how on earth he's still here. But he is. It's now a full count as that was a dotted pitch that was called the ball. Arozarena digs back in, and he punches right through the slider off the off-speed. So beautiful sequence there from Hedges there, and Emmanuel Clase gets Arozarena. Scoreless through the 9th, 2 out in the top of the 9th. Clase on the mound. Now he's going to have to get past Harold Ramirez. Again, regular season numbers at the 300 marker. I know they don't apply for this postseason where everybody's been cold right now. But this is the best hitter on average right now for Tampa. Doesn't hit for a lot of power, but see if he can get something going. He tried to swing for the fences there on the slider. 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts is Harold Ramirez in this game. He was 1 for 3 with a single in game 1. As Tampa had just 3 hits in the 2-1 loss. It was a Jose Siri bomb that gave them a 1-0 lead in the 6th. And then J-Ram and Ahmed Rosario teamed up. J-Ram got the 2-run bomb, which was a definitive 2-1 win yesterday. We're still looking for our first run here as Ramirez swings through 2 cutters. It's 0-2 right now, standing and waving the towels at Progressive Field. Clase delivers in a 99-mile-an-hour cutter. At the top of the zone, goes down the first base foul line. And we'll do this again. So there really isn't anything that I can say about Clase that shouldn't already be said. He's one of the most dominant closers in all of baseball. He was the best this year. And Cleveland, being the youngest team in the league and having 28th of 30 payroll, is an embarrassment of riches of what they could have going forward. Nice play. Andres Jimenez gets the cut. He gets Ramirez out. We're headed to the bottom of the 9th. Will we get our first run there? Can Cleveland walk it off? Are they going to visit the Yankees on Tuesday? Or does Tampa find a way to get 3 outs and extend this to extras? Come back. Let's call the bottom of the 9th action in a moment. Appreciate anyone following along. I see a like and someone following on the YouTube side. I appreciate it as always. I had a couple people bounce in and out of Twitter Spaces, some Cleveland fans. I appreciate that as well. I know there is a lot of college football, baseball games, and even a game in Prague for the regular season between the Nashville Predators and the San Jose Sharks. So I appreciate that. I'm probably going to bounce around over the next. I know we're going to do the Red Wings season preview Monday and call the first NHL game of the regular season between the Rangers and the Tampa Bay Lightning on Tuesday. I might bounce around between Twitter Spaces and Colorcast on that side as days go by. But when we start the game, we'll do the whole game on one platform, and the next day do a different platform. Just kind of move it around, try to get as much notoriety as ears and eyeballs on things as much as we can. But a good opportunity here to do a couple of baseball games before the NHL regular season on Tuesday, and the following Tuesday is the NBA regular season. So with ESPN Plus and NBA League Pass, I'll have some polls set up here on Twitter, maybe some stuff on YouTube. You guys let me know what you want to hear. And as always, whether it's Colorcast on iPhone or Twitter Spaces on anything, usually on the phone side of it, whether it be iPhone or Android, if you want to jump in here with me as I'm doing the play-by-play, you want to do some color, you want to share your thoughts, you can jump in with me right now. It's John Ryan Ott on Twitter. If you search John Ott, I think on Twitter Spaces, it should pop up MLB Rays Guardians Wildcard Game 2. If you want to jump in, let's do it. So, as it stands, 3 hits for the Guardians, 2 hits for the Rays, but no runs. So let's get our reset in the bottom of the 9th. 3 hits for the Guardians, 2 hits for the Rays, but no runs. We are in the bottom of the 9th, ladies and gentlemen. The Cleveland Guardians can walk it off now at any time. So it'll be Ahmed Rosario, Jose Ramirez, and Josh Naylor due up, unless we have any other particulars that need to be changed by Terry Francona. It's Drew Rasmussen still on the mound as he worked the 8th, now working the 9th. Nice 2-seam in on the hands, and Rosario could do nothing but foul it off. It's now 0-2. 12 pitches here for Rasmussen. Again, he's taken some time here to get some starts. I was wondering if Corey Kluber was going to get the start in Game 2. They went with Tyler Glass now. And just his 3rd start coming off of Tommy John surgery last year. And he was 5 scoreless. He was excellent. Tristan Mckenzie was excellent. He went 6 scoreless. The pitching duel has continued. And Rasmussen got the call there where Clase didn't get some calls. I know Rosario is shaking his head. He's got some words for the umpire. And some of the Cleveland fans have some words for the umpire. And honestly, I don't blame them because over the last 7, 8, and 9, I would say, although that pitch is probably a little too close to take, the strike zone has not been as consistent as you would like it to be, as that was definitely down and out of the zone. Maybe the path caught the ball a little bit, but I doubt it. So the strike zone has been a little inconsistent, and maybe that's why you want those laser dots. Jose Ramirez will check swing. He takes ball 1 off the slider. So Ramirez, he had a chance in the 6th inning with the bases loaded after Ahmed Rosario got hit by a pitch. He was up with the bases loaded, and he struck out. Very unlike Jose Ramirez, but again, baseball is a game of failure, and this guy's been incredible all year. Can he walk it off for the Guardians here? 1-1 pitch now with the fastball, buckles him on the left side corner. So 85 on the slider, 96 on the fastball has been the sequence so far. Pitch number 16 getting set there for Drew Rasmussen. Everybody's standing right now in Cleveland. Ramirez right on the ground. This is going to get hit to Isaac Paredes and throws out Ji-Man Choi. So 2 out in the bottom of the 9th. We are 1 man away from extra innings here. So we'll see if my voice can make it that far. And if I can't, if it gets too far, I might need a little bit of help. I might call in some reinforcements. So Rasmussen is going to make his exit. And we're going to get a pitching change here as Josh Naylor will be set to check in. Nothing wrong with anybody's pitching. We'll let you know what happens with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth when we come back.
Consolidated it into a low-rate personal loan from SoFi. If I feel like a blow
Break up your bad credit card debt. Get a personal loan with no fees, low fixed rates, and borrow up to $100K. Go to SoFi.com and do your rate. SoFi, get your money right.
Marcia has sleep apnea, and her struggles with CPAP had me sleeping in the guest room. Now she's got Inspire.
No mask, no hose, just sleep.
Now I'm back.
And we're back.
Inspire. Learn more at inspiresleep.com.
You know what beats next day shipping? Getting it the same day. So shop Beats online and get free in-store or curbside pickup right in your neighborhood. Or get what you need delivered the very same day you order. This is the way super helpful hardware
Get 5 boneless days for just $1 with any burger, only at Applebee's. Now that's even good flavor.
Another reminder coming up later on ESPN Both Game 2 of the best of 3 wildcard series between the Mariners and the Jays. Mariners lead that one, followed by Padres and Mets at Citi Field. Both games also available on ESPN Sports at 8:30 Eastern Time. Phillies taking on the Cardinals at ESPN 2. The game's also available on ESPN app. Clevenger into the game.
Well, we saw Garrett Clevenger yesterday as we're getting back into the action. Regular season 17 games, 391 ERA, 23 innings. He's going to try to get the final out of the ninth. It'll be Josh Naylor due up. We are still scoreless as we've almost gone through a full 9. Will we head to extra innings? Will Josh Naylor extend it? How many more is Tampa going to use in that bullpen? Who's available? And what are we going to see with Emmanuel Clase? Will he still be there? Who's available on that side? We have a lot still to work with unless Naylor can put the formidable nail in the coffin in this series and take the Guardians to a date against the New York Yankees. There is a lot to talk about as far as Cleveland, as I've done through the Game 1 story, as far as who you believe in, what you would take, what they would do in other divisions. But they're here now, and Cleveland has a big-time opportunity. And even if they don't get it done today, they can got to get it done Sunday. That'll be their last chance. And Tampa must win this game to force a game on Sunday. It's the best of 3, and Cleveland's up 1. Josh Naylor with the final out of the ninth, if he can finish it, 0-1. Nothing, your score. Tampa trying to force extras with Garrett Clevenger on the mound. Naylor waiting on the 0-1. He's 1 for 3 in this game with a single. 3 hits for Cleveland, 2 for Tampa. That's all we got in the box score with no errors. Fastball beamed down the third baseline, and we'll do this again as Naylor is sitting on the 0-2. Situation that you dream about as a kid at this point, being down in the count in a playoff game in particular, trying to hit the walk-off. That's what Naylor is trying to do right now. I just want to see the first run of the contest. And he swings and misses, and we are going to extra innings. Garrett Clevenger does his job. Through 9, we're scoreless. Let's go to extra innings, folks. Scoreless through 9. We'll be right back. We'll see who wins this one. Thank you, anyone on the YouTube side that's been following along and checking in. Twitter Spaces as well. We are scoreless through 9 innings of action. Nothing.
My relationship with my credit cards wasn't good. I got into debt in college, no matter how much I paid, it followed me everywhere. Between high interest and fees, felt trapped. So I broke up with my credit card debt and consolidated it into a low-rate personal loan from SoFi. I finally feel like a grown-up.
Hurry up with that credit card debt. Get a personal loan with no fees, low fixed rates, and borrow up to 100K. Go to SoFi.com and view your rate. SoFi, get your money right. We've got your back for Warriors. Because we know you're picking up the pace. Steering life at 10 and 2. You're hitting the road. And we're helping you get there with confidence. So skip the count without missing a beat. Choose any car in the aisle and be the boss of you. Go national. Go like a pro.
Back here at Gibson Field in Cleveland, the Guardians of the Rays, no score, and we're going to extra innings. Game 2. And G-Man Choi, Isan Paredes, and Manuel Margot face the new pitcher. Frank going to the pen. And he brings it in Sandlin, had a nice year this season. 25 ERA, strikeout rate about league average. Some walk issues. It's a lot of grounders.
Well, if there's a sequel to Slider Monster, this is it. Nick Sandlin, 45% of the time, likes his slider. He will sink the ball. And these are combinations.
I threw extra innings in the Twitter Spaces as far as the logo, just to see if that'll entice anyone to bite here. So guess what, folks? In the official play-by-play, John out here with you. This is my 3rd baseball game of the season before we get into the NHL season, the NBA season, and the Tuesdays respectively before the Red Wings season preview. We still have a game to do here. It is 0-0 heading into the top of the 10th between the Tampa Bay Rays and the Cleveland Guardians. So Sandlin on the mound against G-Man Choi. G-Man Choi is 0 for 3, and we'll see what Sandlin can do here. That was a wicked half arm slot kind of throw, and we'll see if that's going to fool some of the batters. Forcing fastball foul up and out of play. And if it gets to like 15, again, I might have to call in some reinforcements. But we're going to do our best to get all the way through this one. Again, I will be here until this closes, but maybe I won't always be the play-by-play man. Nice pitch there by Sandlin, top of the zone, to try to get Choi to bite, but he laid off of it. 1-2. The wind is blowing about 18 miles an hour southeast from what they showed on ESPN. Pitch number 4. That was a sick-looking slider. He's got a lot of movement with that half-arm kind of side throw slide. You kind of see the gesture on the YouTube side and the way that he tosses that. And we'll see how hittable he can be and if G-Man can find one. He takes one near the kneecaps. So good at bat by G-Man Choi to get this loaded, and we'll see if Tampa can get an all-important base runner here in the top of the 10th. Now that we've hit the postseason part of it, there is no extra inning runner to start in the extra inning, so no runner on second. So you're going to have to do this all on your own if you're the one of these two teams. Perfect at-bat there for G-Man Choi. Works a walk, and this brings up Manuel Margot. So unfortunately, if this goes to game 3, I'm not going to be able to do the play-by-play for it, but I will write the recap there because you might as well just get everything else done for the complete series coverage. But I was here for game 1, and I will be here for game 2 in all of its entirety because I got to get all the football cap recaps and everything else all typed up and set for tomorrow. So G-Man looks like he's going to be subbed out. in exchange for a pinch runner. Could this be Vidal Brujan again? We'll see how this one's going to be. And pitching coach is going to come out here for the Cleveland Guardians. So they might be talking about the sacrifice bunt situation or anything else here for Tampa that's going on right now. And they want to make sure that this is all set up. And now I see Taylor Walls has also come in there as well. So instead of Isaac Paredes, it's Taylor Walls. And maybe Taylor Walls, with the speed that he's got, I imagine this is exactly what Cleveland's talking about, the possibility of a bunt, to be able to get something over, to know where it's going to be hit, whether or not you can turn a double play, and whether or not you're comfortable just getting one out. I think if you're Cleveland at this point, you just want to get one out more than anything else. Not worry about anything else. Do your job, get the guy out at the plate, and if it gets hit to you, do your best to make sure you get at least one. If you miss up and both of them are safe, this could be trouble. So Sandlin getting set now is going to throw over instead. So Vidal Brujan is the pinch runner here for G-Man Choi. And then for Isaac Paredes, Taylor Wall has been subbed in the sense of, yes, he can still play second, sure, but he's got a little more speed to work with and maybe more hands to put the bunt down if needed. So the Chiron has to update on the ESPN side. It's not Paredes, it's Walls. And there right now, he does square to bunt, pops this one up, but it goes out of play, and Hedges will have to just look. So thankfully, Walls, with his 172 batting average, can breathe the sigh of relief, because if he pops that one up and you got Vidal Brujan for pinch running and you miss that opportunity, that would be a big-time mistake at this point. If you're going to try to get that runner to second, you better get that runner to second if you don't swing. Cleveland's kind of playing straight up, although Ramirez is hard in the third base line expecting that bunt. And instead, Walls will foul off a two-seam fastball at 91 miles per hour. And Vidal Brujan will go back to first as they have the hit and run on there. So 7 sacrifice bunts for the Rays this year. Walls had 2 of them. So that is why the sign was on. It kind of gives you an idea of what Kevin Cash was thinking at this point. But maybe with 0-2, that changes. They have to throw over to make sure Brujan doesn't steal. He did get a steal in game 1. He was a pinch runner in the 8th inning. He got a critical steal, but Tampa couldn't get that second run to extend the game. They lost 2-1 in game 1. It's 0-0 here in the top of the 10th with nobody out and Brujan at first. Choi walked and then was subbed in for Vidal Brujan. And then instead of Isaac Paredes, they put in Taylor Walls. Walls has a 1-2 count to work with in the top of the 10th. But we'll see, even with pitching out or anything else like they could do, Brujan's got some good speed, so we'll see if they actually put him on the move anyway. He's not going this time, and a fastball is fouled on the third baseline, and we'll do this again. It was a 4-seamer at around 93. So again, I appreciate anyone that's checked in throughout extra innings and about. I have the live play-by-play on Twitter Spaces. Got the stuff shown on YouTube if you want any of the action there for you. It is on ESPN2 right now. That is where I'm watching with the 4K Fire Stick. Although it's only 720p because Xfinity is the way they are. So if you want to get in on this play-by-play action and try to help me out for some of the color stuff, because if it goes longer, I'm going to need some help. It's John Ott on Twitter, John Ryan Ott. I have this title as Rays Guardians Wildcard Game 2. Live play-by-play, extra innings. So that's what you see right now. 1-2 count. Sandlin again with the throw over. It's the third time trying to watch Brujan, paying particularly close attention here. So Sandlin still looking over at Brujan, getting in the sign there from Austin Hedges. 1-2 pitch to Taylor Walls. And this was way outside. It was a slider, and Walls did not bite. It was 0-2. He's extended that back to 2-2 now. It's been nothing but 2-seamers, 4-seamers, and a slider mix. It's a 93-mile-an-hour differential to a 76. So that is good between the fastball and the off-speed. As Terry Francona looks on. Brujan goes. Swing and a miss. And Brujan's going to be safe, though. So Hedges couldn't get him, and everybody in the building, just like they did in the first game of Progressive Field, knew Bruhan was going to go, and he stayed out of the double play. In the strike him out, throw him out situation, he does steal second, although Walls punches out. So if we don't have any other changes here, as I imagine that we wouldn't, because Manuel Margot is probably one of the better players that you have on the Tampa Bay Rays, he's going to be set to do up next. And then we'll see what happens with the catching situation, because I believe Christian Bethencourt, after that, was subbed out. So Manuel Margot against Stanley. He's 0 for 2. Big swing and a miss on the slider. 0-1 to Margot here. It's going to be 15 pitches here for Sandlin. He was 0 for 3 in game 1. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a walk. The 700 OPS was up to 781 with a knee injury, went down to about 640s, averaged at 700. Margot swinging a miss on a slider again. Not a very patient at bat for Manuel Margot. He swung at 2 sliders way out of the zone. As this is pumping up the Cleveland fans one more time. Again, they have last at bats because they're at home. Tampa Bay just trying to scratch and claw and get the first one of the contest, and the same can be said for Cleveland. Not as many injuries on the Cleveland side. You still got Jose Ramirez, Andres Jimenez, Naylor, guys like that, although you won't see Jose Ramirez in the bottom of the 10th because he already went over from the 9th. But my point being is this, they have more of the heavy bats on the Guardian side, but it was just 2-1 in game 1 and nothing for the top of the 10th here. John out here with you on the call. This is wildcard game number 2 of the American League Series. Cleveland won the first game 2-1. They win another one. They're going to play the Yankees on Tuesday. And Tampa's got to win to force a game 3 on Sunday in the best of 3. Margot throws the pitch. It's the slider, and it's hit into the Cleveland Guardians dugout off the railing, and Margot stays alive as he awaits pitch number 18 here for Sandlin. Really nothing wrong with either one of the team's bullpens here in this entire series. And when I joked and said in game 1, I probably had the best pitching matchup of all the wildcard games, Tyler Glasnow and Tristan Mckenzie said, hold my beer, as they did not give up a single run. Manuel Margot takes some sweet chin music up toward the top, and he works a 2-2 count now. The Sandlin brushed him out and out of the way of the plate. So Karinchak, Stefan, and Clase have been used alongside Tristan Mckenzie here for Cleveland. It was 5 scoreless for Tyler Glasnow, who worked just 3 starts and 6 innings of work coming off Tommy John's. He went 5 scoreless. Tough hop. This one's going to get gobbled up, and it's going to move Bruhan to third. 2 outs, a man on third here for Tampa. And we will see now, because I thought Christian Bethencourt was pulled there for a pinch hitter, who is going to be due up 8th here. Unless I am mistaken, I don't believe Christian Bethencourt is any longer in this game. So Margot, with a sort of sacrifice, if you will, he throws it. It bounces off the mound past Sandlin, but a nice backup there by Andres Jimenez to stop that one from going into the outfield and possibly giving Tampa the first run of the contest. So a meeting on the mound. Sandlin gives up the baseball, and when we come back, we'll see who comes in from the Cleveland bullpen. It's the top of the 10th. Man on third, Bruhan, with 2 outs. We are scoreless. We'll see who comes out of the Guardians bullpen. Stay tuned.
Sometimes we go too far. I have, and that's why Taco Bell has hired me to make enough calls. Go ahead, say you're sorry. Huh? Taco Bell and a bit crazy for breakfast. Who's too much? What you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Fluffy eggs, healthy
Melty cheese, sausage, hash browns, maybe wrapped in a warm tortilla.
That's a breakfast crunch wrap.
Well, they should open a restaurant that only serves with breakfast crunch things.
Are you written or is this part of the commercial?
I don't know. I didn't read the script. Beautiful day, Portugal. Now, most people probably know that money on college. You see, the thing is, God knows what. I'm saying on college insurance too.
What's going on?
Okay, I'm ready to come in now. Hello? Seriously, I'm serious. Request to come ashore.
Saving people money on more than just car insurance.
A cool day here at Progressive Field, and the offenses have been ice cold thanks to some really good pitching and good defense as well. Rays, Guardians, 0-0. We're at the top of the 10th. Here's what just happened. Watch. Manuel Margot hit that one past Sandlin. Keep your eye on Sandlin. Didn't hit him, but as he gets up, kind of slowly, I don't know, something maybe the right leg.
It seemed like he was rubbing his quad. It just seemed like he was.
He's also flexing his hand. I don't know.
Yeah, when he got up, he was very gingerly from that position.
Looks like Francisco Mejia.
So as we were coming back, again, it is the top of the 10th with 2 outs. Sandlin said he had a little bit of an injury situation, so they brought in Eli Morgan, and this is going to be Francisco Mejia, so he is available. He is the backup catcher nowadays. The switch hitting catcher, if you will, is still very young, 242 on the season. So we'll pull this back up here as far as our lineups and everything else is concerned. So normally Mejia would be the backup for Mike Zunino. 242, 6 home runs, 31 RBI for Mejia on the season. This is a big-time opportunity for him to be able to cash in the runner from third with 2 outs and see if Tampa can extend this series. Mejia waiting on the 0-1 from Eli Morgan. Morgan's beautiful four-seam fastball on the left side of the box. Nothing doing there as far as what could have been done with the pitch. I don't know how you would do anything unless you smash that off the hands and somehow get a piece of it. Morgan waiting on the 0-2. He wants to deliver. Mejia in the box right now. He was pinch hitting now for Christian Bethancourt. 0-2 on Mejia. Fly ball. Is this going to drop? No. Miles Straw gets over. He saves Eli Morgan's banking there. And this gets scoreless still through the middle of the 10th. When it comes back, we're going to go to the bottom of the 10th and see if Cleveland can walk it off. 0-0 your score.
Marcia has sleep apnea, and her struggles with sleep had me sleeping against her. Now she's got Inspire. It's a sleep apnea treatment that works inside her body. You click on the remote.
No mask, no hose, just sleep.
Now I'm back.
And we're back.
Inspire Sleep Apnea Innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Sometimes we go too far. I have, and that's why Taco Bell has hired me to make an apology. Go ahead, say you're sorry. Taco Bell and a bit crazy for breakfast. It was too much. What you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, hash browns, maybe wrapped in a warm tortilla.
That's a breakfast crunch wrap.
Well, they should open a restaurant that only serves with breakfast crunch things.
Are you written or is this part of the commercial?
I don't know. I didn't read the script.
With DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football, housewives. Football, housewives. Football, housewives.
What? The housewives from the field. I repeat, the housewives from the field.
Get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
Football, baseball coming your way. Mariners looking to eliminate the Blue Jays to pitching matchup. Former Jay Robbie Ray and Kevin Gossman. Winner of that series will take on the Astros. The winner of this series will play the Yankees.
So we're going to be getting back into the official action. Bottom of the 10th inning. We are scoreless, folks. Garrett Clevenger still on the mound. So getting back into the official action once more, it is the bottom of the 10th inning. Garrett Clevenger still on the mound. Oscar Gonzalez trying to be the hero here in extra innings. In the bottom of the 10th, we are still scoreless. I will be here until this game is over, and thankfully with this extra innings, I'll be glad to have a day off from calling games. As much as I would want to call a game 3, if it did go that way for Tampa, they would have to win this one, though. We got to cover a lot of football things and do a regular season preview Monday, and then the hockey starting on Tuesday, and then basketball starting next Tuesday. It's going to be a lot of other mix. So glad to get a few postseason baseball games in with the Tampa Bay Rays and the Cleveland Guardians before that is done. Gonzalez waiting on the 1-0, and he reached out of the zone for a slider. 0-2 now your count. It's a chilly day in Cleveland, Ohio, roughly around 45 degrees with a southeasterly wind at about 15 miles per hour. 5 pitches here for Garrett Clevenger as he got the last out of the bottom of the 9th, now trying to get the full frame in the 10th. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. You can hear that glove pop and see that dirt fly. Now 1-2. Oscar Gonzalez 1 for 3 in this contest. Gonzalez waiting on the 1-2. Can he be the hero? It's Andres Jimenez next with Will Brennan, unless there's some changes for Terry Francona. There was a slider that was served at the meaty, fat part of the plate, and Gonzalez just was a little bit out in front of it as this bat continues on. 1-2 now. Just didn't pick that one up, and he is really shaking his head, knowing that he missed a pitch that he definitely could have hit. 3 sliders and a fastball is a sequence with an 83-mile-an-hour differential to a 97. So a good differential there. Probably had him off guard. Gonzalez on the 1-2. Did he go? He did not go. This is the first base umpire. 2-2 now your count. Again, if this just gets closer to about 15 innings, on the Twitter Spaces side, I already maybe requested some reinforcements for me to do some color here and try to save the voice a little bit, but I will be here with the complete play-by-play and game story regardless. However far we go, scoreless in the 10th. Oscar Gonzalez, and a fastball high in the left side corner. Nice little layoff. He didn't hit that slider that he wanted. He's still shaking his head, but he's worked the count full after being 0-2. Stephen Kwan looks on. Everybody on Cleveland kind of jumping around, keeping it loose, keeping it fresh. Everybody's waiting for the first run of this contest. Oscar Gonzalez waiting on the 3-2. Takes a strike right down the bottom right corner. He was frozen. Clevenger gets his second strikeout of the day. He got a strikeout in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs, and he starts the bottom of the 10th, I should say, with a strikeout as he gets Gonzalez. That brings up the second base all-star, Andres Jimenez. Again, as we talked about, it was a great trade in the offseason. Maybe you would think that Cleveland, they might be falling apart a little bit, losing Francisco Lindor. When you bring in Andres Jimenez, you kind of brighten up that future, and it works for both teams. Jimenez shows bunt, misses it. He missed a 97-mile-an-hour two-seamer. 0-1 is your count. Andres Jimenez 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, so that's pretty much unlike him. So Jimenez and Ramirez have been silent, not because it's a 0-0 game. They haven't made contact with a baseball, and that usually is something that they do a lot of. Not to mention with Stephen Kwan as well. Fouled off is his way in front of the slider as he bounces that one on a plate down the third base line, and it's an 0-2 count to Andres Jimenez, batting number 6 in the order. 12 pitches here for Clevenger, Garrett Clevenger. Nothing your score in the bottom of the 10th with one on, nobody on, and one out. Clevenger set to dig in. And Jimenez punches out. So Clevenger, 3 straight strikeouts on 3 batters. So nothing wrong with either one of these teams pitching, but we just haven't seen the offense yet. I appreciate you guys hanging around on the YouTube side as we've hit about 3 hours and 16 minutes in on the broadcast. As always, whoever jumps in between Twitter Spaces, Facebook, YouTube side of things, thank you very much. We will have the complete game story to follow once this game is over. Are we heading to the 11th is the question. First pitch is a strike, and this one is going to be a strike to Will Brennan, the lefty who's being the DH today. Clevenger starting to take his time now underneath these pitches. I imagine the pressure couldn't be any higher, but sometimes pressure creates diamonds, they say. And every single one of these guys in the bullpen and in the starting rotation have been diamonds throughout this series. Just a totality of 3 runs scored. And if we get a walk-off for Cleveland, as they have the host site in Cleveland, Ohio, on Progressive Field, that would be just 1 run, unless Tampa scores some runs. So Clevenger was a previous ball on the 1-1. Brennan has a 1-3. Today at the plate, and he just swings right through the fastball, 97 miles an hour. 1-2 now your count. 16 pitches here for Clevenger. He's been excellent since coming out of the bullpen. He struck out 3 straight batters, trying to make it 4. Brennan taking his time as he looks on. No glasses, no visor in the sunny day, things like that. Everybody's been happy here at Progressive Field, but they're waiting for a run to score, just like your broadcaster. Swing into this! Clevenger strikes out the side in the 10th. 4 straight punchies, and we're going to go to the 11th, folks. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. 0-0, your score.
Why is everyone talking about lavage and nasal irrigation?
I want to suffer from chronic sinus infection.
You need to clean that crap out of your nose.
Lavage is simple. Your nose is the body's air filter, but it's not perfect. Lavage is a drug-free way to help flush out allergens, mucus, and germs using powered suction. Join nearly 3 million Lavage users so you can breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthy.
I love this thing.
It's nice to breathe.
Lavage, clean nose, healthy life. Big Zach. His work-life balance is anything but balanced. But when he gets on the bike, he becomes Zinzak. Zinzak exists outside of time. His heartbeat sounds like a known farmsicle. The only notification he hears is the sound of the ocean. So if you want to reach him, talk to the ocean. The ocean. And Zinzak rides with Geico, because saving money and getting great coverage is totally chill. Geico, savings and service for both your sides.
Well, that's a bit sensational scoreless game as we go to the 11th of the race. 6 scoreless innings, 2 hits allowed for the Guardians. 5 1/3 scoreless, no hits allowed. It'll be Siri, Diaz, and Franco. The wild card era in terms of postseason, that starts in 95. There have been 2 games and 1-0.
Well, you know how I said earlier that you might be able to catch the Mariners and Blue Jays on time after this game? That might not happen. So checking back into the action here, Jose Siri at the dish. Morgan's still on the mound here for Cleveland. We've hit the top of the 11th. It's still scoreless. So we'll see who gets it here. It's going to be 9-1-2 for the Tampa Bay Rays. Again, I appreciate anyone that's following along on YouTube and Twitter Spaces. I think I've tried to request reinforcements as much as I can, just in case this goes too much longer. I will be here for the entirety of the contest, but I want to make sure my voice can handle any of that stuff out there. But I'm not getting any sort of reinforcement thing on Twitter. I might have to reach out to the Facebook side of it. So 0-2 now. Jose Siri against Morgan. Fastball busts him up on the chin. And now it's 1-2 as he just get backed off the plate. So Siri was the momentary hero, as I've said, in game 1 of the 6th inning, as he busted a home run in game 1. It was Ahmed Rosario and Jose Ramirez that combined. Jose Ramirez with a 2-run shot in game 1, and that was a 2-1 final. Jose Siri is 0 for 3 in this game. It's a 2-2 count now. Pitch number 7 here getting set for Morgan. Who is going to score the all-important first run? Will it be Tampa? Can they extend this series in Cleveland tomorrow? Or will Cleveland finish it off to play the Yankees on Tuesday? Siri pops it up, and this one's going to stay out of play. So 2-2 is still the count on Jose Siri. He's got blinding speed, so even if he does get on base, I know everybody in that entire Progressive field, all the fans are going to know that he's going to try to steal here, but I still think you have to do it at this point. So clouds breaking in through some of the shadows here, and I didn't think I'd be able to say that because we had a 12:07 start. Now it's almost 4 o'clock. Let me look back into my official time here. It's about 3:28. So been at this for a while. If we look at the YouTube side of it, it's about 3 hours and 22 minutes. So when I was saying, luckily I didn't get a 4-hour baseball game yesterday, it was pretty short, a little over the 2-hour mark. We're heading toward that point. So this might get back to the point where it would split the difference in between the two games. Siri waiting on the 2-2 still. Morgan settled. He throws. It was a slider hung up in the zone. This is going to be picked up by Miles Straw as he shields his eyes from the sun, locates and tracks. 1 up, 1 down here for Morgan in the 11th. So the shadows now starting to hit over home plate because Doug Glenville had mentioned, I tried to relay to you guys. So this could be, if this progresses along, be some troubles here for the hitters to locate this ball. And this game might not end anytime soon in that sense of it. So you got to be careful here. If you're these hitters, they'll locate. They're batting in shadows now with the pitcher in full sunlight. And that can be a little bit of an issue. Yandy Diaz 0 for 4, and he was 0 for 4 in game 1 with 2 strikeouts. He's got a strikeout here, so 0 for 4, 0 for 8, and 3 strikeouts combined. Fastball, 94 miles an hour, fouled on the third baseline. And we'll try this again. 0-2 for Yandy Diaz. 1 out in the 11th. John out here with you for the Game 2 wild card series between the Tampa Bay Rays and the Cleveland Guardians. Whoever wins this one's going to play the New York Yankees on Tuesday. And Tampa has to win this game to extend it for Sunday. If not, Cleveland will be ready to play them on Tuesday. 1-2 as it misses low there for Morgan, and Diaz will look on. Again, I'm following along on ESPN2. You can follow along on that if you want to catch the TV feed. If you want to catch any of the audio feed besides YouTube, you can check Twitter Spaces. Follow along with John Reinott on that side. Join me in on the casting if you wish. Diaz still waiting on the 1-2. Slider down and away, blocked by Hedges. Although it didn't need to be because there's nobody on base, but we'll do this again at 2-2. 15 pitches here from Oregon when he gets set to throw. We'll see if this goes to 3-2, a punch out, a fall off, whatever we get. Armstrong is in the bullpen there for Tampa Bay, and we'll get some notes and acuities on him when we see that. Morgan delivers. And change up. Just got Yandy Diaz to get a piece of it as he fluttered out, but he just got a piece of it with the edge of the bat. And it's a 2-2 count. So change up, fastball, slider, change up has been the pitch sequence. 94 to 79. That is an excellent differential, and that's what you want. Be able to keep pitchers and batters and everyone else off pace and off track. You want to get everybody else off their field. And we'll just see who gets this first run because a lot of the big boys have been used. Swing and a miss there for Morgan as he's able to induce one as Yandy Diaz goes down again. Yandy Diaz has struck out 7 times in 2 games. That is not something you want from a guy that hit 296 in the regular season. So he just flailed at it, no doubt about it. Doug Glanville with a good call on the ESPN side with John Sciambi. That's exactly what I saw too. And this is going to bring up Wander Franco. So if Wander Franco can't get something going and Cleveland can't get something going, in the 11th, that'll bring up Randy Arozarena. In the 12th, should we get that far. Eli Morgan delivers a devastating curveball near the bottom of the zone for 0-1, and then follows it up with a fastball in the upper reaches in the left corner of the zone. Franco fought off a ball, although that was a borderline pitch. He was 0 for 3 today with a walk. 746 OPS in the regular season, 277 batting average with 6 bombs, played just like 81 games. Numbers were better last year because he was available, and I imagine he's going to continue to improve because he's still 21. Swing and a miss, nowhere close. Eli Morgan gets through with the 11th, still scoreless. Can Cleveland walk this off in the 11th? Still 3 hits to 2 in favor of the Guardians, but no runs yet on the board. We'll see if Cleveland can finally walk this thing off. Come right back. We'll call the bottom of the 11th in a moment.
Get 5 boneless wings for just $1 with any burger, only at Applebee's. Now that's even good in the neighborhood.
If you're always asking, where next? Capital One has the travel card for you. Venture X. Earn 10x miles on hotels and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. Find your where next with Venture X. Back to your home.
Well, Bichette and the Toronto Blue Jays trying to stave off elimination against the Seattle Mariners. A wild card game comes your way. Mariners, Blue Jays, 4 Eastern on ESPN. 11. And those are the 2 Jim. Our game here with the bottom of the 11th. Not a lot of offense. Rays, Guardians. Nothing. Let's hit it downstairs and Jesse Rogers.
Yeah, got a couple of injury updates. Guardians reliever Nick Sandlin left with what they're calling right upper arm tightness. Remember, we thought it was a leg.
So Nick Sandlin, right upper arm tightness.
He left the game earlier. Pete Fairbanks also left for the Rays. Numbness in his right index finger. So you call that one.
And Fairbanks numbness in the right index finger. So Nick Sandlin's going to be done for the rest of the game because of the tightness in the upper arm, and then Fairbanks was pulled toward the 8th inning because of finger numbness in his fingers. So Sean Armstrong Pitched 61 and 2/3 innings with the ERA of over 4.35. Austin Hedges getting some hugs. I imagine he's going to be pulled, and I think he was probably due up next anyway. So for Seaman Cutter, recording Doug Glenville here for Sean Armstrong. We'll see who plays the hero here for Cleveland. This is Owen Miller. He is at the plate right now. I believe he is taking over for Austin Hedges. When we get to that part of the lineup, yeah, so he is. Owen Miller will check in there for Austin Hedges. 243 mark. He played yesterday. This one's cued off the right end of the bat, and he steps on the bag is Diaz. Yandy Diaz will take it himself. So Yandy Diaz goes from third to first as G-Man Choi, who's been out for a couple innings, has moved over there. So Vidal Brujan, if he's still in there, either pinch runner, just Taylor Walls at second and Yandy Diaz at first. So whatever it is right now, I'll just leave it to you like this. Cleveland Guardians are at the dish. They still got 2 more outs to work with in the 11th. And if it's scoreless, we will head to the 12th. Miles Straw working against Sean Armstrong. Fouls off the 96-mile-an-hour two-seamer into the right side dugout of the Cleveland Guardians. And we will do this one more time. What's going on, everybody on YouTube? I appreciate that side of it. I know you guys have bounced in and out. It's been a long game. Who do I want to win? Well, you're listening to a guy from Michigan here, so maybe not Cleveland in that side of it. But again, after calling this game, I might just want to see a winner here in the 11th so I can save the voice. I got some Red Wings preview on Monday, start of the hockey season on Tuesday, and the next week is basketball stuff. But go Guardians. I don't blame you, Marnie. I appreciate that. I have really much appreciated what Cleveland's done throughout the AL Central. Hell, if Minnesota and Chicago don't want to win it, it's up for the Guardians to take it, just like they did in September and October. And they definitely deserve to be in the spot that they are. Did you anticipate, if you're still in here, because I saw you made the comment, it'd be a 2-1 final in Game 1, and did you still think it would be scoreless here through the 11th? Following along on YouTube and then also broadcasting on Twitter Spaces if you want to join in at John Ryan Ott. 2-1. Straw. Fastball, line drive, and that's going to be a base hit as this gets played out in front of Manuel Margot. Straw as the man on. He's the one at first. It's 1 on and 1 out in the bottom of the 11th. Will the Guardians score the first run of the contest? They had a golden opportunity in the 6th inning with the bases loaded. It was Jose Ramirez up at that point. He struck out, and then the closer, Jason Adam, at that time, who inherited the bases loaded situation, got out of it with nobody scoring. So Straw is the man at first, and he's got a ton of speed. So Cleveland's got to be careful at this point with Armstrong just to make sure that they keep the signs together. They know that they might want to steal. You know, Stephen Kwan is excellent with the bat in his hands. He makes contact, and he does not strike out very often. Again, it's 62 walks and 60 strikeouts on the season in 147 games of work. Straw, excellent on the base pass this year. 22 out of 23 with stolen bases, about 96%. So that is about as good as you could possibly ask for in a situation where Cleveland can win if they score this run. Padres-Mets will take place at 7:37 Eastern. That's probably just 3 hours from now. I didn't think I would say that at this point, but this game is in the 11th. Armstrong. Pitch outside with the fastball. Stephen Kwan looks on. Again, Cleveland scores here. They win this one. They win the wild card best of 3, 2-0, and they earn the right to take on the Yankees on Tuesday. Kwan 0 for 3 with a walk probably means that he's due. And you got a good runner at the plate at first with Miles Straw. Kwan falls off the fastball high and up and on the plate, probably reached there for a ball, but it was probably too close to take. So 1-1 is the count. Scoreless here in the 11th. John, I'm here with you on the call for the play-by-play. It's American League Wild Card Series Game 2 between the Cleveland Guardians and the Tampa Bay Rays. In this best of 3, the home team, the higher seed, gets all 3 games if it goes to that point. So the Guardians, at worst, will be home tomorrow if they don't win this one. 2-1 now as the cutter missed from Armstrong. The crowd, once again in Cleveland, rises to its feet. The broadcaster is wondering in me whether or not we're going to see our first run courtesy of Stephen Kwan. Cleveland's looking to try to get a run here to win this series in the best of 3. They won game 1 2-1. That's the only runs we've had so far in this series. Armstrong taking some time, delivering the 2-1. Outside corner with the fastball, and that was right on the black. A perfect pitch there from Armstrong. No qualms there, as both Sean and Stephen Kwan are at the plate right now. Kwan is 0 for 3 with a walk, but he's always so good at putting the ball in play. You got to imagine there is no butterflies in the stomach for him, although this is the first season for Kwan up in the major leagues, the 25-year-old. Again, 298, 6 bombs, 52 RBI, 89 runs scored, 19 stolen base. He's a hell of a table setter. And you're getting to that point where you need to drive this in. Is this going to be the most critical point in the game, just like the 6th inning was when Tampa got out of it? You got a man on the 11 with Kwan at the dish. Miles Straw at first, and he fouls it off to keep it alive. It's still 2-2. Who do I think is going to be in the World Series? That is a good question there. I do think the Astros might win this one. I'm not just saying that because of Justin Verlander. Hell, they seem to be better without Carlos Correa when you have Jeremy Pena. So I'll go with the Astros and the aforementioned Dodgers, with the Astros winning it. Stephen Kwan strikes out. That's just what I have. But I will tell you this, to your point, because I'm not going to discredit anything the Guardians do. They win this series against Tampa. I don't think it's going to be a 4-0 sweep for the Yankees. I see the Guardians at least winning a couple games, and I definitely could smell an upset. The pitching is really good. You have Bieber, you have McKenzie, you have Clase and Karinchak, and the back end of it. You just get the bats going a little bit, I think you'd feel good. So Kwan punches out. Straw is still at first, and Ahmed Rosario shakes his head. I missed to see whether or not that covered the plate, and it looks like it might have just covered the bottom part of that. It just was outside of the bottom part of that box. I digress. So hit by a pitch and 2 strikeouts for Rosario. He has not liked what the ump has been featuring as far as the strike zone. Rosario swings through the fastball. 0-2 now. This would be big if Rosario could extend this at bat, because it would allow you to have Jose Ramirez due up next. If not, Jose Ramirez would be due up regardless in the bottom of the 12th if it ends now. Sean Armstrong trying to get out of this. And he swung right through the fastball, right down the middle. So he pitched around the 1-out single. Miles Straw. 4 hits for Cleveland now. Still no runs after 11. When we come back, we'll call the 12th. Stay tuned.
In 3 seconds, 15 couples will share a perfect moment.
You guys sell our houses.
Almost perfect.
It would be cool to see Yankees and Mets both New York in the Subway Series. You know, that would be fun to watch. Degrom's going to have to save them because Max Scherzer did not have it last night. For as much as the Cardinals situation was shocking, giving up the 6 runs in the 9th inning, I think it shocked me even more to watch Max Scherzer get lit up like a Christmas tree. And if the Mets are going to do it, they got to win 2 straight games. That starts at 7:37 Eastern tonight. And who knows, if this game goes any longer, we might have that game still going on.
That's why we created the Carry-On Closet, a revolutionary suitcase that keeps you organized on the go. The Carry-On Closet has an patented built-in shelving system, compression straps to save space, and even one-time magazine best inventions of the
plastic bottles from going into art. Learn more at soulrare.com.
I appreciate the comments and sticking around and all of that, dude, as always. Doesn't matter how many people get a chance to listen to it. If anyone listens to it and enjoys watching YouTube, Facebook, Twitter Spaces, or whatever else, I really appreciate it.
Back here in Cleveland, no score. We go to the 12th inning here in Game 2 of this wild-card series. John jumping up level, Jesse Rogers. As they pitch it for Austin pitches, so Luke Mackey will come into the game. Remember, they still have Josh Nichols' brother Cole on their bench. The new pitcher will be Daniel De Los Santos.
The De Los Santos, we talk about the corporate, about the same, but what he features, four-seamer, which is his lock, fastball, slider combination. He has a changeup that he brings out for lefties in particular to keep that off balance.
So scoreless in the 12th. The Rays and the Guardians. Randy Arozarena will come up to hit. So the Rays in 20 innings so far with 5 hits and 1 run.
So as it stands, we are in the top of the 12th. It's De Los Santos against Randy Arozarena and Bugshiambi. Couldn't have said it any better. It's 20 innings of work right now that are through the books, and combined in 2 games, they have 1 run. Cleveland's got 2. So Randy Arozarena, he's usually the postseason hero, and right now, anybody needs to step up here for Tampa as far as getting run scoring. Again, you could say that for Cleveland with just the 2 runs courtesy of Jose Ramirez, but this is a series with all sorts of pitching, and whoever scores a run is probably going to take this game. Manuel De Los Santos against Arozarena, and that one is high up near the dome. So 2-1 now to Randy here. Again, his OPS is usually through the roof in the postseason, but it has been a winter chill here for the Tampa Bay Rays, and they have not looked sharp in Cleveland at the same time, even with Kwan. And I would say Jose Ramirez and Andres Jimenez usually haven't put contact the bat on ball as much as they would in this series. It's been all pitching. Arozarena takes up high again. It's a 3-1 count. Question is, do you green light him, or do you try to look for a walk if you're Kevin Cash? And I know I said this earlier about 3 innings with G-Man Choi when he was in here. I think you green light Arozarena. If he likes something, you let it go. You swing hard. He's going to take his time, step out. He goes, my bad. I know you're getting ready to pitch there. Don't take out and spend my time and think about the strategy that I want to use. I'm going to green light Arozarena here personally and see if he can make something happen. See how everyone else feels about it. Arozarena digs in with a 3-1 count advantage. Takes the walk. De Los Santos issues the free pass, and the hands are being slapped at the top of the dugout. Terry Francona now working extra hard on those sunflower seeds. That's not what you want to see out of the bullpen as the first man. A walk gets issued, but that's where we are right now. But Tampa hasn't shown the ability to be able to score that run, but neither has Cleveland in this situation, especially in the 6th when you have bases loaded, nobody out. Could have been the biggest one of the whole game. And then in the 8th when you had guys on, didn't score. So Arozarena, about the 75 percentiles as far as stealing bases. So immediately throw over there by De Los Santos to keep Arozarena honest. So now Harold Ramirez at the dish. He's a good contact guy. I think at this point, Tampa just needs to get the runner over to second, even if it is 1 out. Do the job, get the runner over, try to manufacture something. 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. He's 1 for 3 with a single as Harold Ramirez is everybody's at the top step of that dugout and shaking those knees, trying to work out the cobwebs and all of their jitters that they're feeling. Ramirez swinging through the slider, De Los Santos got him out in front, and now it's 0-2. Pitch number 8 here for De Los Santos upcoming. Some nasty sliders on that side of it. How many relievers are left in the bullpen is the question that's posed by Marty the Great. That's a good question there for, especially on the Tampa side. They're already really short-staffed. Cued off the end of the bat. Is this going to be a double play? No. Ramirez beats it out. So still a runner at first with 1 on, 1 out. So nothing really happening there. I think Cleveland might be doing better in that bullpen side. You let me know there if you have the little inside track. But for Tampa, you kind of wonder if you're going to use Corey Kluber at this point as far as a starter, because there's not much left. Tampa's already used their closer, Jason Adam, in the 6th when he inherited a bases loaded situation. They already used Drew Rasmussen, who's normally a starter, and they had to use Fairbanks that had to pull out from an injury. Sandlin got injured as well for the Cleveland Guardians. They used Clase and Karen Check. So these guys might have to start going more than 1 inning. Here's one fouled back by Tampa. As De Los Santos is working with 1 on, 1 on. It's Vidal Brujan. 163. He's still young. I think he's about 24, 25 years of age. 163 batting average, 3 bombs, 16 RBI. He is known to play all over the infield and has got a blistering amount of speed. It wouldn't surprise me with the 0-1 to go for a bunt, even if the sign isn't on. It's my guess. 94 just outside, trying to be framed. And that was just missed as Cleveland wanted to look over there, just in case they got the call. Second postseason game in MLB history to be scoreless entering the 12th. The last time Atlanta defeated Cincinnati 1-0 in 13 innings in 2020. So we're entering rarefied air. And it would be nothing, as my partner Cooper Hopkins would say, to have rarefied air in any kind of broadcast that I do, whether it be tons of goals in hockey and now scoreless here in a baseball postseason game. As we're on the top of the 12th, scoreless. Tampa's got 1 out of 1 out. 1 out of 1 out. Vidal Brujan at the plate against De Los Santos. 1-2 count against Brujan as he shakes off the catcher looking for the sign. Brujan looking to dig in, trying to make something happen. Little Brew trying to make something happen. Fastball a little bit more outside the plate. Cleveland wanted to call first on the 1-2 pitch. They definitely won't get it on the 2-2 side of it. So we'll dig back in. Favorite player on the Rays and Guardians? I'll definitely say Jose Ramirez on the Guardians. Get a chance to watch him a lot in the AL Central. I think he's a top 10 superstar at that. I always think he might be low-key underrated. And the fact that he signed a 7-year extension under $150 million, that is value upon value. So I will go with Jose Ramirez. And I know we didn't see it much in this series, but when you got to watch Randy Arozarena in the postseason over the last couple of years, I'll say Arozarena for the Rays. What about you, my friend? 2-2. Brujan takes low. So the runners should be going, I would imagine, even with 1 out. If I'm Kevin Cash, I'm sending the runners here. I don't care if you strike out. Set it and play. With the speed, you might be able to score a run from first. Who knows? I think it's time to be aggressive here. I've been going aggressive the 3 times I've even tried to mention something. We'll see if it happens, and immediately De Los Santos throws over. So they may be thinking some of the same things that I'm thinking here. Thrown over in the full count. Cleveland Guardians dugout on the phone, trying to get the bullpen warmed up, and boy, that was very close. He was safe, though, Harold Ramirez, no doubt about that, but that was a close throw over there, keeping them honest. Brujan, full count. 1 man on is Harold Ramirez, and Siri for the Rays. Jose Siri's got some incredible speed. I agree with you on that side. He can definitely be a game changer. The other guy that had some good speed was Kevin Kiermaier, the longtime fielder there for the Rays. My favorite Rays player, I probably would say, was Carl Crawford when he was there. But for Cleveland, I mean, you're going to the point where, man, I loved watching CC Sabathia pitch back in the day. That was my guy, even though it's like bitter rival from the Tigers and that, man. He's fun to see. And CeCe's there today. So Cleveland's going to challenge this. The call's safe on the field of first base, and they're blowing this up on the big screen, and I'm looking like I'm staring at 480i right now. So we'll see if this is true. They're challenging this safe call. Did he touch? Was he a little short? I mean, it's so blurry on the freeze frame. Honestly, guys, I can't see, so I can't make a definitive call. Terry Francona is challenging the call whether or not he was safe on the return throw, Harold Ramirez. And this could be big because this would wipe out the runner at first. They would still leave Bruin with a full count, but with the runners that could possibly be on the move, that could be negated. So we'll keep our eyes and ears glued to that. So we have a challenge call. He said, I predicted in a video wildcard yesterday, and I got every single one of them right. I think if I was being honest with you, I could have predicted 2 of them. I definitely would have gotten Cleveland yesterday with Shane Bieber because we did the game yesterday. So I would say confidently with that one. But I honestly would say I thought the Blue Jays offense would come to play. The runner would be 2 for 4. So hopefully the connection's brought back in there. I probably have been 2 for 4 at best. Getting the Cleveland game, maybe getting the Phillies just off happenstance because of Wheeler and all that, but that was lucky on that side of it for me. So definitely not as good as you on the baseball predictions in comparison to what I think I would have given. So the runner stayed safe, 3-2. Vidal Brujan off the full count. He fouls it off. It's in play, and Ramirez got the bounce back. This is picked up by Oscar Gonzalez. So scamping back to first is Harold Ramirez. It's just 1 on and 2 out right now. It is Ramirez at first, and it is Taylor Walls in at the dish. 0-0 at the 12th. And I appreciate all your comments trying to follow along. As always, I'm keeping that window up so I can keep in communication with you as we're watching this game together. I appreciate it, man. So Walls against De Los Santos. Can he be the hero? Fastball, busted him up and in. 1-0 is the count. Regardless of what happens, since Cleveland has the last at bats, we'll be meeting again in the bottom of the 12th. Walls 172 batting average on the season. He can handle the bat if they wanted to do something tricky, but right now he needs to get on base. Popped up the fastball down the third base line. I just started on Twitter Spaces yesterday, so nobody really on that side. I was using an app called Colorcast, but you have to have an iPhone on that side of it. I've been doing that for about, I'd say, 6 months. I always covered a lot of NBA action. Then I got into NHL because it was my favorite, as Walls swung through it. I found a co-worker to work with on the Colorcast side for NHL, Cooper Hopkins. Him and I became fast friends, and I just started kind of delving into baseball a little bit as we go along, because I figured if you can do basketball and hockey to the fast pace and do the slower pace for baseball, kind of get the mix of all of it, you have a good well-rounded. The only thing I'm not really good at is NFL, so I wouldn't be doing that. I just don't know enough about it. So basketball, probably my number 1 coverage, 1A, 1B hockey, and then baseball will be second, and then football, maybe at some point in my life and time. Again, I'm 35, but we'll see how that goes. I'm sticking with 3 sports right now, and I feel good about it. You like the Capitals for hockey and the Jazz for basketball? Well, it's a rebuild here for the Jazz, but the Washington Capitals, you still got Ovi, right? So you're going in that as you're going to get another 50-goal season. Can the Capitals make one last dash into the playoffs? I was really disheartened because, honestly, I'll be honest with you, Alex Ovechkin's my favorite player. I was really disheartened when I saw them lose to the Florida Panthers. I thought they should have had that series. If they had better goaltending there in between Samsonov and the company, it would be better now, but now they're in Toronto. 3-2 Walls waiting on the 4 count. Falls it away again. And we'll do this again. Top of the 12th. No scorer. John Underwood on the call. Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. I am watching on ESPN2 via the 4K Fire Stick. I know I can't bring in the video part of it on YouTube without a ban, but you can listen on Twitter Spaces. Follow along on YouTube if you want just the audio side of it. And then I always have it at hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com with the full game story and recap on the recorder where the audio does sound the best. Runner on the move. Walls. Base hit. Gonna go first to third. Ramirez makes it to third. Base hit now for Walls. And Tampa first and third with 2 outs. Will they get the definitive run that they need, not only to win this game possibly, but extend the series? Taylor Walls, a guy with a 178 batting average, has the biggest hit of the game right now, although it's still scoreless. The Jazz sold all their players after the after the Nationals won the World Series. That is a good comparison across sports, my friend. I like that one. You are exactly right with that call. Give yourself a pat on the back. So pitching coach is going to be on the mound. So believe it or not, the first runner to reach third base today for the Tampa Bay Rays. We are on the top of the 12th with 2 outs. Sam Henches is left in the bullpen here for Cleveland, and he's one of those guys that usually comes out of the bullpen. So that kind of answers your question as far as who's available. Sam Hedges is usually one of those guys. So let me just make sure I pull this up on the Tampa side of it, as I believe this is indeed Manuel Margot. So Margot is batting 7th in today's game. This is a critical at bat here for Tampa, first and third with 2 outs in the top of the 12th. It's a scoreless game. Can Margot undo the tie? We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. It's been 20 innings of Tampa. It'll be 21 after this if they don't score, that they have not scored. Or just 1 run, I should say, through 21 innings if they don't score. That's how you phrase it. Courtesy of Book Shiambi on ESPN and Doug Glanville. De Los Santos fires in a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and that was followed back by Manuel Margot. He's down in the count 0-2. Everybody waving the towels, pumping up the hands, trying to get loud to support De Los Santos now. Critical at bat in this game in the 12th. Margot, he needs a time to go 1 for 4 right now. Can he be the hero for Tampa? De Los Santos digs in, fouls off a 95. That was a meatball. He was a little late on it, and we'll reset this one. So in extra innings in the playoffs, does a runner start at second? No, it does not. So everybody's going to have to do it themselves now if they want to get this one done. This is not regular season rules anymore, and not COVID rules. 0-2. Bounce toward third. Going to be a tough play in the hole. He got him. What a throw over. Jose Ramirez saves the day and stops Tampa from getting a run in at third. Are they going to want to challenge this as Kevin Cash? I imagine that they would. Whether or not you lose a challenge, it remains to be something that you want to do. They're looking it over right now, so I will not leave you as far as the break. It was a deep play in the hole, looking like Manny Machado. Manuel Margot trying to beat out the throw to first. He is out from what I see, and we should be going through the 12th scoreless. Beautiful play there by Jose Ramirez. They're going to challenge the call out at first base, and whether or not the tag or something else was off the base. I didn't see it myself, but at the same time as I've called with Kevin Cash, I think you have to challenge this because there is no more critical point in this game. Get a little bit of a respite and see if you score that run. You really got nothing to lose at this point, so I kind of feel you have to challenge regardless of the result. That was a great effort by Jose Ramirez anyway, regardless of what it is. And did the toe of the bag touch for Naylor on the super zoom is the only thing that I can see. I'm going to turn this up slightly here on the TV. If it gets too loud, please let me know. I want to get this official call in there. That might be the one thing that Kevin Cash was able to look at. Runners out. So the call does stand. Gorgeous play by Jose Ramirez as he keeps it scoreless. We're going to head to the bottom of the 12th. Beautiful defense there. Naylor kept his tippy toe foot on the first base bag, and we'll see if the Guardians can end this one. The bottom of the 12th. Come right back. That was big time defense there by Jose Ramirez. And whether or not you feel like Jose Ramirez shouldn't have struck out in the sixth with the bases loaded, look, things happen. Baseball is a game of failure. You come back and you turn around and you say, boy, he made a hell of a play there in the top of the 12th inning just to be able to keep this thing tied. And that's where you remember it. That's how I choose to remember right now as we're going to get set for the bottom of the 12th. We've hit the 4-hour mark, everybody. So I appreciate you sticking around. I don't think my voice will make it too much longer. So if we get in the 15th part of it, then I need to call in some reinforcements. Maybe I have to drum me on the Twitter side. Who is due up next? Let me pull up the ESPN box score. So I can give you the answer right away before we actually start. So it is Jose Ramirez due up next. It's always the man with the best defensive play that goes up. So it's Ramirez, Naylor, and Oscar Gonzalez due up next. You have a feeling it's going to be the last inning warning? You know what? Probably. Jose Ramirez is that dude. That's what the kids like to say nowadays, right? I'm 35 years old. I'm not always up on all the slang, but he's that guy. You're calling it. He's going to hit a home run. So if you're going to call it, let me put you on the spot. What's the count going to be? Let's celebrate it together, man. I would be very hyped for you if you actually just nailed this one. Tell me the count when he hits a home run. Jose Ramirez with a beautiful defensive play in the top of the 12th. Now he leads off the bottom of the 12th as we go into the official action. So you're going to say 2-2 count that Jose Ramirez is going to hit a home run. I got you. So we have that on record there. And I will give you full marks if you get that one right. So Ramirez, Naylor, and Gonzalez, if it goes that far. Bottom of the 12th, John out here with you on the call. Jose Ramirez, J-Ram at the plate against Sean Armstrong. Ramirez pops this one up. He slaps the hands in the bat. He's going to get set to do this one more time. It's an 0-2 count, so J-Ram, you have to dig in a little bit and dig in his heels here to try to get this one done. You remember striking out with the bases loaded in the 6th, but a beautiful play in the top of the 12th on defense kept this game still going here. We're at 0-0 and scoreless. J-Ram swung and missed through the fastball. And he's not been sharp at the plate today, but again, that happens. This is baseball. If this does get into a game 3 for all the voodoo doll that the Tampa Bay Rays fans must be throwing at Jose, I would imagine a big breakout for him if it did go to game 3 and Tampa did extend this series. That's just me. You can't keep a good man down too long. So as I just texted Cooper Hopkins on Instagram, who's normally my hockey guy that we work with, as we get a pitching change, Armstrong's going to depart and we'll see who's going to come in here for Tampa. I want to leave it at this before I close out the recorder. Seattle and Toronto is underway. This game started at 12:07. That game's supposed to start at 4:07, but because this game's gone along so long, the second game is finally underway. Come back in the official recorder action. We'll get the pitching change for you here in a moment. Well, I already know what my headline for the winner of this is going to be. It'll be a walk-off marathon at this point because this game feels like a marathon at the 4-hour mark. Again, if it was a Yankees-Red Sox game with as slow as they can do some of those things, you probably hit the 6-hour mark at this point.
You could be debt-free in as little as 24 to 48 months. Working with National Debt Relief, we were able to reduce my debt by about half. The sooner you start with National Debt Relief, the sooner you'll be debt-free. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
One Parasec OTC in the morning blocks excess acid production for a full 24 hours, unlike Pepsi, which stops working after 9. 24-hour protection. Parasec OTC. One pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
This time could be a bit of the greatest attacks. And it starts now.
Just going to check back in here from the commercial break here momentarily. If you're looking for offensive highlights, you've not found any. Still scoreless here in extra innings as we've hit the 12th. Sean Armstrong has just been relieved from Kevin Cash. So we'll see who Tampa is going to bring in. They've used some starters here on both sides, although Sam Hedges, or on the other side for Cleveland, is one of the bullpen arms that you would normally use. He's been available now within the last part of extras. So this is going to bring up Josh Naylor. So Jose Ramirez just struck out. So the Guardians have 2 more outs to work with in this bottom half unless it gets turned over. So now Brooks Raley comes in as we're getting back into the official recording. Regular season, 60 games, 2.68 ERA, 53 innings, 2/3, 28% strike rate, and 7% walk rate. So commanding the zone is going to be the thing that you want to have in a 91-mile-an-hour strike, caught the edge of that left box. Naylor is one of those guys throughout the beginning. If you follow John Boy Media on YouTube, he's one of those guys that always does those flip reading things. Josh Naylor is one of those ones that has the fire and intensity. He wants all the smoke, and he wants that moment. I wouldn't be surprised if he's swinging for the fences here, as he just swung through an 84-mile-an-hour slider. And not just because it's late in the contest. He's got a guy that's got some pop in his bat, and if it wasn't for Framil Reyes falling off so much last year, he'd still be on this contest with some heavy power. So Raley against Naylor. Naylor going to serve this slider down the third base line, and we will do this again. 0-2 is the count. 1 out in the bottom of the 12th. So it's Josh Naylor at the plate here for the Guardians, and then it's going to be Oscar Gonzalez. Naylor sitting with 0-2 after J-Ram just struck out. Naylor. He just swung at nothing there, and Raley made him look silly. So 1 up, 1 down on the K here for Raley, and that's going to bring up Oscar Gonzalez. So Kevin Cash, I think more than Terry Francona, has to be a little concerned in the sense of, I've got all the pitching that I need. Can somebody score a run? Look, I know Kevin Kiermaier's not there. No Brandon Lau. No Mike Zunino. Yes, you're missing some heavy hitters. But there's got to be some offense. And did that hit Gonzalez's leg? Or did it just brush him out of the way? So he did hit Oscar Gonzalez in the right foot. He just pigeonholed a fastball. It bottomed out near the bottom of the foot where there wasn't a lot of protection. So Oscar Gonzalez now is at first. So that is going to bring up Will Brennan, I believe. I don't know if all this stuff is going to update, and now we're having a problem with the ESPN feed. Oh, guys, this is the worst time to have a problem with the feed, as I'm just staring at a black screen. This is no bueno here. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to do my best until the feed comes through to look at the ESPN box score, the MLB box score, and see what actually comes up right now, because this is not a situation where I'm having an issue on my TV side with the Fire Stick. This is a situation with the ESPN feed on ESPN2. So if you're following along, my apologies, as I am trying to get my information all together and set straight up. We are just going to follow this box score side of it. Again, this is on mute on this side, so we're good here. So it shouldn't bring up any kind of irreversible noise. And the feed is gone. Man, this would absolutely suck if someone hits a walk-off and the feed is gone. I'm doing my best to try to bring this back here for you, but ESPN has lost their feed. If you do find this, anybody, please, please, please let me know where I can go ahead and check this for you guys, because I've lost the ESPN2 feed. ESPN feed is frozen now. Unbelievable. Okay, so looks like I'm good on this end for every other channel, but ESPN is absolutely gone. Well, that makes things lovely. So I'm going to do my best to frantically flip through channels now as we try to figure out who is up next. So right now it looks like it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Andres Jimenez. He is 0 for 4 with 4 punchies right now as I'm looking at the unofficial box. And yes, this is the absolute worst time to have any kind of outages on the ESPN side. On deck is Will Brennan if that happens, but it's still 1-2 right now. It was a sinker, sinker, and sinker that were all fouled off. So this is not what you want to see and want to hear. Everything else is still as good as it needs to be. Again, I'm good on every other part of finding channels and having the situation in front of me. But what I'll do is I'll just close out this recorder here, and when we come back and we get our video feed, I will bring it out here. So Cleveland has struck out, so it is now the top of the 13th inning. When we get back into the action, Francisco Mejia will be leading off, and hopefully ESPN will get their feedback. Stay tuned, everybody. Hopefully I can give you some definitive information in a moment. My humble apologies to everybody that's following along on this feed right now. ESPN is black screen of death across their whole network of situations. And from what I know right now, following across the box score, it's Francisco Mejia due up first in the 13th inning. If we could get any definitive Tampa Bay radio call, I would bring that one up. But boy, oh boy, oh boy. They must be working at Bristol, Connecticut to try to bring that up as fast as possible. I don't care if the sound doesn't pop back on. We just need to make sure the game gets come back on. Looks like we have something now on ESPN. They're in break, so I am back. I appreciate the kind words, because we were going to have to find a way to try to get a radio feed to get this one across. So what I can do, because there's no scoring in this game, is I will give you a update on the Mariners and Blue Jays as we go along. So Mariners and Blue Jays is on 28. I imagine they're not going to go to college football. They're going to move that to ESPN. So we're really just underway in the bottom of the first of the Mariners and Blue Jays. 0-0. We're going to go back to our game in a moment as it's in commercial. So we are back with the official feed, thankfully. So since we are back with the official feed, I can put the recorder on. Everything else is good. 7 pitchers, 18 strikeouts, 4 hits for the Rays. 8 pitchers, 14 strikeouts, 3 hits allowed for the Guardians. That's where we're at right now. It's the 13th inning. So Francisco Mejia at the dish. Hedges, curveball, lollipopped it in the top right corner of the zone, and Mejia, if he really wanted to pull the trigger on that one, he could have slammed that one out of the ballpark, but he watched it go by. 0-1 here. Hedges. And that one, he just swung right through. So he didn't swing at the curveball that it could have been punished at a progressive field, but he swung on the curveball that was out of the dirt on the shoes. That's the way it goes sometimes. So Sam Hedges, 2.32 ERA with 62 innings of work, pretty good. Strikeout rate of 29%, a walk rate of 8%, so that's about the average. So he works a lot, he's efficient, and he can get some strikeouts when he need it. Mejia taking over for Betancourt in around the 7th inning here for Kevin Cash. Shadows now. And we didn't really say this when the game started at 12:07 Eastern. It is now 4:22 Eastern. So I appreciate anyone that's followed along. Hopefully I can make it through the whole way. I'm going to do the whole game anyway. And a curveball, I don't know what Mejia was looking at, but he's going to be staring like a house on the side of the road, like Ernie Harwell used to say for the Tigers. He took 2 curveballs that he really should have punished. And that's probably why Christian Betancourt gets the start. Because you just can't do that. You'd think all these major league players, they hit the fastball, maybe they don't hit the off speed. I understand that, but when it's right down the middle of the plate, it splits the plate, and you don't swing, that's not good. So chance here for Hedges again against Jose Siri. So Marty the Great's been sending me some messages back and forth on YouTube, and again, I humbly appreciate all those. He said Jose Siri is his favorite player on Tampa. He was the hero in Game 1 there momentarily as he gave Tampa their only run of the series right now. He's 0-4 with 3 strikeouts in this contest. Curveball did not get the call there on the left corner of the zone. Might have buckled Siri there a little bit, but he didn't get the call. That was a perfect pitch. Caught every bit of the stitching in the strike zone there. 1-1 is the count. 7 pitches here for Hedges. Tried to slam the curveball and go for the downs, and Siri missed it. So 1-2 is your count. So it's going to flip back over to Yandy Diaz as Jose Siri is batting 9th, and Yandy Diaz will be batting 1st as it flips over here with a 1-2 count on Siri, though. Swinging through the curveball, not close, so I imagine those Shadows, again, I'll say this, at least be diplomatic, might be playing a little bit of the problem of the eyes of the batters right now. So if we're already struggling for offense and now we add in the Shadows here in the 13th inning, how far are we going to go? How many Jenga blocks will we be able to take away before the building falls apart and somebody scores one of these runs? I know it's a crazy analogy, but lots of shadows. Pitcher in sunlight, batter in shadows. Has to be hard to see at this point. Yandy Diaz. As the lineup is flipped over, and again, it's a curveball right down the middle, and the Rays are just taking it. I don't know if they're not picking up this pitch at all. So the Rays are in the dark blues with the silver pants, and the Indians are in the bright red shirts with the white pants. So the white pants against that sun right now, that's what you see. And Ramirez bobbles this one. Is Diaz going to be safe? No, still got the out at first. Wonderful stretch. Ramirez stayed with it. Naylor got the out. And we're heading to the bottom of the 13th scoreless. Is this the time that Cleveland finishes it off? We'll figure it out when we come back. Stay tuned. I will be right back.
Oh. I sure did. I'll just take a water.
When employees do their own payroll, they fix problems before they become problems. PayPal, employee-driven payroll.
Bruce, I just noticed my insurance deduction has been double the past 5 months. Does that mean I was double insured?
When employees do their own payroll, they fix problems before they become problems. PayPal, employee-driven payroll. Hot spots and pressure points on your mattress could be why you were tossing and turning last night. Maybe you're tired with aches and pains. But don't buy a new mattress. Upgrade it with the premium mattress topper by Gourmet. It transforms your mattress into a luxurious sleeping surface. It's the only topper in the world with patented OptiSpring technology, providing incredible pressure relief and advanced breathability, so you don't wake up hot. Head to Gourmet.com now for a special TV offer that's only available at Gourmet.com. That's Gourmet.com.
You know, I wanted another path to a new career.
Confidence to become more independent, flexibility, freedom. You've done a great job.
Of course, Eric gave me the opportunity to dream in possibilities.
Breaking that barrier opened doors for me. Learn to be tough at first, but once you get it, the sky's the limit.
This is the dream I've always wanted. Learn without limits with over 5,000 courses and degrees from world-class institutions on Coursera.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, best scoring chance bases loaded. In the sixth inning, Jose Ramirez strikes out.
Thank you. Gonna take a bathroom break. Thank you for the sub. I will follow you along once this game is over. I promise you. I appreciate that. Thank you for also leaving comments and everything else that you've thrown in there, man. I really, really, really appreciate it. So, Will Brennan against Brooks Raley. Again, I'm feeling the voice starting to hit a little bit, but thank God, tomorrow is just the football stuff, so I'm not going to be speaking too much. Monday will be a Red Wings season preview, and then Tuesday will be the NHL opener. So this gets popped up near Margot, but this is going to get taken there, as this is Vidal Brujan. This was a shallow right field, and the second baseman will pick that one up. So it's going to be Red Wings season preview Monday. Tuesday is going to be the NHL opener for the Rangers and the Tampa Bay Lightning, and then it'll be another day off then. So a couple baseball games, and before we get to that point, covering 2 games in this series. I'll write a recap if it goes any farther for tomorrow, just in case it gets extended. But this will be a nice day for some lozenges and tea after this is done, I will say. So Luke Maley now, he's taking over there for Austin Hedges, and he's going to be catching for the rest of this game, because I don't know if the Guardians are carrying an emergency third catcher here on their roster. I would imagine you guys don't hit too much. So between Maley and Hedges, you got about a batting average that is in the Mendoza line, maybe even under the 200 mark. So Maley waiting on the 1-1. And he pounds this one down the first base line of O'Reilly, and we'll do this again. It was the cutter that jammed it inside the hands. Again, nothing. It's the bottom of the 13th inning. So for all intents and purposes, when I said I had a short game by a little over 2 hours in game 1 in the 2-1 score line, it kind of made up with it with an elongated 4 hours and 24 minutes right now. Maley takes the changeup low. So 2-2 is the count. 15 pitches in for Raley right now is Kevin Cash. They've used about 8 different pitchers. They've used about 8 different pitchers here for Terry Francona's squad. So the 2-2 and dig in here for Maley, about 221 on the season, and the average batting 8th. He wanted the slider, but it was just for the left of the box near that low corner. And Cleveland still dancing around trying to keep warm. Again, these guys are really trying to dance around, keep warm. You see Stephen Kwan doing some of the other sprints like that. You have to do what you have to do at this point. You have to just find a way to focus that mind, hit that baseball, and score a run. Maley, good job taking a walk. So the Guardians have a man on first with one out. And this will bring up Miles Straw, but not before Kevin Cash comes out of the bullpen. Who's he going to switch with now? That's what we find out in the return. This is Corey Kluber. Corey Kluber, the starter, is coming in the 13th inning to try to get 2 outs and get out of this. Miles Straw due up in the bottom of the 13th, 1 on and 1 out. We'll see what happens. Come right back. So I know I used the cough drop in the 4th. I'm going to use it now in the 14th.
If you struggle with sleep apnea, you should check out Inspire. Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
One of my buddies was just asking me, are you calling this Guardians game? Bottom 13th, nothing. And I said, jump on here and help me. So we'll see if I can get Nick on here just to be able to watch this around if he is available. Save the voice a little bit for me. I got the second lozenge in now, so I try to spread that out as much as I can and then get some water here. You get a break. So Nimmo, Marte, Lindor, Alonso, and Canna, McNeil, Escobar, Ruff, and Nito is the Mets starting lineup for Game 2, and they need a win because Max got served his lunch yesterday against the Padres. Didn't he give up 3 bombs? He was already down 6-0. So back in our game, Corey Kluber is going to get all the time he needs. And yes, I said Corey Kluber because we are in the bottom of the 13th inning. It is scoreless. 164 innings. And man, he looked absolutely rejuvenated. Any pitcher that goes to Tampa gets rejuvenated, right? You remember Texas making that trade a couple seasons ago, sending some prospects over, and he pretty much never pitched. Well, you come to Tampa, they fix you and they figure it out. He's got to get 2 outs, though. So it's going to go to Miles Straw and then go back to Stephen Kwan if we get to that point. So again, I know I've said this. I appreciate anyone following along, Twitter Spaces, YouTube, Facebook. But Marnie, I appreciate that very much. Very, very much. Do whichever you got to do, buddy. I get it. Thank you for hanging out with me. So Miles Straw still, now he's getting ready to walk up here. As Corey Kluber is on the mound. We're almost at the 4.5-hour mark. I might check in with my buddy Cooper Hopkins as well if he's even around. He hasn't responded to anything. I don't know. He could be doing something too. I don't know if he's probably watching his Mariners play against the Blue Jays as that's in the 2nd inning with 2 outs. Seattle is doesn't have anybody on now, just flipped over. So Toronto is going to be batting in the bottom of the 2nd, scoreless. Straw got a man on first. It's 1 out to work with here for Corey Kluber as he's just checked in. Again, it is a 3-batter minimum. So let me go ahead and do this right now. So I will throw Nick in on here. He is just joining. I see a picture of Penny there. I like that Twitter picture. So Straw throws this one down the third base line. And yes, as you texted me, you're asking if I was broadcasting this Guardians game. And then you said the message you could always send. Scoreless in the 13th. and I'm trying to save the voice all the way across here, buddy. How you doing? So 1-1 is the count. Corey Kluber, the starter, who probably could be going tomorrow, is pitching right now. It was a series of cutters, and that was pretty close to a dot there on the left side of the bottom corner of the box. 2-1 now. Corey Kluber out on the mound, and Kevin Cash and Terry Francona have used just about as many pitchers as you could use. But this is the 9th for Tampa and the 8th for the Guardians. Straw.
How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, buddy. Cut inside. It's 2-2.
It's crazy to bring them in there. They got to win this game. Tampa has to win. So they're going forward. They're bringing their starter now. They'll play the rest of the game for sure, right?
Yeah, they've already used Drew Rasmussen as one of their other starters. So they have nobody else. They used their closer in the 6th inning to get out of a bases loaded jam, and he did, Jason Adam. So I don't know who's actually available left for Tampa. And this is a strike, a two-seamer near the bottom corner on Straw, so it's 3-2. So again, normally you would not put the runner in motion, but I think Terry Francona, as I've said, I may consider gambling at this point just to try to get a run here, but we'll see what they do with Straw. He doesn't have the greatest batting average. Full count. Swings right through it. Kluber gets the punch out. He needs one more for a 3-batter minimum. Again, he started with 1 out in the 13th with a man on. And that is going to flip back to the top of the order in Stephen Kwan. So if you're looking for offense in this series, Nick, you haven't seen offense since the 6th inning of Game 1.
I was really surprised. That's why I checked it out. I was really surprised to see 13 innings of baseball and no runs. I don't understand it. What did you say? There was only 6 hits or whatever in the whole game?
Yes, that is where we are right now, 3 aside. And it was just 3 runs in Game 1. It was a solo shot for Jose Siri, and it was a 2-run shot for Jose Ramirez. Stephen Kwan, trying to be the hero right now, is pretty good on making contact with the baseball, but he's 0 for 4 with a strikeout. He had
on the second, the guy that was on second here. Did he get picked off or something?
there was something in the previous inning that there could have been a guy on second, but right now, as we stand in the 13th, it's just the one on first. So there isn't any designations that.
Playoffs, do they have?
Not anymore. I noticed people on YouTube asking me that same question, whether or not they have the playoff rule. And no, that's a regular season rule, but in the playoffs, you got to earn it just like you used to. So you don't start with any extra runners. Stephen Kwan, 0-2 now. Fly ball, but this is going to be lazily caught by Manuel Margot. And we are going to the 14th. God help me. It is 4 hits for Cleveland, 3 for Tampa, but I will be here with you until it is closing time. We'll see what happens in the 14th. Come right back. Boy, oh boy. So I take a break with the recorder now. I know whatever's on Twitter is going, but as far as the official recording, I close that out so we can just chat. I know there's been a certain guy on YouTube that's been following along the whole time, said I got to go soon. He's been hanging out with me for about an hour and a half. So
Hey, good loyal friend. We'll make sure and subscribe.
that's what I said when it's done. You're getting a mandatory subscribe. And I was reaching out on Facebook and Twitter just jokingly if anyone wants to join in. And Nick, I appreciate any time that you want to spend doing this. So
Absolutely, man. We'll watch this 14th inning here. So like you said, I am interested in this. There is no extra base runner.
no.
Well, that changes a lot of the dynamic. That's why they bring in Kluber now. I mean, I think that's how you do it. I mean, I don't know the Indians pitching staff. I know Mckenzie pitched well. I saw that. But
Both. So I'll
bring
go.
him in.
I will tell you this. Tyler Glasnow used to pitch for Pittsburgh. He pitched 5 scoreless. He had Tommy John last season. He only pitched 6 innings all year, and he pitched 5 scoreless innings. And Tristan Mckenzie pitched 6 scoreless innings. So in between your starters, you have 6 scoreless for Mckenzie. You have 1 run for Shane Bieber in 7 2/3, and then you have 2 runs for Shane McClanahan in 6 innings. And so 12 runs and 12 innings and 2 runs for Tampa, and then like 13 innings and 1 run for the starters for Cleveland. That's what you've had in this series.
Wow.
So pitching.
That's crazy too. I'm surprised that Glasnow only went 63 pitches. So I'm looking at it right. Was he not looking good?
He looked really good, but again, he only pitched 6 innings all year coming off of the injury. So I'm guessing they just, give me 5, do whatever you can do, and let's go from there. And that's the approach that Kevin Cash took. So we're getting back into the official action here, and I'm looking at my recorder, and it says I've made my 32nd entry. So I got a lot of splicing to do once I write the game story. So not looking forward to that part of it, but Wander Franco digs in. It is the 14th inning. I'm joined by Nick Edwards, which is my color commentator here, per usual. Again, he's come to save my bacon here, probably save my voice a little bit. It is Sam Hedges against Wander Franco. Again, Cleveland uses Sam Hedges usually in the bullpen, so probably one of the only other bullpen pieces that's not a starter here for Francona. So Franco, I know you've probably heard of him, Nick. He's been the top prospect in Baseball America over like the last 3 years. He's had a rough year this year because he only played 83 games, so only 6 bombs in comparison closer to 20 that he would normally get. It's a 2-0 count right now, as Franco will dig in, try to improve on that 0 for 4. Solid base hit for Wander Franco, and he's going to wave those hands, but he's not going to test it anymore, as he shouldn't. That was a solid rip, and probably, I would say, within 5 innings, the first good at-bat that I've seen from Tampa, as this is going to bring up Randy Arozarena. He's usually the postseason hero. Again, last season, he was averaging, I'd say going into this, let me rephrase that, in the postseason, hitting about 380. That's kind of dipped around within these first couple of games. His OPS has been through the roof, kind of in the Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig territory as far as power. But again, yes.
20 home runs. He's had a good year, and it's his time here. He's had a good last postseason, but he needs to hit it now.
He does.
They want to stay alive.
He does. There is no bigger opportunity right now. And how many more of these will you get with an actual runner on base with no outs? Again, Cleveland missed a grand opportunity in the 6th inning with bases loaded and no outs. It was Jose Ramirez with a strikeout, then immediately hitting into a double play as Kevin Cash to bring in Jason Adam, their closer, in the 6th. So we're in the 14th, and that feels like an eternity ago. If
impressive game from Cleveland to stay alive right now. I mean, they already have game advantage. It's impressive that they've been able to stay alive, though.
Yes,
this is a rave game.
Yes, it is. And I kind of wonder, Nick, if this goes any farther, what do you even do? There is no off day tomorrow.
Right. That's
so
why I said Kluber was a good ad. I like the idea of it, and I think that's the same thing that, how many pitches has Hint had? Hinges or whatever.
He's at 16 right now.
Okay.
So the other thing too.
Maybe bringing in your ace here at this point. Who pitched yesterday for Cleveland? These wild things, playoffs. Sometimes you gotta win. So.
If we see Shane Bieber, I might laugh. But
I don't think it's smart.
But I also don't disagree with you as Arozarena takes a ball. It's 2-2 now, and we'll see if Hedges can get the big time pitch. Arozarena strikes out. Hedges gets his 3rd of the day, and that was another big time opportunity. We're talking about bats, whether or not you think too much about Kevin Kiermaier, but no Mike Zunino. I remember Mike Zunino hit 33 home runs last year. He's not available. Brandon Lau's not available. G-Man Choi has already.
Had a big game, didn't he?
Yes. G-Man Choi has also been pinch hit for, so he's out, and Isaac Paredes is out. So Harold Ramirez, who's up at the dish now, is probably the last good hitter that the Rays could use. He hit 300 in the season, but he's 0 for 5 in today's game. And Nick, also, if you could, I see the score line on the ESPN side. Let me know who scored for the Blue Jays if you follow that one around. So Ramirez at the dish. He swung through the curveball, 80 miles an hour. That ate him up. And you kind of wonder if the sun and the shadows in the hitter's eyes right now, they just not seem to pick up this baseball. But any excuse I want to throw out there, they've not been able to pick up this baseball for the sense of about 20 innings, either team.
Update on that. Teoscar Hernandez hit a 2-run home run, scoring Alejandro Kirk. So Blue Jays take a 2-0 lead.
I appreciate that one. We get a cue shot. And now we get a double play. So Franco got stuck into no man's land. He had nowhere to go. He kind of stopped running. And the Cleveland Guardians have a chance now in the 14th. Once again, I say this. Will they walk it off? Stay tuned with us. We'll figure that out in a moment.
Wow.
So, yeah, Toronto has to win this game. And they've done a good job there with Teoscar Hernandez, you said, with the 2-run bomb.
That's a big game for them, too, honestly. I like the Blue Jays' chances of winning, but Seattle has great pitching, like we know. So, it's kind of tough here, but if you can get a big game against Robbie Ray, you got to take it. So.
Now, my question is, because we're in a break right now in our game, who are the third starters here for both of those squads? Because
talking about this game?
No, for the one that you just talked about there with the home run. Because for Toronto and Seattle, when you're thinking about Robbie Ray now and Kevin Gossman, who's it going to be tomorrow? Is it going to be Yusei Kikuchi and because Manoah pitched game 1?
Well, it's different now. So people saw that play you were talking about, that double play. But it's tough. Here's the thing. Nolan, I'm trying to get him in here, by the way.
That's cool.
But I remember that series against, I always bring up Madison Bumgarner. Yeah, Bumgarner. He pitched 4 out of 7 games. Why can't Bieber come in here and pitch, 3 innings or something like that?
I feel like he's going to have to.
Yeah. Because you want your best. Here's the thing. We want to have our best players playing. That arm ain't hurt. These guys have played 14 games. I would like them. Yeah. I agree. And I think that if Bieber doesn't play tomorrow, it would be a shock. Because I think we're at a point now where they got to go. Nolan, are you in here?
I don't see him yet.
Go on Twitter, Nolan, for a second so I can invite you. No, keep it up so I can invite you to this call.
So the phone's been plugged in for a while because I know the battery would have died. So it's Ahmed Rosario digging in with the first pitch against Corey Kluber, who would have been tomorrow's starter. And I still see that sign that makes me laugh. It says Rays 2022 World Series beating Blake Snell. That's what this guy's sign he's had there. That's what you're predicting. You need a lot more wins to get to that point. So Rosario fouls off the 2-seam fastball. We are 0-2 now. So it's going to be Rosario, Ramirez, and Josh Naylor. It's the meat of the order. That's what you like. And how many times are you going to be able to get out Jose Ramirez before something special happens? He's due. So
last game, he was due and he won the game basically for him 2-1. So.
Yes, he did. And I feel like he's going to be definitely due now in the bottom of the 14th after the Rosario spot here. It's 1-2 as you see Ramirez stretching it out. Yes, he's been very good this year. This Cleveland team's been very good this year.
I'm surprised that none of these guys have really got contact with him, though.
Ahmed Rosario with a slow roller, and Brujan will get him out there as he throws to Yandy Diaz. Yandy Diaz went from third to first as he switched there with G-Man Choi, and this is going to bring up J-Ram. Is he going to be the hero here for the Guardians? Everybody is on the edge of their seat here in Cleveland, and maybe if they've been standing this whole time, they've been tired of standing because nobody scored runs.
they're saying, please, can someone hit the ball? I was surprised with Ahmed Rosario not doing well, but Ramirez can really win it here. You only need one. We're at the bottom of the 14th inning here with 1 out.
Yes, Ramirez is 0 for 5, and I just don't see how that stands. That is a perfect pitch by Kluber, though. What a dot on that curveball throws Ramirez as he wants to get something, I imagine, a little elevated here to try to send this crowd into a frenzy. 0-1 on J-Ram. Fastball busts him up and in on the hands. It's an 88-mile-an-hour cutter taken as Ramirez is 0 for 5. Again, in this contest, he got out with the bases loaded with a strikeout. He's got a couple strikeouts. He can definitely change that right now. All they need is one. This is a hard hit ball right into the shift to Diaz, and it gets out Ramirez.
Get himself going a little bit, but he seems to be good here after, 18, 19 pitches. That's my concern. If I'm manager for Rays.
Yeah, at this point, when you're thinking about Kevin Cash and the Rays, as you said, I let Corey Kluber go as long as he wants to because he looks comfortable right now. Ramirez hit it hard. Ramirez just hit that one hard, but it went right to the first baseman Diaz, who stepped on the bag. So we got 2 outs here. And this is going to bring up Josh Naylor. If you follow, as I've said throughout this broadcast, but I got to say it again, you follow John Boy Media on YouTube. He is one of those guys that always does the what did the players say, a mouth out what they say. Josh Naylor is one of those guys that always says he wants all the smoke, he wants the intensity. This is a situation right now. He definitely has power. He can end it. Last year at this point, it probably would have been Framil Reyes, but he has been so bad he got released. So right. Josh Naylor is the only other guy with the power in that bat besides Jose Ramirez that just got ground out the first. So 1-0 on Naylor. That was a cutter that got a friendly call, and the Guardians do not like that one. They've not liked it probably over the last 6 or 7 innings. There's been a little bit of an inconsistent strike zone for the Blue, and maybe one of those situations we talk about laser-guided lights here, not calls.
I'm impressed with the fielding on both ends of the field, though. I mean, it's impressive that Tampa as a team can really sorry for seeing that home run yesterday. Or the home run Teoscar did. But I feel bad for you. I feel like you should be calling the Blue Jays game, and this is a joke. We're going into the 15th, right?
That's what it looks like right now. And hell, the way this looks like, the way that this looks like, the Blue Jays and the Mariners might finish first.
What happened with
So
Naylor?
So Naylor right now still waiting on the 1-2. He's going to ground right out to Franco, throws him out. Let's go to the 15th, boys. That's what we're doing right now. Again, I appreciate everyone following along on YouTube, Twitter Spaces, Facebook, all that stuff. The official counter right now is 4 hours, 47 minutes. Let's keep it going.
I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to talk. I'm trying to talk to Nolan. I can't talk because I'm on this. So
oh, cool. I'll be right back, too.
This season, Sleep has left Channel 11 to channel your college football. So you can catch the Hail Marys, witness every miracle, see the big news, and the whole games for less. Channel your football with Sleep TV.
Oh. So I am back. Sorry to take a little bit of a bathroom break there. Vidal Brujan gets the base hit in the 15th inning. This puts the Tampa Bay Rays with a man on first and nobody out in the 15th as Sam Hedges is still out there for the Cleveland Guardians. Again, as I've said, humbly appreciate anyone that's followed along Facebook, Twitter Spaces, YouTube. This has been a long cast, but again, I will be here with you through its entirety, and then I will have the complete game story to follow. Although, as the innings go along, I wonder how many words I can actually write as we're getting close to calling 2 full baseball games. So here's a chance now as we get another pinch hitter, or is that Walls? So Taylor Walls is out there right now. He did pinch hit in about the 7th inning. So now it's Brujan at first, Taylor Walls at the dish in the 15th inning. Hedges is about to throw his 24th pitch. Slammed on the first base line, foul. And we will do this again. It's 0-2 count. Taylor Walls, and I'm surprised Kevin Cash did this earlier here with Walls. He could not get the bunt down. He did not elect to get the bunt here in the 15th. For Brujan at first. Brujan's got a ton of speed, so we'll see what ends up happening there once we get that going along. So let's make sure that this is all set here.
That was a good base hit, though. Get a guy on here for 15. You got base runners. These guys are going to be a little antsy. You know, they're going to be a little. They want this game over just as much as we do. But good hit there by.
I think you said the analysis of the game right now. Let's get this game over with here. And I don't say that lightly, but again, I was happy to call a baseball game yesterday that was brisk, but I just knew because it was so brisk yesterday that I would get the uphill climb, as it were, and that's what I'm getting. So thank God I get to rest my voice tomorrow and just do football recaps. So that's where we're at right now, but make no bones about it. I'm totally invested in this game and happy to have anyone join along. So don't get it twisted. 0-2. Taylor Walls swing and a miss. Hedges has been muddy from the bullpen here. It's the 4th strikeout of the day. Tampa wastes an opportunity with 1 on and nobody out, and the strikeouts just keep climbing. Doesn't matter who you bring in from either bullpen between Kevin Cash and Terry Francona. Nobody can touch anybody in this game.
Yeah, there too. Swinging. I like it. The crowd is still there, but I wouldn't be there if I was them. I'd try to get a little traffic boost. Fuck out of there. Good job by them.
I think everybody in Cleveland that's sitting in the stands are going to need some hot chocolate and some food.
Yeah.
They've been there for a while, and I know it's cold. It's like 40-something and windy.
They need to get a little pretzel or something for free. Or a hot dog. But a great game, though. Sometimes the best baseball games are the ones that are exciting. So
I was gonna say, speaking of food, I'm getting a little hungry myself here. So we're thinking about getting close to the 5-hour mark.
No one thinks this guy's gonna hit a home run, though.
Manuel Margot, he is one of the better players on Tampa, if we're gonna say it's gonna happen. Nice base hit for Margot! Is he gonna get to third? On the other side, so Vidal Brujan is at third. Margot gets a key base hit, and is Tampa going to score this first run? So it's a runner on first and third. Margot goes with the pitch beautifully. There really isn't any other way to put it. He serves the off-speed pitch into right field. It is Margot at first and Vidal Brujan at third. He has got a ton of speed, and this could be a situation where we finally see our first run of the contest, but maybe not before a meeting on the mound and maybe a pitching change.
Yeah, I think we call him here, right? And pitches, he's a reliever, right? So he's only going to pitch about 20 to 30 pitches. I think we're
So there's possibly a Game 3 starter that I'm seeing on the ESPN side in Zach Plesac. He's in the bullpen right now, and that may be who's coming in.
Impressive swing there by Manuel, though. Needed, necessary. We need to somehow get the order up there to Diaz. Oh, yeah, beautiful hit. I just saw it. Time the shortstop. Good base running. Who's on third now?
So it's Fidel Brujan and Margot at first. And Carmi, I appreciate you following along on the YouTube side. Say hello. It's been a long stream. We'll see if you can finish it together. I'm with Nick on the Twitter Spaces side of it as my color commentator. So Francisco Mejia, he had checked in around the, seventh inning because Christian Bethencourt was pulled for a pinch hitter here. So Mejia not got a lot of time. Again, he would probably be the third string catcher behind Zunino if he was available. But big time at bat. The Rays are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Can they buck that trend, and can they force a Game 3 tomorrow? Mejia
There's a lot of options here.
fouls off the fastball high to the left side corner. He chased the ball, and it's 0-2.
They want to do a squeeze here.
That's initially, Nick, when you were – that's what I thought I would see at the beginning, but now maybe with the 0-2, that's going to get pulled off now. But initially, that's what I thought could have happened.
Especially with having an 8 or 9 hitter, why can't you put your best bunter in if he's out
And
there?
Francisco Mejia with the Cardinals swing. He swings at a pitch way out of the strike zone. It's the second time that he's done that with runners in scoring position. I'm not going to say it wasn't a good pitch by Sam Hedges, but you've got to lay off the curveball in the dirt. And how many opportunities, I know I've said this probably since the 7th inning, will you get with runners in scoring position, and how many times will it bite you before Cleveland can win and walk it off? So Jose Siri, the momentary hero in Game 1 with the solo shot. It's been Tampa's only offense, and he fouls off a ball that it was in the inside of the hands, a 96-mile-an-hour two-seamer. 0-1 on Siri. 4 punchies for him today, so not too great. He was 0 for 5 in this game, but 1 for 3 with a solo homer in Game 1. Everybody waving the towels and rising to their feet as one in Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Big pitch here.
Cleveland will win this game in the 15th. They know they have to get out of this situation with 2 guys on.
That is a perfect pitch there by Hedges. A curveball you can't do much with in the bottom of the zone. And Siri just had to watch it go by. It was a sequence so far on 2 pitches, a 96 fastball and 81 curve. So good speed difference there. And I know I make the joke about Seattle and Toronto in the other game as I see the score chyron up there. Maybe their game finishes before this one. See what happens. Swing and a miss. Hedges again. And they throw it up first. And Cleveland's got a chance to walk it off again in the 15th as he gets him with the curve in the dirt. Let's go to the bottom of the 15th. Come on, Guardians. You got to finish this one.
Please.
Yeah. I'm trying. I felt it there for a little bit, but the cough drop helped. So I think I'm good for that.
If I can make you laugh, that's my goal. That's tough. You've been calling this for that long.
I appreciate it, man. I said I was going to do these 2 games. I wasn't doing Game 3. No matter what happens, I'm not doing it tomorrow.
Are you on the color cast side? That's why I texted you, because I tried to jump in there and listen to you.
I'm going still to do it, but I went on the Twitter Spaces because everyone else on the Colorcast was using this, saying they could get more people. So
open up my privacy a little bit here,
because this stream says public, so anyone that views in it. But the only thing with the Spaces is it's only available on like the Twitter app on the iPhone and Android, so you can't use it on a computer or anything else. But I'll probably mix in between this and Colorcast, and then I'll still do the stuff on YouTube just to try to get as many eyes and ears as possible.
Right. Right.
So that's how I'll do it.
No, it's smart. That's what you have to know. I like that. Nolan is still charging his phone, and I think we're going to catch him here at the bottom of this tape.
Yeah, I want to get his thoughts in here too, and it's very much appreciated to get your thoughts, Nick. Again, I'm sorry I had to cut out a little bit early on the 2K stuff. I tried to get my rest in, and I'm happy I got my rest in because we hit the 5-hour mark.
You needed the rest. I'll tell you that much.
Oh.
Tough game here, though, but I think Vlasic is going to Vlasic, talk about that starting pitch. He's going to come in the next inning. I don't think that is going to go anymore. So I was very impressed. What had Schmidt with? I finished what he had.
35 pitches or something like that, and 5 strikeouts.
35. Yeah. Impressive game by him and needed. They already played Emmanuel Class, right? Early
Yes, and Karen Chat.
They're in a tough spot.
So, yeah, there really is no more primo relievers left. That's why you have Corey Kluber on the for Tampa. Oscar Gonzalez. He's a good young player trying to be the hero. Deep shot left field. It's gone. Oscar Gonzalez with the walk-off. The Guardians win the series. They're going to play the Yankees on Tuesday. That is the definitive shot we've wanted. And in the 15th inning, the Guardians celebrate. They walk off Corey Kluber, and it's over, Nick Edwards.
Oscar Gonzalez, Santa Maria, send it home. He's their young guy. We always talk about Andres Jimenez being that guy. I believe in Oscar Gonzalez. What? Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
Folks.
That was the second pitch, wasn't it?
Yes. First pitch was a ball. That was a hanger, and that was a banger. That's what happens to the pitches that get hung. They get hit on the field. Utter jubilation that we have in Progressive Field. And if you paid for a ticket in this game, I am jealous.
I think when we think about Tampa Bay, obviously one thing, we want to give our due to them. Incredible season. They played well. But Corey Kluber, now 38, 39.
Yes.
They need to get their pitching right. Absolute no doubter to left field there. Santa Maria. We'll see you on Tuesday.
So who knows, and I won't forecast too much here before we close everything out because I got a story to write too, not to mention. So it's going to be a long day. But who knows what happens on Tuesday with the Yankees and where Cleveland will be. I imagine Shane Bieber at some point. I mean, that's your starter game one. I still think you go Bieber McKenzie because they've given you every single proof to get that done. But I still say this. The Yankees probably won't sweep the Guardians, and maybe the offense will pick up a little bit. But if you're telling me that the Tuesday matchup is going to be Garrett Cole versus Shane Bieber, I'm tuning into that one on Tuesday.
Yeah, I agree. You got to call that one. Absolutely. I'll jump in there if needed. But so now we're talking about the divisional round, right?
Yes, we are.
5 through 7 games.
We're going to go back to a 7-game format, I imagine. Although didn't it used to be 5? It was always 5, but I imagine they're going back to 7. But I will double check that because they changed the wild card format to 3. They might have changed it to 7 here for the first round, but I'm not sure yet.
Wow, what a swing! Good job. This is huge there for Gonzalez. I love this Indians team. I didn't think they could win, but I thought they'd win the last game. I'm very surprised. But also, the Rays have to look at their self. Randy Arozarena, Margot, all those guys, all their young studs. They got to go, hey, guys, get better. We can't score 0 runs. We scored 1 yesterday. 0 today.
To your point, Nick, and then we'll close out here momentarily. The Rays only gave up 3 runs in this series. They scored 1. And that's what we had in 2 games. And I just want to get your thoughts on this, and then we will officially close out. I know you and I did not have the Guardians winning the AL Central, but you still felt like, at least to me, maybe I'll get your thoughts on this, they could have finished second, right? This is one of those situations where it was Chicago and Minnesota, but Cleveland's still a really good team. They are 28th in payroll out of 30 teams, and the only player, there's two players. Ramirez makes $7 million, Bieber makes $6 million, and everybody else makes about $700K, and they're young. So I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon. Utter jubilation right now. We'll see what happens on Tuesday. Nick, I appreciate it. I got my work cut out ahead of me for this, but it was a long broadcast, and I'm thankful that it's over now. Everybody, have a good one. We will talk to you soon.
Take care, John.
All right, we'll see you, man. Same. I'll see you soon. Guys, we're closing out the YouTube side. Thank you to everybody. I am going to send follows to anyone else that would follow along throughout that, because that was an absolutely epic contest. And we will see you soon. Peace.